Yes, may I request all the dignitaries to come on the dais. Honorable R.R. Singh, Honorable R.J. Barnabas, Dr. Suresh Pathare, Dr. Sanjay Bhatt, and Professor Shahjahan. Yes, Professor Sanjay Bhatt, please. A very good morning to you all. Every morning brings new freshness, new confidence, new stories and surprises. Morning is a beautiful blessing. A very good morning to you all once again. I welcome Honorable Principal R.J. Barnabas sir to this function. I welcome Rajendra Singh to this function as well, and I also extend my warm welcome to all the esteemed dignitaries, all the academicians, practitioners and dear students. Yesterday we have inaugurated 10th Indian Social Work Congress in presence of Honorable Sanjeevan Arsood sir and Honorable Dr. Prasanna Kumar. There were plenary sessions where the NAPSV awardees shared their reflections and responses, and there were academicians, they presented their distinguished work. Today we are starting this beautiful morning with the memorial lectures. With the memorial lectures. Now we will have R.R. Singh Memorial Lecture and Philip Barnabas Memorial Lecture. To grace this lecture, we have with us Professor R.J. Barnabas Sir and Rajendra Singh. So this particular program is hosted by Professor R.J. Barnabas Sir and Rajendra Singh. And there are speakers. Professor Shahjahan will be the speaker, and Rajendra Singh is the renowned speaker we are having this morning. So to introduce our chairperson and co-chair, may I invite Dr. Suresh Mugutmal.
Good morning to you all, respected all dignitaries on dais and off the dais. I am really honored to introduce to you the speaker of this memorial lecture, Professor P.K. Shahjahan. Dr. P.K. Shahjahan is a professor of social work and Dean Academic Affairs at the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. He was formerly the Dean, Social Protection, Dean Students Affairs, Chairperson, Center for Community Organization and Development Practice, and Chairperson of South Asia Center for Studies in Conflicts, Peace and Human Security at TISE. He is currently the Vice President of International Council on Social Welfare and represents ICSW at the Task Force on Global Agenda for Social Work and Social Development for 2020-2030. As a member of the Board of Directors, International Association of Schools of Social Work, he chairs the Publication Committee of the same. He, along with his colleagues from Europe, America and Africa, founded two global academic alliances, Critical Age Alliance and Solidarity, Economic Reciprocity and Social Innovation. He is heading international collaborative academic projects with the University of Bristol, UK, Roskilde University, Denmark, University College Dublin, Ireland, University of California, Berkeley and Tribhuvan University, Nepal. Sir, we are very happy to have you with us and looking forward to listen to you. Thank you very much. We also have with us Dr. Sanjay Bhatt. He is going to be the co-chair, and we all of us are quite aware and we know Sanjay Bhatt. He has been a professor in Delhi School of Social Work, and he was guide for PhD. He has guided 12 students under his leadership, and he was also president of NAPSI, and he has been continuously source of inspiration for practitioners and young professionals. Sir, we are very happy to have you with us today this morning and looking forward to listen to you. Thank you very much, and over to you.
For today's function, we are honored to have Honorable R.J. Barnabas Sir. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce Honorable Principal Dr. R.J. Barnabas. Dr. R.J. Barnabas is a scholar of chemistry and obtained his PhD degree from University of Pune. After completion of his education, he joined Ahmednagar College as a faculty in the Department of Chemistry. He was the Vice President of Ahmednagar College for Administration and Finance from 2001 to 2005. Since November 2005, he is a principal of Ahmednagar College. Sir believes that learning is a virtue and asset. Hence, During his tenure over the past year in Ahmednagar College, he has enhanced academic program, research and student support activities. When R.J. Barnabas sir took the reign of Ahmednagar College, he translated the vision of BPAT society into the reality. He is carrying forward the legacy of our beloved founder, Dr. Bhaskar Panduranga Tiwari. Integrity, insight and inclusiveness are the essential qualities adopted by Sir to make Ahmednagar College one of the educational hub in the district. With a decade of his principalship, Ahmednagar College has been awarded with several honors like A grade accreditation twice by NAC, Best College Award by Savitribai Phule Pune University and College with Potential Excellence Award by UGC New Delhi. Dr. R.J. Barnabas is a man of great wisdom, values, commitment and an idol to look for. It's a great privilege to have you, sir, among we all. Thank you very much for joining us in this morning. Now, I would like to take a privilege to introduce our speaker, Rajendra Singh. खुद ही खुद की पहचान लिखूंगा, कठिन रास्तों पे चल के नई दास्तां लिखूंगा, अकेला चलूंगा मगर कारवा लिखूंगा, अकेला चलूंगा मगर कारवा लिखूंगा, सथा तपे या पैरों पे पड़े छाले अपनी धुन में चलता जाऊंगा, खुद ही हम सफ़र हूँ और खुद से ही आगे बढ़ता जाऊंगा, खुद ही खुद की पहचान लिखूंगा। ऐसे ही एक मान्यवर शख्स आज हमारे में उपस्थित हैं जिन्होंने खुद की पहचान भारत में नहीं पूरे विश्व में बनाई है, जिनका मैं तहे दिल से यहाँ स्वागत करती हूँ। Honorable Rajendra Singh, known as a waterman of India, Pani Wale Baba. He is an environmentalist, water conservationist, who is heading a national network of organizations working for water issues, Rashtriya Jal Biradari. This network is working for restoration of all mighty and small rivers across the country. He joined government service in the year 1980 and started his career as a national service volunteer for education in Jaipur. He joined Tarun Bharat Sangh, a non-profitable organization. After his experience working closely with the people and frustrated by the apathy of his supervisors towards development issues, he left his job. He started his work initially in Alwar district, which one had a huge grain market at the time, was dry and barren after years of deforestation. Mangulal, a village head, encouraged him to work on Johar, earthen check dams, which have been traditionally used to store rainwater and recharge groundwater. The area which was then declared as a dark zone because of Rajendra Singh's effort, it was turned into white zone. There are few people who strongly believe in any cause and fewer of them who have courage to devote themselves for such cause. Rajendra Singh is one of them who tirelessly walked through the villages, educating the people to rebuild the villages with the check dams. After building 115 earthen and concrete structures within a century and 600 other structures in the buffer in 1995, Arwari became a perennial river and was awarded as International River Prize. Over the years, under the guidance of Rajendra Singh, Tarun Bharat Sangh built 4,500 johads in 850 villages in 11 districts of Rajasthan. Rajendra Singh was awarded with Magsaysay Award for Community Leadership, Jamnalal Bajaj Award and Stockholm Water Prize. Rajendra Singh is considered as a man of conviction and dedication who is an exemplary inspiration in all the aspects. So this is the introduction and I'm pleased to provide this introduction to all of you. So thank you very much for joining this morning at this particular Indian Social Work Congress. We are very happy to have you here. Now I would like to invite Honorable Director Dr. Suresh Pathare sir to give welcome address and felicitate. Yes. Now I invite Dr. Suresh Pathare to felicitate Rajendra Singh, Honorable Rajendra Singh. Now I invite, now I invite Professor Anju Saxena to felicitate Honorable R.J. Barnabas. Now I invite Vipin Juru sir to felicitate Dr. Sanjay Bhatt. Now I invite Professor Sharmila to felicitate Professor Shahjahan.
Good morning. Before we hand over to the chair, just a brief actually, NAPSWI organizes memorial lecture every year in the Indian Social Work Congress, and this year it is happening in Ahmednagar, and it is relevant that we had a stalwart social worker here, Mr. Philip Barnabas. So we have Philip Barnabas Memorial Lecture today, and we also have Professor R.R. Singh Memorial Lecture. So both lectures are together. We have in chair Dr. R.J. Barnabas, who is nephew of Philip Barnabas, and he will tell you about his brief, and then once he's in begin, and about Professor R.R. Singh, Dr. Sanjay Bhatt will tell you about. It is so fortunate to have both Rajendra Singh, because Rajendra Singh closely associated with Philip Barnabas, and P.K. Shahjahan, when in Delhi University, was also closely associated with Professor R.R. Singh. So over to you, sir.
Good morning to all of you. And let me begin by thanking you for inviting me to be a part of this very prestigious event. A few days ago, when Dr. Pathari came to me and approached me with this idea of me being on the chair for an event as important as this, I was more than happy to comply and offer my services. It is pertinent that we are celebrating a memorial lecture in the name of Mr. Philip Barnabas for those of us who knew him as a human being, as a person, as a beloved uncle, and of course as a leader of BPHE societies in his capacity as the secretary. This seems most befitting that we have a lecture in his name. I won't want to take too much of your time this morning, but very briefly, let me tell you something about Mr. Philip Barnabas. Mr. Philip Barnabas' lecture basically is aimed to facilitate a public lecture related to issues pertaining to social work, to honor the legacy of a veteran social working professional and a dedicated man of building social work organizations, namely Mr. Philip Barnabas. Very briefly, he was born in 1927 in Bangalore, and he did his early education in Bangalore, and then he did his graduation from Ahmednagar College, and further went on to do his MSW from the Tata Institute of Social Work, and later on he went on to do his training from the University of Chicago. He began his career with Krista Seva Mandir, an initiative of the Marathi Mission in Solapur. He worked in this organization for 40 years, long 40 years, in various capacities, eventually serving as its director. He undertook many notable projects during his tenure with Krista Seva Mandir, including freeing bonded laborers, developing community land, water preservation, and various initiatives to enhance the economy of the poor and the oppressed people. One of the major projects was the Food for Work project, which he helped drought-related or drought-hit villages. He was a major player on the CCF, which provided underprivileged children support in educating themselves, an initiative which benefited thousands of students to find their feet or footing in this world. He collaborated with CASA and also rebuilt many villages destroyed during the Kilari earthquake. After his retirement from the Krista Seva Mandir, Mr. Philip Barnabas shifted to Pune, where he joined the Convent of St. Mary Virgin in India, which runs old age homes and orphanages and hostels for underprivileged school children. After which he shifted to Ahmednagar, where Mr. Philip Barnabas was served as a secretary of BPHA Society, a true visionary, a dreamer who helped us shape what BPHA Society and its activities are all about today. The legacy of Mr. Barnabas is memorable and inspiring. This memorial series lecture, instituted in his name, will celebrate the values, the spirit and the ideals of Mr. Philip Barnabas. Thank you so much.
Honorable Chairperson, today's speaker, organizing secretary, friends, I am privileged to introduce Professor R.R. Singh. And before I say anything about Professor R.R. Singh, I would like to tell the series initiated by ISWC, Memorial Lecture Series, was the idea of Professor R.R. Singh. In 2015, we initiated the lecture series with our past president in his memory, Dr. Singh Memorial Lecture. And then we introduced that whosoever is the host institution, there will be one lecture in the memory of from the host institution who has done some commendable work. We lost R.R. Singh in COVID, and last year we initiated this lecture series, Professor R.R. Singh Memorial Lecture Series. Many of you know R.R. Singh very closely. He born in a small village in Mirzapur in Uttar Pradesh in 1939. He did his graduation from Banaras Hindu University, and influenced by the ideas of Mahatma Gandhi and Malviya ji, he moved to the Kashi Vidyapith to finish his masters in social work. And soon after that, he went in a youth leadership program, the Cleveland program at that time it was known as, to US, where he has an advanced degree in the social work. Returning back, he joined the Udaipur School of Social Work. From there he finished his PhD also. Then came to the Indore School of Social Work. He was the most popular teacher in Indore School. And in 1975 he moved to the Delhi University, where he served the head of the department 2 times. And later on he shifted to he joined as director Tata Institute of Social Sciences. After that, there was not even a single conference of ISWC which Professor Singh missed. From day 1, 2013 when we started the Indian Social Work Congress, till his death, he attended all the Congress. And he was known seminarian, a very great discipline. If the program has to start at 9, he will be here at 9. And then he will tell everyone that it should be on time. So we learned many things, and we used to say if son will not be in a seminar, many times it is difficult to maintain the discipline. He has been associated with number of institutions, organizations, Association of Schools of Social Work, where he represented as a president, and I got opportunity to work in his team as a treasurer. And from 1992 till his death, we were together working on different projects, sometime in rural areas of Sahabad in Baran district of Rajasthan, to the Advocacy Institute in Washington. So range from the grassroots level to the highest body. He was also member of International Association of Schools of Social Work, and he was the advisor of the NAPSWI. So NAPSWI hold very dear to him. He has been the part of UGC many committees, including the social work panel, and fieldwork was his heart. His book on fieldwork in social education is still being considered by many field workers. And in his memory, we have started the first memorial lecture last year, which was delivered by none other than Professor Murli Desai, the former professor of Tata Institute of Social Sciences. It is just a coincidence that another very closely connected person, Professor P.K. Sahajan, has accepted our invitation to deliver the second Professor R.R. Singh Memorial Lecture. So on behalf of NAPSWI, I thank him, and on behalf of you all, I invite Professor P.K. Sahajan to deliver the second Professor R.R. Singh Memorial Lecture. This lecture is also being telecasted live. And one thing more, Chairperson Sir, we have decided that we will publish all these lectures in monograph form and later on in book form. So it will be available into the print section. Thank you very much.
Professor Barnabas, Rajendra Singh ji, I visited Tarun Bharat Sangh in I think 2003, and I had a long interaction with you at that time. Probably you will not remember. Until then, since then, my reverence to you has been, now standing here, I feel really nervous speaking before you, and also nervous because of the fact that I'm going to give supposed to be giving a memorial lecture in the name of Professor R.R. Singh. When I was invited for this, I checked with Professor Sanjay Bhatt. You really think I can do that? And I checked with Professor Patare also. Is it correct that you are telling me to deliver a lecture in the name of Professor R.R. Singh? They said yes. So with a semi-conviction, I am standing before you to deliver this lecture. I consider it as a deep honor and a privilege for me to stand before all of you to talk about Professor R.R. Singh and maybe share some of the ideas which I have in the context of green social work. When I talk about Professor R.R. Singh, it reminds me of the values and principles he lived for, some of which Professor Sanjay Bhatt has mentioned about. His dedication, his timeliness, his certain values which he did not want to compromise, and more so about his ideas of conservation. So a lot of things which makes R.R. Singh a unique social work educator and a practitioner in his own ways. So I consider the green social work idea which we are talking about, I would say we should move towards greening social work, because social work need to be greened, and none other than Sri Rajendra Singh ji can inspire all of us today. I think my lecture will be insignificant. We will all look forward to listen to Professor R.R. Singh, Rajendra Singh ji for this. I met Professor R.R. Singh in 1992 when he came to Rajgiri College where I studied. and he came in for the subject panel meeting in Rajagiri College, and he came with his entire family. First time his family was traveling to Kerala, so he wanted to bring them. The tall, handsome, very pleasant professor at that time. I'm talking about 1992, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. So he came in and he approached me because I was a student union general secretary at that time, organizing the entire event on behalf of the students. So he got hold of me and he asked me, do you have some time now? I said, yes, of course, sir. Or maybe later also you can. If you have time, yes, otherwise it's fine. I said, and then next question is, do you speak Hindi? I said, yes, bataiye sir. So he was impressed. In Kerala, in a college, speaking Hindi, he was very impressed. He caught hold of my hand and took me towards the guest house. And guest house room, he knocked the door. And his mother was there in the room. She opened the door and said, "Dekhe, this is my mother, and she doesn't know any other language other than Hindi. So, in case if you get some time, I just wanted to introduce her to you. In case if you get some time, just talk to her." This inspired me. The humility with which he approached me, the respect for his mother, and I consider any elderly person or any individual for that sense. And I was absolutely inspired by his humility. And this very, very short conversation led to, the kind of respect which he has for everyone. Being a student, a mother, anybody around him. He had such kind of non-hierarchical interaction with anyone. That's something which is very, very unique for Professor Arasi. And we saw, their family was there with him, and I heard him talking to somebody who is organizing, and somebody was saying that they can be taken to the city for some tour and all. He insisted, any expenses for my family, I will pay, and you will not pay. That was his value. He said, nothing doing. They said, no, sir, we will take care of everything. He said, no, you will give me the bill of their food, their transportation, anything, and the room rent as well. I will pay for it. So this is something which is unique. I have seen him. So he did not want the personal and professional mixed up any point in time. He came in. He said that I brought my family because they are coming to Kerala for the first time. I wanted to take them to different places. And then since then, several occasions I have met him before he come to TISS in 2004 as a director. When he joined as a director, I approached him. I went to him and said that, sir, do you remember me? I was in 1992. I was in Rajagiri. And he immediately caught hold of my hand. Yes, you talked to my mother. So he remembered that incident. So the second dimension of his is that many of us who know Professor Arasi, he will keep a notebook and pen for everything wherever he goes. He will take notes, even if it is a student presentation, he will take notes. And after the session, he will call that student or a presenter, anybody. Sometimes he walk up to that student as well. He will not even call. He will say, बहुत बढ़िया किया. ये जो है ना concept आपको develop करना है. तो इस तरह का feedback देख के बिना he will not leave. So there is so much of uniqueness about Professor Arasi. And when we talk about Professor Arasi, if I was to talk about, give a lecture in his memory, it's a really nervous situation for me. Now, coming to the lecture, I thought of, the social work at a time of planetary crisis. This is the title of the session, which I thought I will briefly talk about. How much time I have, sir? 10 minutes? Okay. 30 minutes. Oh, wonderful. That's so gracious. All right. I just wanted to attract your attention to one of the very, very important process which thing which Professor R.S. Singh does. When he was in the director's office, I saw him keeping all the printed papers, one-side printed papers on one side of his table. And he will also take, the envelopes, which he was, maybe something which came to his office in an envelope. He will tear off that envelope and keep it open on the other side. These papers are used for small notes to be given to somebody. Maybe to the secretary he wanted to give a note. He never used a fresh paper. He always used, he personally tear off the envelopes and keep it on his table so that he can, conservation of energy was his lifestyle. He comes to the meeting, as Professor Sanjay Bhatt was mentioning about. He comes to the meeting. When you have a meeting with him, he will be there first. He will be the first person to be in the room. He will switch on the fan and he will sit. Only one fan and light he will switch on. When other people comes in, he will ask other lights also should be switched on. If the lights and fans were on, he will always switch off all other fans and he will sit there till other people comes in. When he goes out of the meeting, he waits at the door and he allows all other people to move out. And then he switches off each and every light and fan. This is a message. You will never realize what he is teaching you. Without realizing, he will teach you a lot of things. And that's how I have interacted with him in TISS for the 4-year period which he was in TISS. So in this context, the reason why I said about all of these things is that, when we are talking about the planetary crisis, we need not look at everyone else, what the nations do, what the UN should do, what the World Bank should do, what governments should do. What each one of us do should be the primary focus of our attention, because everything else happens, and sometimes it doesn't happen. People like Rajendra Singh ji and many other people, lot of people, and I had Sanjay Fulkar. I don't know whether he is here today. So he was also having his own initiative. A lot of such initiatives are happening. We have a lot of things to do, but what are we going to do on our own? That's going to be the focus of my talk. So in that sense, I remember reading this when the Sustainable Development Goals were introduced. The UN Resolution 70/1, adopted by the General Assembly. The title of that document was Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This report warns us of the fact that the survival of many societies and the biological system of the planet are at risk. This is a risk which we are talking about. There is a huge crisis and risk which is involved in each and everyone's action today. And so is the case with government and the multilateral organizations. So when we talk about this planetary crisis, the societal and human consequences of the planetary crisis, we need to highlight the fact that environmental issues have not made much attention by the social work fraternity. And this is yesterday, Professor Balgopal was giving the grade card for us. Social work, he gave C grade. Yes, that's true. Social work has not given much attention to the planetary crisis which we are in. We have been always insulated from this. We talk about community action, we talk about many other things. And a lot of actions are happening around the world, and we quite often is not very much engaged with this issue of planetary crisis or the environmental crisis which we are talking about. So it was not surprising for me to see the C grade, but he gave B+ grade to NAPSWI for the excellent work NAPSWI is doing. That was something which is unique, and he says that I talk, things upfront and bold, and I don't keep anything behind, or I don't appear to be seeming good. Yesterday evening also he scolded me. No, you did not address my question when you were chairing the session. That's the kind of forthrightness he was. So when we talk about social work engagement in environmental crisis, you can't see many professionals, or for that matter academicians, talking about environmental crisis, except Professor Lina Dominelli and Professor Carolyn Noble. These two I have worked very, very closely when I was working with the International Association of Schools of Social Work as a member of the board of directors. Beyond a few people like Professor Dominelli and Professor Noble, I couldn't see many people, many academicians and practitioners talking very, very strongly about green social work or green social work. One of the sister organizations, I was a global vice president of International Council on Social Welfare, where this organization has even taken much more, because they work on policy issues. They have taken lot many issues related to environmental issues. But in International Association, or for that matter, social work fraternity is yet to come out of their comfort zones and engage with this very, very serious issue of environmental issues. With my work with International Council on Social Welfare, I wrote a very small piece on environmental justice, a call for action for social workers in International Social Work Journal, a SAGE journal, in 2018. That was part of my work with the International Council on Social Welfare. So when I was doing that, predominantly my lecture today will be focusing on that paper which I wrote 4 years ago. To me, as a student of social work, what is struggling or what is troubling me is that the iniquitous impact of environmental degradation on the people, and particularly on the poorer sections of the society. Yesterday, Professor Balgopal has highlighted this, Professor Keshav Balke and Professor Bipin Jojo, all of them have highlighted this. Whenever we talk about environmental issues, it's the poor who is actually taking the entire brunt of this environmental degradation. If we stand with poor, if we stand with marginalized communities, how can we say that we will not engage with environmental work? So in that sense, the role of social work to respond to the crisis of environmental degradation is extremely relevant, and we need to acknowledge the fact that we are not doing enough. So I will try to focus on the human dimensions, as I was earlier mentioning about. We have this excellent idea of person-in-environment conception. Yesterday, Professor Balgopal was mentioning about this person-in-situation framework of the person-in-environment kind of an idea. In that person-in-environment, social work talks about environment as people around, environment as the immediate surroundings, environment as the contextual factors and things like that, but we have not moved beyond the social dimension of environment to physical dimension of environment. And that's where the shift we need to make today. Today we need to, it's high time that social work need to move this person in environment realm from social to moving towards the physical dimension of the environment, or the so-called the nature around us. I argue that the knowledge and practice models need to be evolved. Yesterday, Professor Bipin Jojo was mentioning about indigenous knowledge systems as something which gives impetus for us to protect the environment, which is a natural process which the indigenous communities are doing. We are seriously damaging these communities, and we are seriously damaging this environment in that sense. So in this lecture, Professor R.R. Singh's values and principles give quite handy for us. One, the social work perspective of person in environment is a very strong argument where we can say that social work need to engage with this reality. The second is, the entire idea of putting the person at the center of any discussion. So environmental degradation or environmental protection cannot be an idea where it is talking about creating technological solutions or various other things which is required for, say for example, last month me and Professor Bipin Jojo was in Frankfurt University of Applied Sciences, where before we reached the university, we got a letter from the university informing us about certain do's and don'ts and various details. One of the things was that you need to carry uniform clothes even to wear inside the university buildings. The reason is that the university, inside the university, it was approximately something between 2 to 10 degrees Celsius was the temperature at that time, And we were warned of, normally what happens in Europe, wherever you go, inside the building, it's all heated. And the university warned us that inside the university also you need to keep some warm clothes, because we have kept the temperature at 19 degree and we cannot increase it beyond, because the entire nation is conserving energy. What is the reason? The reason for conservation of energy is the crisis which is coming from the Ukraine war, the Russian war on Ukraine. The Russian supply of oil is stopped. And Germany is in a process of going back to coal, which they have closed all the coal mines in 2018 and said that we are no more going to use coal. And they put all the windmills above the coal mines, coal fields in cities like Dortmund and all these places. Now, because of the Ukraine war crisis, they are thinking about reopening all the coal mines, because there is no other way. And these coal mines are going to be opened, and already some of these windmills have already been taken off from the coal mine fields. So you can imagine various global processes happening and how it impacts the environment, and this is one simple incident. Yesterday, speakers in the panel talked about the mining and various other processes happening, how it is impacting the environment. So these are kind of processes which we are struggling with. Now, in that process, what we are seeing is that, if you look at the context of this, the Earth's average temperature is increased by 1 degree in the past 50 years. If you imagine, in the last 50 years, another 50 years, if it increases 1 more degree and 2 more degree and things like that, it goes, there will not be any glaciers left. There will not be any, human existence possible. Yesterday, Dr. Arif highlighted about this, showing an excellent video as well. So this is a crisis which we are living in. And the greenhouse gas emissions have highest level in the last 800,000 years. This is what the UN data talks about. Now we are already seeing, Dr. Arif already mentioned about the impact of this, and Professor Balgopal also mentioned about this, about the recurring, human disasters which we are facing on a daily basis now. The UN Environment Report, Annual Report 2016, titled Engaging People to Protect the Planet, again warns us that if the trend of human interventions, which is contributing to environmental degradation, if it is not arrested, the world's ecosystems and biodiversity will be at serious risk, and for peace, security and sustainable development will not be achievable goal. So this is the reality which we are seeing now. This context in which we are talking about, where the poor face the brunt of environmental degradation, the entire capitalistic neoliberal policies which is promoting industrialization in a mindless way. I'm currently doing a study, and not a study, actually preparing a compensation package for people who are fishing communities which are affected by the coastal road project in Mumbai. We are making a coastal road for who? And we could not have done anything because the whole plan is prepared, the construction have started. After that, the Bombay Municipal Corporation approached us that please prepare a compensation package. And we have seen the hand pickers and the cast net fishers who are doing the fishing activity in the coast, in the intertidal zones, have completely lost their livelihood. And they are not going to get their livelihood in the next several years. So what do we compensate them for? And who is getting the benefit of such development projects? These are serious concerns which we need to question. Pollution is yet another very serious issue. 900 pollution-related deaths per 100,000 people in China. And a very astonishing number of air pollution fatalities, a report by The Guardian has brought in this. Pakistan attributed 110,000 deaths in 2015 to pollution. 58 out of 100,000 people is dying every year because of pollution. A recent report by the Greenpeace India, of course Greenpeace is under the radar for whatever reasons, 1.2 million Indians every year, costing the local economy an estimated 3% of the gross domestic product is the cost of pollution in India. So we have such huge crisis which is looming before us. How do we deal with this? What is the role social workers will have to, probably engage? And we know that worldwide, 844 million people are living without access to safe drinking water. Dr. Rajendra Singh will be talking about his, work. And we are not a rain deficit country. We have enough rain. We have almost 1,170 mm of rain. But lack of conservation is where we are, struggling. We are not being able to make the needs met. Yesterday, Sanjay Fulkar I was talking to him. He has made it possible. Rajendra Singh has actually told the world that it is possible in Rajasthan. You can make water sufficient conditions. So we need to do all of these things, and social workers cannot shy away from this. So these structural issues of development, environment, and many other issues which we are talking about is where Professor Lina Dominelli and several other scholars who have worked on talking about environmental justice. Yesterday we talked about environmental justice both by Professor Balgopal as well as Dr. Arif was talking about this. This environmental justice is the idea we need to move forward with. The inevitability of neoliberal capitalism is to be challenged. Professor Balgopal was actually arguing with me on this, that why are we not talking about this? Why are we not talking about the inevitability of the capitalist development process, which includes, the various companies which are bringing seeds to you and then, changing the entire landscape of the agricultural sector. So we need certain conceptual frameworks. Social work needs some conceptual frameworks. I'm putting three propositions before you. One is environmental justice is nothing but an extension of social justice. If social justice is our core concern for social work, how can we not talk about environmental justice? Because if you think about environmental degradation, it's serious impact on the poor and the marginalized communities living in riverine communities, fishing communities, all of these communities whom we talk about as marginalized communities, and the tribal communities which are affected by the mining and several other development projects. How can we not talk about environmental justice? If we care for social justice, we need to talk about environmental justice as well. The second proposition, as I mentioned earlier, person in environment notion in social work need to incorporate the physical environmental dimension as well. Then we see things in a completely different way. And the third proposition is that environmental entitlement. Environmental entitlement, people have entitlement. Why do tribals have to give way for development, and when the benefits are being drawn by several other, probably the rich? So we need to talk about environmental entitlement. People have the inherent right and entitlement to the resources, the global resources and environmental resources, forest resources and all. So if we consider these three propositions, I think we would not need any further conviction for social work to engage with environmental justice dimensions. So in this entire process, all these three propositions which I am making, the sustainable development discourses need to discover the centrality of people. And when we talk about environmental protection, we need to put the people at the center. Then we think differently, and that's exactly what social workers are trained to do. We put the people at the center of any action. So a profession which is about to the principle of social justice, which is considering person and environment as a primary driver of our interventions, cannot go without addressing the environmental issues in that sense. So when this frame of the exclusive dimension of person in environment to social dimension, when we changes it, we see a different world altogether in front of us. So, and the second dimension, yesterday I think Professor Balgopal has mentioned this as well, that we cannot probably think about ecology. When we talk about environment, we talk about thinking about ecology or thinking about environment. That's not sufficient. What we need to do is that thinking ecologically. Every action we do, if we think ecologically, act ecologically, things changes. Thinking about ecology, we are concerned about environment, we are concerned about trees being cut. It doesn't make any sense. unless and until we think ecologically. How do we think ecologically? When we talk about, in conferences, in some years ago, we have actually stopped all plastic bottles in TISS campus. I'm very happy to see that no plastic bottles are being used, except for some people carrying water and things like that. So the individual use, that's where I was talking about, we talk about big things, technology and everything, but individual actions, how it can contribute to a change. Yesterday we talked about, in the chairing session, I mentioned about, the Coca-Cola and various other, aerated drinks which we use on a regular basis without thinking about how it is contributing to it, how much we are contributing to the entire cost. So thinking ecologically in our every daily action is the way forward. And how do we make that possible for social workers to think ecologically? And whenever we are engaging in various activities in the field or in conferences, we need to think about how to think ecologically. There comes what Professor Bipin Jojo was yesterday mentioning about indigenous knowledge. What Rajendra Singh ji is doing is nothing but reviving indigenous knowledge. This has been there for ages. But we have forgot all those things. We created tanks. We created, big dams to serve the water. And yesterday we also talked about, not being doing enough for, minor irrigation in the country. Minor irrigation could have, completely transformed the entire agriculture sector in the country. We never focused on that. We went for big dams. We went for big development projects. We went for big industries in rural areas. Us taking industries to the rural areas will give as many employment as possible. Why that then still people are migrating to the cities, if that is the case? So, social workers dealing with marginalities of people cannot afford to ignore one significant sources of such marginality emerging from environmental degradation. And particularly in the context of the poor and the marginalized, we need to save, protect and preserve this nature from each and every action which we do in the community. Pollution. I talked about the pollution. All of these factors which is, when we talk about pollution, I know large number of people living inside in city of Mumbai, living close to the dumping ground. What do? They go to the dumping ground, pick up things and sell it. I was sitting in a railway station in Kerala, last week when I was in Kerala. I was sitting in a railway station and there was a man who comes with a big bag behind him, big goni bag, and he's walking around all the places and taking all the plastic bottles and putting it into his. Immediately after that, the person who is appointed to clean the station is coming and cleaning everything. What he timed this person who's a rag picker, who times his work accordingly, so that the person the person who is appointed to clean the station does not take away all the plastic and put it into the dustbin. And this will be cleared and go to the landfills. And he does an excellent job of preserving the nature. And he takes all these plastics, he goes and take even plastic bottles from the dustbin and put it in his bag and take it for recycling. He might be doing it for his livelihood, but we don't acknowledge the fact that they are contributing in a huge way preserving the nature. So these are, I'm not saying that people should be rag pickers. No, I'm not saying about that. Probably without realizing he's thinking ecologically, we fail to do that. In our daily lives, we fail to do the kind of the way ecologically how we can think about it. So to conclude, what I'm trying to social work is in a very, very strong position to engage with the communities in integrating social justice with environmental. So I will say environmental justice is nothing but an extension of social justice. If you are concerned about social justice, there is no way we can get away without addressing the issue of environmental justice. So two things which probably we could do. One, we need to engage with the power that be. power in the sense of the state and the market. We need to deal with them. We need to have, yesterday some of our, Sanjay was talking about, action, collective action, sending postcards and things like that, various ways. I'm not saying about one particular way. We need to engage with the state to ensure sensitivity about environmental degradation and concern about people. There is a concept called circular economy. The circular economy concept talks about when you make a product, you should know what will happen when its time gets completed. You need to have that circular economy concept in our mind. Whenever we produce certain things, we should know how this product will have to be properly disposed of, or how it will be reused or whatever. So these are kind of concepts which we need to use. So promoting responsibility on the state and corporations through social action and various other means of engagement. The second is the promoting collective actions among social workers, among the community, among everyone around us. Let's not talk about social workers alone doing things. We cannot do things alone. We need to work in a multidisciplinary team. And we need to work with environmental scientists. We need to work with activists. We need to work with technology. Why do still people dying in sewers in the country? Don't we have technology? We still have people dying in the sewers in the city of Delhi and many other cities. We have done away with this through legislations. Yesterday, Professor Balgopal was mentioning about this. We having enough policies is not sufficient. We have enough of policies. We have eradicated manual scavenging, but still people continue to do that. So we need social workers need to play this role. One, influencing policies. Second, ensuring that the policies are implemented in its right spirit. So a combination of policy practice and collective action. That's the way I think social workers should move around. I will stop here, and I think that if we make a resolution, if this Congress make a resolution that environmental justice and environmental entitlement will become a cornerstone for social workers henceforth and social work profession henceforth, I think we are going to make a big change. I think we are going to make a transformation of society. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. It's really a pleasure and honor for me to deliver a lecture in this August gathering. Thank you very much.
We thank Professor P.K. Shahjahan for his very enlightening talk. Very briefly, I would like to summarize some of the points which he has mentioned during his talk. Essentially, he said that the goal should be to move towards green social work and that more people need to take it up. We need to focus on what we can do rather than what others can do. A very important and pertinent point that he brought up was that the planetary crisis looms large, it is a reality, and that number of environmental issues need to be addressed. He also mentioned very appropriately that the marginalized communities face the brunt of environmental degradation, and therefore we need to focus more on them. He also talked about in brief the role of social workers, what they need to do, what we do, things like we need to conserve water more, and he also talked about environmental justice and gave 3 postulates in which he said that the extension of social justice, there's a need to incorporate physical dimensions and physical entitlement of resources. So we thank Professor Shahjahan, and for the want of time, I think, do we take questions now or do we have the next talk? Okay. Okay. So then we move to the second talk by Rajendra Singh. Thank you so much.
समाज कार्य की 10वीं सम्मेलन में अध्यक्षता कर रहे आरजे बासवान, संजय भट्ट, पी.के. शाहजहान और सुरेश पठारे। इस सम्मेलन में भारत से आए समाज कार्य के क्षेत्र में काम करने वाले हमारे मित्र, शिक्षकों, विद्यार्थियों, आज फिलिप बार्नेबस की याद में
की मेमोरी में मुझे बहुत कुछ याद आ रहा है। जब मैं पिछली बार यहाँ था तब हम दोनों साथ थे। इस बार मैं यहाँ हूँ, वो साथ शरीर से नहीं है, शायद आत्मा से होंगे। शायद वो कहीं मेरी बातें सुनेंगे। जब मैं उनके साथ पिछली बार था, बहुत बातें उनके साथ हुई। मैं उनकी 2-3 बातें आपको खास कहना चाहता हूँ जो सामाजिक क्षेत्र में काम करने वालों के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है। वो मॉडर्न एजुकेशन के सामाजिक कार्यकर्ता थे, लेकिन इंडिजिनस नॉलेज सिस्टम और इंडियन विजडम में उनको बहुत रेस्पेक्ट था। He had the respect for indigenous knowledge system and Indian wisdom. He is a really very great man who have the respect for the poorest of the poor. I know in 80s 1980 का दशक है जब भारत में अनाज के बदले काम, जिसको अंग्रेजी में फूड फॉर वर्क कहते हैं, उसको बहुत अच्छे से इन्होंने चालना दी थी, शुरुआत की थी। और उस टाइम में मुझे याद आ रहा है कि 80 के आखिरी दिनों में, 8वें दशक के आखिरी दिनों में ये काम देश भर में उन सब जगह पर चला गया था जहां ड्राउट और फ्लड का असर था। उस काल में हम क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग वर्ड को यूज नहीं करते थे अपनी बोलचाल में। उस वक्त में हमारा जो ये डिजास्टर है, इस पानी की कमी और पानी की अधिकता, वाटर स्केर्सिटी और वाटर सरप्लस, ये दोनों डिजास्टर हैं। तो इन डिजास्टर से जो हमारा डिस्प्लेसमेंट होता था, गांव से लोग उजड़ के शहर आते थे, उस डिस्प्लेसमेंट को बार्नबस बहुत अच्छे से समझते थे। इसलिए मुझे याद है जब वो कह रहे थे कि भाई गांव में यदि हम काम के बदले रोजगार देंगे तो ये डिस्प्लेसमेंट नहीं होगा, और ये जो अर्बनाइजेशन का फ्यूचर में थ्रेट आने वाला है, हम उसको रूरल रेजिलियंस से सॉल्व कर देंगे। आई नो his vision. उस जमाने में मैं राजस्थान में, यहाँ के लोग उजड़ गए थे, भारत सरकार छोड़ के जब गया तो मुझे पानी और पानी की कमी की त्रासदी का खेल समझ में नहीं आता था, क्योंकि मेरा जन्म यूपी में दिल्ली के बिल्कुल पास गंगा और यमुना के बीच डोला गांव में हुआ था। तो मैं तो ऐसी जगह पैदा हुआ था जहां खूब पानी था। तो मुझे पानी की जो इम्पोर्टेंस है, वाटर की जो कल्चरल इम्पोर्टेंस है, सोशल इम्पोर्टेंस है, वो मुझे 80 के दशक में समझ में नहीं आती थी। लेकिन जैसे ही 80-85 आते आते 1985 आते आते मुझे ये सब समझ में आने लगा था कि पानी ही लाइफ है, पानी ही लाइवलीहुड है और पानी ही डिग्निटी है। विदाउट वाटर नो लाइफ, नो लाइवलीहुड एंड नो डिग्निटी। और इस डिग्निटी को मेंटेन करने के लिए जहां लोग हैं वहां उनको कैसे रोक सकते हैं, वहां उनको कैसे काम दे सकते हैं। और ये ड्यूटी सरकार की भी है और समाज की भी है। ये ड्यूटी केवल समाज की नहीं है कि लोग त्रस्त हो रहे हो और समाज ही सब कुछ करे, ये वेलफेयर स्टेट की भी जिम्मेदारी होती है। इस बात का एडवोकेट था, उसका नाम था फिलिप बार्नबस। He very clearly stand what is the duty of the government and what is the duty of the civil society in the time of the disaster. So, मैं आज ऐसे दो लोगों को जिनको मैं रियली अपने दिल के करीब बहुत पाता हूँ, आर सिंह, मुझे याद है 92 में जब उन्होंने कहा राजेंद्र तुम यार राजस्थान में तुम्हारा बड़ा नाम हो गया है, तब मुझे लोग जानते नहीं थे, पर आर सिंह मुझे जानने लगे थे। आई डोंट नो व्हाई ही नो मी। कहने लगे ये तुम्हारा यार बड़ा नाम हो रहा है, मैं तुम्हारा जरा काम देखने आता हूँ। ही इज अ वेरी नाइस मैन, ही इज अ वेरी गुड ऑनेस्ट क्रिटिक विदाउट एनी फियर। उसको जो लगता था वो बिना डर के बोलता था। तो वो आया, तब हमारी नदी में पानी बहने लगा था। उसने कहा यार जितना मैंने तुम्हारे बारे में सुना था, यहाँ आके तो मुझे जरा ज्यादा ही देखने को मिल गया। और फिर वो मुझे मेरे से उम्र में बहुत बड़े थे, इसलिए मुझे वो बहुत प्यार करने लगे थे और कहने लगे कि यार तुम जो कर रहे हो इस टाइम में, इस 21st सेंचुरी में लोगों को समझ में आएगा कि रियल सोशल वर्क क्या होता है। और इस रियल सोशल वर्क की जो रिलेशनशिप है विद नेचर एंड विद ह्यूमन काइंड, ये अभी लोगों को समझ में नहीं आ रहा है। अभी केवल लोगों को रिलीफ समझ में आता है, सर्विस समझ में आता है। बट यू आर नॉट डूइंग रिलीफ, यू आर नॉट डूइंग सर्विस, यू आर डूइंग द जस्टिस with nature and with humankind। मुझे आज वो स्टेटमेंट जब याद आया, जब पीके साहब उनके बारे में बोल रहे थे, तब उनकी बातें भी मुझे याद आई। तो आज हम पहले इन दो फिलिप बार्नेबस को और आर सिंह को, दोनों को सल्यूट करते हैं। ऐसे सामाजिक कार्यकर्ता इस देश को और दुनिया को चाहिए, जो सच्ची बात कहते हुए डरे नहीं किसी से। हमारे बहुत अच्छे सामाजिक कार्यकर्ता हैं। दे हैव ऑल विजडम, दे नो द ऑल थिंग्स, दे कैन कॉन्सेप्चुअलाइज, दे कैन डू, बट सरकार से और कॉर्पोरेट से डरने लगे हैं। जिस देश का सामाजिक कार्यकर्ता सरकार से और कॉर्पोरेट से डरने लगे, उस देश का सामाजिक जीवन थोड़ा संकट में है। इसलिए दोस्तों, मैं आज अपने एल्डर्स, वो मुझसे बड़े थे, फिलिप बार्नबस को सल्यूट करते हुए और उनकी बातों को हमने कैसे किया, मैंने कैसे उस काम को देखा, वो आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहता हूं।
You know everyone, this 21st century is a real disastrous century. Why this disastrous century? ये आपदा, तूफान, समुद्र का उफान, हवाओं की तेजी और कोविड जैसी बीमारियां क्यों आ रही हैं इस धरती पर अब? भाई ये वायरस तो बहुत पुराना था, जब हमारी लाइफ शुरू नहीं हुई थी, उससे पुराने ज़माने में ये वायरस एग्जिस्ट करने लगा था, जब कोई लाइफ ही नहीं थी। विदाउट लाइफ दिस वायरस एग्जिस्ट। बट ये 21st सेंचुरी में आके मानव के शरीर पर हमला क्यों करने लगा, कैसे करने लगा? दोस्तों, यदि इस बात को समझना है तो ये जो साइंस है, ये साइंस कैलकुलेशन और इक्वेशन बेस्ड साइंस नहीं है, ये साइंस विद सेंस है एंड साइंस विद कॉमन सेंस है। और कॉमन सेंस जो होती है वो नेचुरल साइंस होती है, वो इंडिजिनस नॉलेज सिस्टम और विजडम को जानने वाले लोग उस साइंस को अच्छे से रियलाइज करते हैं, इंटरलाइज करते हैं। जब हमें साइंस के केवल कैलकुलेशन और इक्वेशन समझ में आती हैं, तब हम थोड़े सेंसलेस हो जाते हैं। तब हमारी सारी सेंस और साइंस केवल डेटा के चारों तरफ घूमने लगती है, और जो रियल साइंस विद सेंस है उससे हम डिसइंटीग्रेट हो जाते हैं। तो जब हमारा ये डिसइंटीग्रेशन विद साइंस, विद सेंस, इन दोनों के बीच डिसइंटीग्रेशन होता है, तब आपके प्लैनेट पर आपदाएं आना शुरू हो जाती हैं। क्योंकि आपकी लाइफ में चीजों को देखने का इंटीग्रेशन नहीं बचा है। तब आपकी साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी दोनों अलग अलग तरह से काम करती हैं। फिर आपका सोशल साइंस भी अलग तरह से काम करने लगता है। तो ये जो डिसइंटीग्रेशन है विद साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी एंड इंजीनियरिंग, ये बहुत बड़ा डिजास्टर है और यही डिजास्टर की जड़ है। दोस्तों, यदि हम देखें कि भारत में इस डिजास्टर को समझने का दौर कब शुरू हुआ, भारत के शास्त्रों में इस डिजास्टर को समझने का दौर अब से 20,000 साल पहले हुआ और फिर धीरे धीरे 5,000 साल पहले तो ऑलरेडी डॉक्यूमेंटेड है आपके डॉक्यूमेंट्स में कि जब हमारे ज्ञान चक्षु आने वाली आपदाओं को ठीक से समझ नहीं पाते तब क्लाइमेट इमरजेंसी आती है। आज हम क्लाइमेटिक इमरजेंसी में हैं और ये जो क्लाइमेटिक इमरजेंसी है, ये हमें हमारे जो नॉलेज सिस्टम है, जो हमारा इंडिजिनस नॉलेज सिस्टम है और जो हमारी विजडम है, उसको इस मॉडर्न एजुकेशन ने डिसइंटीग्रेट कर दिया है। नॉलेज और विजडम को इस शिक्षा ने बड़े हाई लेवल पर डिसइंटीग्रेशन किया है और इस डिसइंटीग्रेशन का जो रिजल्ट है वो यदि आप ठीक से समझना चाहें और देखना चाहें इसको भारतीय शास्त्रों में, खासकर अथर्ववेद में डॉक्यूमेंटेड है कि भैया जब आप अपनी माँ को केवल लेने के लिए देखते हैं कि माँ से तुम कितना दूध पी सकते हो, माँ की कमाई हुई प्रॉपर्टी को कितना भोग कर सकते हो, जब तुम्हारा नजरिया माँ से भोग का हो जाए तब ये विनाश का दौर शुरू होता है। ये विनाश का दौर आज से नहीं, इसको भारतीय शास्त्रों में बहुत पहले से हम लोगों ने समझा था। कैसे समझा था? हमारे शास्त्र कहते हैं कि ये जो प्रकृति हमें देती है उसके उपयोग करने का हक तुम्हें है, उसके भोग करने का हक नहीं है, उसके शोषण करने का हक तुम्हें नहीं है। और जब तुम उपयोग करने के बजाय भोग करने लगते हो तब ये आपदा आपके ऊपर आती है। दोस्तों, ये जो शास्त्र है ये कहते हैं आपा ब्रह्मास्मि, ये जो जल है यही ब्रह्मा है और यही ब्रह्मांड को बनाता है और यही जीवन है। लेकिन उस जल को आज हम बोतलों में भर के बेचते हैं। हम कहते हैं आपा ब्रह्मास्मि, लेकिन उसके साथ हमारा जो बिहेवियर चेंज हुआ है वो केवल प्रॉफिट की तरफ मूव कर रहा है। आज हम शुभ की चिंता नहीं करते। ये जो शुभ है ये सबके लिए इक्वल कॉमन इंटरेस्ट में ग्रो करता है और ये जो लाभ है ये एक के लिए करता है। ये जो लाभ और शुभ का डिसइंटीग्रेशन हुआ है ये शिक्षा और विद्या का डिसइंटीग्रेशन है। विद्या हमें शुभ के लिए हम अर्जित करते थे, शिक्षा हम लाभ के लिए अर्जित करते हैं। शिक्षा ओनली फॉर लर्निंग फॉर अर्निंग, लर्निंग फॉर अर्निंग ये हमें कौन सिखाता है? ये हमें शिक्षा सिखाती है। विद्या क्या सिखाती है? सबके भले के लिए विनम्रता से जो तुम्हारे पास है वो दे दो। तो हम आज विद्या और शिक्षा का फर्क भूल गए हैं। हम आज लाभ और शुभ का संबंध भूल गए हैं। ये है भारत नहीं पूरी दुनिया के विनाश का कारण। आज पूरी दुनिया में 72% अंडरग्राउंड एक्यूफर्स ओवरड्राफ्ट है। भारत के एक्यूफर तो इससे भी ज्यादा भयानक ओवरड्राफ्ट है। ये जो क्राइसिस है, इस क्राइसिस को यदि आप अपने भारत में देखें तो आज की तारीख में 17 राज्यों में 365 डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाटर स्केर्सिटी फेस कर रहे हैं और 90 डिस्ट्रिक्ट फ्लड फेस कर रहे हैं। 190 डिस्ट्रिक्ट। मुझे जब आजादी मिली, मेरे देश को जब आजादी मिली, तब केवल 3% एरिया अंडर ड्राउट था। आज 60% एरिया अंडर ड्राउट और स्केर्सिटी है। मुझे जब आजादी मिली तब भारत की भूमि पर हार्डली 1% फ्लड आता था। आज मोर देन 35% फ्लड एरिया कवर्ड इन दिस रेनी सीजन। सो ये क्या है? ये डेवलपमेंट है कि डिस्ट्रक्शन है कि डिस्प्लेसमेंट है कि डिजास्टर है? You can decide. Social worker can decide where we are moving and where we are our future path. दोस्तों, यदि हमें ये देखना है कि ये क्राइसिस किसने पैदा की, तो ये क्राइसिस मैं कहूंगा कि हमारी मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी और इंजीनियरिंग और एजुकेशन और साइंस ने पैदा की। और ये पैदा इसलिए हुई क्योंकि इनके अंदर डिसइंटीग्रेशन था। यदि साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी में इंटीग्रेशन होता तो ये डिजास्टर नहीं आता। ये मेरा डेटा नहीं है, ये फोटो मेरा नहीं है, ये तुम्हारी सरकार का फोटो है। इसलिए ये मत कहना कि राजेंद्र भाई क्या कह के चले गए। वो आपकी भारत सरकार कह रही है 72% अंडरग्राउंड एक्यूफर इज ओवरड्राफ्ट। सो ये जो क्राइसिस है, इस क्राइसिस को किसने पैदा किया? इस क्राइसिस को पैदा किया तुम्हारी साइंस और इंजीनियरिंग की डिसइंटीग्रेशन ने। इंजीनियर ने डैम डिसाइड किया, he is making dam anywhere where our strong politician. So now the all dam decided by the politician, not the decided with geohydroscientists or by engineers. But in Rajasthan, people decide, community decide. We are making first number dam here because here is the confined vertical fraction, and this water coming here, we control the evaporation loss and the all water coming in the river, and the river is flowing. This is a simple science. This is not a rocket science. If you are giving to the earth or aquifer, water level come out and water is flowing. Very simple. So हमें ये देखना होगा कि हम कैसे इस काम को एक इंटीग्रेशन से देखने की समझ करें। ये जो हमारी जियोलॉजी है, एक नदी की जियोलॉजी किस तरह की होती है, एक नदी की टोपोग्राफी कैसी होती है, जब तक हम अपने विज्ञान को संपूर्णता से नहीं देखेंगे तब तक आपकी इंजीनियरिंग नदियों के हत्यारी बनी रहेगी। योर इंजीनियरिंग ए किलर ऑफ योर रिवर। सो यदि आप अपनी नदियों को दोबारा से जिंदा करना चाहते हैं तो साइंस विद सेंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी एंड इंजीनियरिंग विद कॉन्शियसनेस एंड कंसर्न, यदि हम उस तरह से आगे जाएंगे तो हमारी जो कम्युनिटी साइंस है वो आगे आएगी। कम्युनिटी डिसाइड वेयर वी नीड द वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग स्ट्रक्चर, where we need the check dam, where we need the jawhut, where we need the dam. So when this community decides, so this decision taken for Subh, not for लाभ। दोस्तों, हमें ये देखना होगा कि यदि इंजीनियरिंग यूज करनी है तो हमारा इंजीनियर, पढ़ा हुआ इंजीनियर कहता है नदी को सामने से ऐसे सीधी रोक दो। बट यदि कम्युनिटी डिसाइड करती है तो कहती है ओ यहाँ बहुत तेज ढाल है, स्टीप स्लोप है, यहाँ पे तो हमें कॉन्वेक्स डिजाइन का डैम बनाना पड़ेगा। बिकॉज द कॉन्वेक्स डिजाइन डैम नो नीड आयरन, नो नीड सीमेंट, नो नीड कॉन्क्रीट, लोकल मटेरियल यू कैन मेक ए डैम एंड नेवर ब्रोकन। सो ये जो नेचुरल इंजीनियरिंग है, इस नेचुरल इंजीनियरिंग से हमें पता चलता है जहाँ नेचुरल डिप्रेशन है वहाँ हम कौन की डिजाइन के डैम बनाते हैं जिससे हमारी गाय भैंस बकरी गरीब लोगों को साल भर पीने का पानी मिल सके। जहाँ जेंटल स्लोप्स हैं वहाँ हम स्टेट डैम बनाते हैं, और जहाँ
स्ट्रिप्स हो गए वहाँ कॉन्वेक्स। सो हम जब इंजीनियरिंग को विद कॉन्सियसनेस एंड कंसर्न यूज करते हैं तो 13,800 डैम से 2.5 लाख कुएं रिचार्ज हो जाते हैं। रिचार्ज करने के लिए हम कोई आर्टिफिशियल रिचार्ज टेक्नोलॉजी और इंजीनियरिंग यूज नहीं करते। द ऑल वेल रिचार्ज ओनली बाय द नेचुरल इंजीनियरिंग एंड द फ्रैक्चर ऑफ द एक्यूफर वेयर द कन्फाइंड वर्टिकल फ्रैक्चर द डाउनस्ट्रीम created well and well is recharged। और ये 2.5 लाख कुएं 17 लाख लोगों को जो गांव छोड़ के चले गए थे अपने 19 जिलों से, उनको वापस अपनी जमीन पे बुला लेते हैं और वो लोग अपनी जमीन पर रहकर अपनी खुद खेती करने लगते हैं। और फिर ये जो सूखी हुई नदियां हैं, ये जो नदियां मर गई थी, वो दोबारा से फ्लो करने लगती हैं। इसमें कोई रॉकेट साइंस नहीं है, सिंपल साइंस है एंड सोशल इंजीनियरिंग है। द इम्पोर्टेंट इज द सोशल इंजीनियरिंग। So when you use the social engineering, they think about the subh, not only the one person profit. So ये जो हमारा रिलेशन है, आप देख सकते हैं कॉन्ट्रैक्ट जब काम शुरू हुआ तब लोग गांव छोड़ के शहर जा रहे थे। ये वही नदी है, सड़क नहीं है ये जो दिख रही है, ये वही नदी है। अभी वो नदी बहती है, पेरेनियल है। ये जो बैरन लैंड है वहां सरसों यदि हम यहाँ गेहूं बो देते ना भाई साहब तो 3-4 साल में फिर नदी सूख जाती, क्योंकि गेहूं के लिए डिस्चार्ज करना पड़ता पानी। हमने ऐसी फसलें बोई जो विदाउट इरिगेशन होती है, जिसको पानी ना चाहिए, तो हमने क्रॉप पैटर्न को रेन पैटर्न के साथ लिंक कर दिया, क्योंकि मोस्ट वाटर यूज इन एग्रीकल्चर मोर देन 90% और समवेयर इन 80% and somewhere is 85% only for agriculture. But agriculture is very important for life. We can't say no agriculture. We need agriculture. This country is the agriculture. But we can now, due to the agroecological climatic diversity respect, by people make a river parliament, and due to the river parliament they take the decision what type of the crop we can grow and what type of the crops we can't grow. So ये जो हमारा जीवन है, ये वही नदी है। जब ये डैम इस पूरी नदी में बनते चले गए, कभी भी हमने 70% से ज्यादा पानी कहीं नहीं रोका। हमने हमेशा रेस्पेक्ट किया नीचे के लोगों का। नीचे के लोगों को ज्यादा, जितना ऊपर पानी रोक रहे हैं उतना ही पानी नीचे मिलना चाहिए। इसलिए पूरी नदी में दोनों तरफ लोगों को पानी मिलने लगा और क्रॉप चेंज हो गई। ये जो परिवर्तन है, ये परिवर्तन बहुत लोगों को अच्छा नहीं लगता। जब मुझे 2015 में वाटर नोबेल प्राइज अनाउंस हुआ तो पूरी दुनिया के साइंटिस्टों ने मेरे खिलाफ 1700 पिटीशन लगाई। कहा राजेंद्र सिंह तो साइंटिस्ट नहीं है, ये वाटर नोबेल प्राइज उसको कैसे मिल सकता है। फॉर्चुनेटली गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने एक कमीशन बनाया। ये CS झा साहब उन दिनों रिमोट नेशनल रिमोट सेंसिंग सेंटर के डायरेक्टर जनरल होते थे, उनकी लीडरशिप में उन्होंने कहा जल्दी से जांच करके 4 महीने में रिपोर्ट दो। अवार्ड मिलने से पहले, अवार्ड 7-8 महीने पहले अनाउंस हो जाता है। तो उन्होंने रिपोर्ट दी। साइंटिस्ट कभी कभी बहुत ऑनेस्ट होता है, कभी कभी बोला मैंने, कभी कभी वो अंडर गवर्नमेंट के प्रेशर में होता है, कभी कॉर्पोरेट के प्रेशर में होता है, कभी बिजनेस के प्रेशर में होता है, कभी प्रॉफिट के प्रेशर में होता है, पर कभी कभी ऑनेस्टी से बिना डरे वो भी काम करता है। इन 5 साइंटिस्ट थे इस कमीशन में जो मेरे खिलाफ जांच कर रहे थे, पर इन्होंने इतनी अच्छी रिपोर्ट दी जिसका मैं कभी इमेजिन नहीं कर सकता, और मैं उस काम को कभी कर नहीं सकता जो साइंटिस्टों ने किया। क्या काम किया? सारी की सारी मेरी जितनी वाटर बॉडीज थी उनको उन्होंने GIS पे मैप कर दिया। मुझे भी पता नहीं था भाई साहब कि मैंने कितनी वाटर बॉडीज बनाई है। उन्होंने सारी को हमारे रिकॉर्ड्स देख के 4 महीने के अंदर रात दिन लग के जितनी मेहनत की मैं नहीं कर सकता था, वो साइंटिस्टों ने 12-14 घंटे बैठ के सब रिकॉर्ड पुराने हमारे सब अकाउंट के वो सब छान के और उसको GIS करके कहा बस एक लाइन है जो उस अवार्ड को दिला सकी। Immense increase in vegetation is clearly visible in the region. You can see the remote sensing slides.
ये जो रेड कलर है ये ग्रीनरी है, ग्रीनरी इंक्रीज हुई है, और डेट्स और उसकी जो टाइम पीरियड वो सब है, वो क्योंकि वो तो अंतरिक्ष में घूमता रहता है ना, तो उन्होंने कम से कम भी सैकड़ों स्लाइड लगाई, और फिर तो कौन कहने वाला था तो अवार्ड जो है मिलता पढ़े लिखे लोगों की रिपोर्ट से ही है। तुमने काम किया है, वो काम को तो ये अवार्ड नहीं मिलता है दुनिया में। मैं तो जानता भी नहीं था इस अवार्ड को कि ये मुझे मिलने वाला है, और ये जांच क्यों कर रहे हैं मुझे नहीं बताया गया था, सरकार ने मुझे नहीं कहा था कि तुम्हारे खिलाफ है ये जांच, पर मुझे पता चला जब ये अवार्ड मिला कि देखो ये आपकी ये, और मेरी जो साइटेशन में उन्होंने लिखा, वो लिखा कि साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी जो काम नहीं कर पाई वो इन्होंने सोशल साइंस से कर दिया, ये काम सोशल साइंस का हो गया, इसलिए इनको अवार्ड दिया जा रहा है, क्योंकि उनको तो जवाब देना था ना दुनिया के और टेक्नोक्रेट और इंजीनियर और साइंटिस्ट को, इसलिए ये मेरे साइटेशन में लिखा। दोस्तों मैं कहना क्या चाहता हूँ, मैं कहना ये चाहता हूँ कि अभी भी वक्त है कि हम थोड़ा गांव से काम शुरू करें, और ये जो नेचुरल रिवर बेसिन, नेचुरल बाउंड्रीज हैं, उस पर अपने विद्यार्थियों को, अपने साथियों को लगाएं कि भाई तो काम तो एक छोटी जगह से करो, बट तुम्हारा काम का जो नजरिया है वो पूरी नेचुरल बाउंड्रीज के दायरे में चलना चाहिए, तभी आपका काम आगे होगा। और फिर लिंकिंग क्रॉप पैटर्न विद रेन पैटर्न, स्टॉप इरोजन एंड सिल्टिंग, ग्राउंड वाटर रिचार्ज एंड स्किल डेवलपमेंट इन एफिशिएंट यूज ऑफ वाटर। इसके लिए आपको अपनी यूनिवर्सिटी में, अपने कॉलेज में और अपने इंस्टीट्यूट में एक वाटर लिटरेसी मूवमेंट चलाना होगा, तब आप भारत को ड्राउट एंड फ्लड फ्री बना सकते हैं। आप जानते हैं केवल भारत देश है इस दुनिया में जिसके ड्राउट के रिकॉर्ड्स आज भी मौजूद हैं। राजा जनक के जमाने में भारत में पहला ड्राउट हुआ था त्रेता काल में, तो प्रजा ने कहा राजा जनक से, ए महाराज तुम अपनी महारानी के प्यार में महल में रहने लगे हो, इसलिए ये प्रकृति हम पर नाराज है, तुम ये महल छोड़कर अपनी महारानी के साथ मिलकर हल चलाओ तो ये प्रकृति खुश हो जाएगी और हमारा जीवन सुख और समृद्धि में, हरियाली में दोबारा लौट आएगा। और फिर सीता का जन्म हुआ। द्वापर काल में कंस नाम का दुष्ट राजा था मथुरा का, इससे बहुत नाराज हुआ इंद्र ने हमारे यहाँ जो एक बादल आता है अरेबियन सी से और दूसरा बादल आता है बे ऑफ बंगाल से अरावलीज में, तो इन दोनों को टकरा दिया, और दोनों को टकराने से हमारा पूरा वृंदावन डूबने लगा। तब गायों के ग्वालों ने कहा कृष्ण हम तो डूब रहे हैं, तो उसने कहा यार ये हमारा अच्छा दोस्त था, अच्छा देवता था इंद्र, इसने ऐसा बुरा क्यों किया? तो उसने इंद्र को बुलाया। इंद्र ने कहा अरे मैंने तो इस सारे कंस को तुझको बजा चखाने के लिए किया था, मुझे ये पता नहीं था कि मेरी गरीब प्रजा इसमें दुखी होगी, मैं अभी वर्षा बंद करता हूँ। और बादलों को समतल किया और जो द्वारिका डूब रही थी, हमारा वृंदावन डूब रहा था, उसको, ये है ड्राउट एंड फ्लड का क्रॉप एडेप्टेशन। दिस इज नॉट ए मैकेनाइज्ड कंट्रोल्ड मिटिगेशन, दिस इज कॉल्ड एडेप्टेशन फॉर मिटिगेशन ऑफ ड्राउट एंड फ्लड। ये जो इंडियन हिस्ट्री है इसमें हमेशा साइंस को विद सेंस एंड विद रेस्पेक्ट ऑफ नेचर फॉर द रेस्पेक्ट ऑफ ह्यूमन काइंड यूज होता था। ये कंट्रोल के लिए कभी भी हमारे यहाँ फ्लड कंट्रोल और ड्राउट कंट्रोल नहीं था। एडेप्टेशन जो नेचर ने दिया उसके साथ अडेप्ट करके हमें अपने को बचाना है, रिस्क फ्री करना है। हम कैसे रिस्क फ्री हो सकते हैं? वो रिस्क फ्री करने की साइंस केवल सोशल साइंस से आती थी। तो सोशल साइंस और हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी और इंजीनियरिंग और दूसरी साइंस सब इंटीग्रेट होके हम लोग सॉल्यूशन एक्सप्लोर किया करते थे। आजकल क्या हो गया है, एक टेक्नोक्रेट अपनी टेक्नोलॉजी से सॉल्यूशन एक्सप्लोर करता है, इसलिए वो सस्टेनेबल नहीं होता। विदाउट इंटीग्रेशन जब तुम सॉल्यूशन एक्सप्लोर करते हो तो उसमें सस्टेनेबिलिटी नहीं होती। सस्टेनेबिलिटी के लिए इंटीग्रेशन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर होता है। इसलिए दोस्तों मैं जल्दी से आपको बस 2-3 चीजें दी। ये मेरे गुरुजी हैं जिन्होंने मुझे पानी का काम सिखाया, और इन्होंने ये दुनिया के, जब इस दुनिया से गए सबसे प्रसन्न आदमी थे। कहते थे मैं 2 बार नहाता था, अब 2 बार नहाता हूं। इसका मतलब समझ में आया? पहले मैं होली और दिवाली के दिन नहाता था, साल में 2 बार, अब मैं रोजाना दिन में 2 बार नहाता हूं। तो ये जो सुख था, समझ, वो मेरे गुरु को मिला। और मेरे गुरु ने जो मुझे सिखाया, उससे ये धरती जो वीरान और नंगी थी, उसके कारण हरी भरी हो गई। दिल्ली में हमारी सब्जियां सबसे महंगी दिखती हैं, क्योंकि हम केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर, पेस्टिसाइड और हर्बिसाइड यूज नहीं करते, इसलिए हमारी सब्जियां सबसे ज्यादा। जो हमारे लड़के एक जमाने में ट्रांसपोर्टर्स के यहाँ मजदूरी करते थे, अब मेरे लड़के ट्रांसपोर्टर्स को मजदूरी देते हैं। ये जो ट्रांसपोर्टर्स हैं वो हमारी सब्जियां दिल्ली की आजाद मंडी में पहुंचाते हैं। तो ये बड़ा परिवर्तन केवल प्रकृति में नहीं होता, ये परिवर्तन लोगों में भी होता है। जैसे प्रकृति खुश हुई, वैसे ही लोगों के चेहरे भी खुश हुए। लोग और प्रकृति अलग अलग नहीं है, उसको हमें इंटीग्रेटेड देखना है। सोशल वर्क में यदि हम नेचर को और ह्यूमन काइंड को इक्वल रेस्पेक्ट नहीं देंगे तो नहीं चलेगा। हमारे यहाँ ग्रीन रिवॉल्यूशन आया, उसने सत्यानाश कर दिया, सब जंगल कटवा दिए क्योंकि चिड़िया आके फसलें खराब करती है। मैंने एक पेड़ नहीं कटवाया और मेरे लोग खुश हैं, और बिना इरिगेशन के हमारे यहाँ फसलें होती हैं। तो हमारे यहाँ पानी भी है और अनाज भी है। दोस्तों, मैं जल्दी से आपको जरा 3 मिनट मुझे ध्यान से सुनो, और जरा मैं तुमसे सवाल पूछने वाला हूँ आज, क्योंकि हमारे जो फिलिप बार्नबस थे वो हर चीज को क्लियर करना चाहते थे और ये भाषण उनकी मेमोरी में है, इसलिए मैं आपसे सवाल पूछे बिना नहीं छोड़ने वाला। पर पहले मेरी बात सुन लो। देखो, ये जो सूरज है, इस सूरज की जब रेड हीट समुद्र पे आती है तो समुद्र के खारे पानी को डिसैलिनेट करती है और H2O गैस में बदल देती है। ये जो H2O गैस है उसको हम इंडियन लोग बादल कहते हैं, क्लाउड कहते हैं। ये क्लाउड हमेशा ग्रीन हीट की तरफ जाते हैं, जहां ग्रीन हीट है, जहां जंगल है, क्योंकि हीट यहां भी है। तो ये जो हीट है, ये इस हीट को अपनी तरफ बुलाती है। इसमें H2O है और इसमें O2 ज्यादा है, तो ये दोनों जब मिलते हैं तो ये दोनों मिलने के साथ बारिश होती है। लेकिन यदि वहां माइनिंग है, डिजास्टर, उस एरिया में मेरा पूरा अरावली, दिल्ली, हरियाणा, राजस्थान और गुजरात, 4 राज्य अंडर माइनिंग थे, डोलामाइट, ग्रेनाइट। मैंने 1990 में सुप्रीम कोर्ट में मुकदमा किया और मैंने कहा ये दुनिया का हमारे दूसरे नंबर का सबसे प्राचीनतम पहाड़ है और ये हमारी हेरिटेज है, विरासत है, इसको बचना चाहिए। उस जमाने में एक ऑनेस्ट चीफ जस्टिस थे, जस्टिस वेंकट चलैया, उन्होंने ऑर्डर दिया और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को कहा कि तुम एक तरफ इस डेमोक्रेसी में जनता के पैसे से प्रोटेक्शन का काम करते हो, जो तुम्हारे प्रोटेक्शन का एरिया है उसको डेवलपमेंट के नाम पर डिजास्टर क्रिएट करते हो, इसलिए सारी माइंस बंद करो। 28,000 mines closed in 1991 due to my fight in Supreme Court. And 7th May, that time the government is very good. मैंने गवर्नमेंट से कहा कि जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने डायरेक्शन दी है उसकी लाइट में कानून बनना चाहिए। तब तुम्हारे यहाँ का एक हमारी संसद का अध्यक्ष होता था, शिवराज पाटिल, उसने वो मेरा मेमोरेंडम लेने वहां आया था। उन्हें कहा तुम दिल्ली मत आओ, मैं वहीं आ जाता हूँ। वो जमाना था जब लोग सच्ची बातों के लिए खड़े होके आपके पास जाते थे, आपका सम्मान करते थे। मैंने कहा कि भाई आप केवल एक अरावली प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट बनाओ। भाई साहब 3 महीने के अंदर अंदर 7 मई 1992 you receive अरावली प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट। वो जमाना था जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट जो डिसीजन देता था उसको सरकारें एग्जीक्यूट किया करती थी। आप सुप्रीम कोर्ट जब कॉर्पोरेट के फेवर में डिसीजन देता है तो रातों रात एग्जीक्यूट हो जाता है। जब नेचर के प्रोटेक्शन के लिए कोई जजमेंट या ऑर्डर देता है तो एग्जीक्यूट ही नहीं होता। ये डिफरेंस है आज। तो फिर तुम्हारा सोशल वर्क का रोल क्या है? What is the issue today for social work? Now you can decide. Now you can choose. My dear friend, जब ये बादल यहाँ बरसे, उस जमाने में हमारे यहाँ बारिश नहीं होती थी। ये मेरा इलाका है। मेरे गांव की औरतें गीत गाती थी, हिंदी में सुन लो, अंग्रेजी में ट्रांसलेट कर देना जिसको अंग्रेजी ना आती हो। बादल तो आते हैं हर साल मेरे गांव में, पर बरसते नहीं हैं वो, रूठ कर चले जाते हैं कहाँ मैं नहीं जानती। जिस दिन से बादलों ने रूठना शुरू किया, मेरा बेटा और मेरे बेटे की बहू भी रूठ कर दिल्ली चले गए। न जाने अब उनको खाना रहना पीना क्या है। मेरे कुएं में पानी नहीं, मेरे खेत में हरियाली नहीं, और मेरे जीवन में फिर खुशहाली कहाँ। मुझे मालूम नहीं कि मेरा बुढ़ापा कैसे गुजरेगा। ये वो दिन थे जब हमारे यहाँ बारिश नहीं होती थी। रेड हीट के कारण क्लाउड्स ऊपर चले जाते थे और हवा के कारण पीछे से आगे निकल जाते थे। मेरे इलाके में बारिश नहीं होती थी। तो मेरे इलाके के लोगों ने ये जो पूरा सरिस्का टाइगर प्रोजेक्ट का एरिया था, उसके नीचे नीचे पूरी वैली में बांध बनाए, और जितना बारिश इन हरे इलाके में होता था, उस पानी को डाइवर्ट करके हमने अपनी वाटर बॉडीज में ले लिया। जब हमने अपनी वाटर बॉडीज में पानी लिया तो हमारे कुएं रिचार्ज हो गए, और कुएं रिचार्ज हो गए तो लोग खेती करने लगे। तो ये जो खेती की हरियाली है, उससे पानी का ट्रांस एवोपरेशन हुआ, और मेरी वाटर बॉडी से एवोपरेशन हुआ। इन्होंने माइक्रो क्लाउड बनाने शुरू किए, और इन माइक्रो क्लाउड्स ने मैक्रो क्लाउड्स को बुलाया। अब क्या होगा? समझ में आया? तुम जब इंसानों को और प्रकृति को दोनों को बराबर प्यार करने लगते हो ना, तो आपके सनातन विकास के रास्ते खुल जाते हैं। उसको अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट, जो बहुत छोटा शब्द है। हिंदी में उसका अर्थ है सनातन विकास। चरेवेति आदि अनंतः, कभी मरता नहीं है, वो हमेशा सृजन करता रहता है। सदैव नित्य नूतन निर्माण करने वाले विकास को हम सनातन विकास कहते थे। आज वो नहीं हो रहा है, आज उसका उल्टा हो रहा है। हम आज हमारे इलाके में देखो हमने क्या किया। हमने कुछ नहीं किया। क्या हो गया अपने आप? जो पहले रेड हीट धरती पे आती थी, वो रिफ्लेक्ट होके उल्टी जाने लगी हरियाली के कारण, और अब वहाँ का टेम्परेचर 3 डिग्री कम हो गया। वहाँ का जो कार्बन था एटमॉस्फेयर में, वो हरियाली ने सिक्वेस्ट्रेशन करके मिट्टी में डिपॉजिट कर दिया। मिट्टी की हेल्थ सुधर गई। अब मेरे इलाके में आ जाइए, जरा देख लीजिए, पंजाब से ज़्यादा अच्छी फसलें होती हैं। पंजाब की फसलों में केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर, पेस्टिसाइड डाला जाता है। मेरे इलाके में केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर, पेस्टिसाइड यूज नहीं किया जाता। पर मैं बाजरा, ज्वार और रबी में सरसों पैदा करता हूँ, जो बिना इरिगेशन की होती है। खरीफ में मैं अरहर की दाल पैदा करता हूँ, जो बिना सिंचाई के भी हो जाती है। इसलिए फसलों का ध्यान जब आप अपने जलवायु के साथ रखेंगे, तो आप अपने किसानों की बर्बादी रोक सकते हैं, किसानों की समृद्धि ला सकते हैं। ये जो समृद्धि है, इस समृद्धि का प्रमाण ये है कि ये काम तो भारत का छोटा सा था, लेकिन इसने दुनिया की नीति बदलने में 2015 में रोल प्ले किया। 2015 से पहले क्लाइमेट चेंज, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग में वाटर को आपको कोई पढ़ाता नहीं था। मेरा दोस्त था राजेंद्र पचौरी। मैंने राजेंद्र पचौरी को 2009 में कहा कि यार तू इंडियन है, और इंडियन लोग वाटर इज लाइफ एंड वाटर इज क्लाइमेट एंड क्लाइमेट इज लाइफ कहते हैं, तुझे इतनी बात समझ में नहीं आई क्या? बोला, पर राजेंद्र भाई, मुझे यूएन ने ये रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी मेरी एनर्जी की एक्सपर्टीज में दी है, वाटर की एक्सपर्टीज में नहीं दी। इसलिए मैं अपने डिसिप्लिन से हटके एक भी शब्द नहीं लिख सकता। तो मैंने कहा अच्छा तू लिख नहीं सकता, मत लिखे, तू आ जा मेरे साथ। वो बेचारा 5 दिन मेरे साथ रहा। उसने कहा राजन भाई, आपने जो कहा ना, वो तो धरती पे दिख रहा है, पर ये मैं नहीं बोल सकता, ये तो कोई आपको वाटर साइंटिस्ट ही बुलाना पड़ेगा। तो मैंने कहा तुम जानते हो क्या किसी साइंटिस्ट को? मैं तो जानता नहीं भाई, मैं तो अपने इलाके में काम करता था। उसने कहा हाँ मैं जानता हूँ, बहुत सारे लोगों को जानता हूँ, बोस्टन में है और स्लोवाकिया में एक बहुत बढ़िया आदमी है तुम्हारे जैसा, वो ग्रेट साइंटिस्ट है, यूएन उसको बहुत रेस्पेक्ट करता है, तुम स्लोवाकिया वाले कॉर्चिक को बुला। कॉर्चिक को मैंने बुलाया, वो तो बड़े हंसी खुशी आ गया। 3 महीने मेरे किसानों के साथ उसने बात की, और किसानों से पूछा कि मैं पहले कैसा था, ये परिवर्तन कैसे आया, कब से आया। तो ये जो स्लाइड है, जो मैंने ये अभी आखिर 9 स्लाइड दिखाई, ये मेरी नहीं है, ये कॉर्चिक जो साइंटिस्ट है दुनिया का क्लाइमेट का, उसकी बनाई हुई, मेरे इलाके के किसानों के साथ बात करके बनाई है। उसने अपनी कैलकुलेशन और कॉन्सेप्चुअल मॉडल में ढाल के नहीं बनाया, ये कोई मॉडल नहीं है, ये रियल साइंस विद सेंस है कि जब आप प्रोटेक्ट कंजर्वेशन करते हैं तो समृद्धि के रास्ते अपने आप खुल जाते हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच। पानी पीने के लिए काम करती हूँ। ठीक।
We just would like to thank Professor Rajendra Singh ji for his inspiring, wonderful talk in his own inimitable style, and we shall have a small little program where we shall be releasing a book that he has written on this stage, and then maybe go for the next part of the program. So we'll have the book release immediately.
कल जब मैं निकल रहा था तो हमारी संस्था के लोगों ने कहा कि एक किताब आपकी आ गई है, ये जो मैंने 127 देशों की यात्रा की है पिछले 7-8 सालों में, उसमें से 40 देशों का अनुभव लिखते हैं। ये जो पूरी दुनिया में ड्राउट एंड फ्लड है, ये दुनिया के ड्राउट एंड फ्लड के सॉल्यूशन क्या हैं और पूरी दुनिया कैसे डिस्प्लेसमेंट हो रही है, और ये जो नया वॉर है, ये वर्टिकल वॉर कैसे होगा, उसकी कहानी इस किताब में है। मेरे ख्याल मैं भी आपके साथ हाथ लगा लेता हूँ। ये किताब हिंदी में है और तो आपको जब मौका मिले तो बता देना, मैं भिजवा दूंगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
ये आपने अभी दोनों वक्ताओं को सुना, एक अंग्रेजी में एक हिंदी में। बातें वही हैं जो हम समझ के भी नहीं समझना चाहते थे। राजेंद्र भाई ने जितने सरल शब्दों में, शाहजहां जी ने जितने सरल इंग्लिश में वो बातें आप तक प्रेषित की, मुझे लगता है कि जो ग्रीन सोशल वर्क रिस्पॉन्स टू क्लाइमेट चेंज एंड एनवायरमेंटल इशू की थीम है, उसमें पूरी तरह से फिट होता है, पूरी तरह से उसका समर्थन करता है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद राजेंद्र भाई को। मैं बहुत सालों से उनको जानता हूँ, उनके काम को देखा है। मेरे मित्र हैं एक जियोलॉजिस्ट प्रोफेसर लुमकड़, उनके साथ काम करते हैं, और उसके बाद उन्होंने मुझे भी प्रेरित किया कि मैं वाटर पे काम करूं। हरियाणा में हम लोगों ने कुछ काम किया, एक आध दो आर्टिकल लिखे, तो सरकार पीछे पड़ गई। तो आज इस अवसर पर 10वीं भारतीय समाजकार सम्मेलन में हम सम्मेलन के आयोजकों की तरफ से दोनों ही स्पीकर्स का, राजेंद्र सिंह जी का और प्रोफेसर पी.के. शाहजहां साहब का बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करते हैं, स्वागत करते हैं, उनको धन्यवाद देते हैं कि उन्होंने ज्ञान हमारे साथ बांटा, अनुभव हमारे साथ साझा किए, और उससे हमें निश्चित रूप से फ़ायदा होगा। बस राजेंद्र जी के लिए बताना चाहूँगा, एक छोटा सा हम लोग इस सम्मेलन में एक गो ग्रीन कैंपेन शुरू कर रहे हैं। आपके पास फोल्डर है, और इसमें पूरा इंडिविजुअल बिहेवियर कैसा होना चाहिए उसको लेके हम लोगों ने कुछ ऐसे एक्शन लिखे हैं जो हम इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे कर सकते हैं। उसमें वाटर सबसे पहले और प्रमुख है, क्योंकि वाटर ही लाइफ है, वाटर ही लाइवलीहुड है? तो बिना पानी के बिन जल सब सून। और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपको कि जो हमारे वाटरमैन हैं, जल पुरुष की जल यात्रा के लिए, निश्चित रूप से इससे भी लोगों को बहुत सीखने के लिए मिलेगा। आपका बहुत बहुत आभार। बहुत प्यार के साथ समाज कार्य का समुदाय आपका पुनः धन्यवाद।
Thank you all the dignitaries, and thank you everyone for joining this session in the morning. Now we will have a 10 minutes break, and we will start the plenary session after 10 minutes at 11:45. Thank you very much.
पीछे चल रहा है, शेड्यूल पीछे चल रहा है। 10 मिनट का ब्रेक लेके तुरंत आ जाएंगे अगला प्लेनरी सेशन। ऑलरेडी स्पीकर्स यहाँ पर हैं।
मी पण आहे आपलं करतो बस
सर ले जाएंगे आपको लिप से ले जाना इसे अरे वाह तुम्हारे साथ बात हुआ अच्छा ये ले लीजिए भाई जल्दी निकले क्योंकि नई क्लास शुरू होने वाली है नहीं मैं तुरंत निकलने वाला हूँ थैंक यू वेरी सर्वे आया था ना आया था बिल्कुल मुझे याद है सर्वे
बहुत बढ़िया
भैया कि हाँ बैठना तो बनता है लेकिन आता
नाही लावा कशी लावलं कधी बट नाही इथं बट नाही
उलटे बटन त्याचे बटन उलटे सगळं फिस्टिंग झालं आहे तिथे जरा नाही चिंतेचा काय संबंध सिस्टमचं बटन तिथे ना
ते माहितगार असलेली जे आहे ना त्यांनी बरोबर तेवढ्या लाईन मधले बटन
चेकबुक की तो बात ही आप साइन करा लेता है सर एक साइन कर लीजिए ये प्लेनरी दो है, दो थे वैसे मर्ज किया होगा इसमें। नहीं ये दोनों मेमोरियल लेक्चर दो
मेरा उसके अंदर से वो निकल गया माउस। मैं ग्लू बैग इज दे वो दे दूँ मेरे को। हाँ वो दे दूँ उसी के अंदर
बस ये एक इसमें पेन ड्राइव में डाल के इनको दे देंगे तो वहीं से दिखा देंगे।
Prajakta, it's my own person. Yes, sir.
Yes, I have. That's a beauty of conference.
टेंशन आता कवरही बसायला हवं.
Good morning. We are going to start plenary session number 3. So once again, good morning to all of you, and I welcome you all for this plenary session. The theme for this plenary session is energy, climate change, green social work and sustainable development. And we have with us Dr. Ramesh Jare. He is going to chair the session. I request Dr. Ramesh Jare to come on the dais. Dr. Ramesh Jare has done his Master's Social Work from his Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. He has done his PhD from YCMOU, Yeshwantrao Chavan, Maharashtra Open University, Nasik, and his expertise are planning and development. He has a lot of experience of teaching, research and extension. So we are very pleased to have Jare sir with us. Thank you, sir. So we have speaker for this session. We have Mr. Dinesh Zabke sir. So I invite Mr. Dinesh Zabke sir to come on dais, please. We have with us Dr. Ankur Saxena, another panelist. I request Dr. Saxena to come on the dais. And we have Brother Alex. I request Brother Alex to come on the dais. Okay. And we have with us Dr. Mahesh Thakur. I request Dr. Mahesh Thakur to come on the dais. I request Vikas Sagar to come on the dais. Vikas.
More chair required.
I am happy to introduce to you today's speaker. We have with us Brother Alex. Brother Alex belongs to Selection Order of Don Bosco, and he is also alumni of CSRD. Soon after completion of his Master of Social Work in CSRD, he started working with villages of Ahmednagar, focusing on watershed management, women empowerment through SSG, empowering farmers, etc. His contribution brought a significant change in the lives of many village poor. For his renowned work, the government of Maharashtra honored him with Vanasri Award. We are very happy to have Brother Alex with us. We have with us Professor Dr. Ankur Saxena. He is at present Secretary of NAPSWI. Professor Ankur Saxena has been involved with academics for more than 20 years. He has been currently imparting his service as an academician in the Faculty of Social Work, the MS University of Baroda. As far as educational qualifications are concerned, he received his Bachelor's in Science from Faculty of Science from MS University of Baroda and Master's in Social Work from the same university, the MS University of Baroda. He completed his Doctor of Philosophy in Social Work PhD. Apart from this, he completed his PG Diploma in Human Resource Development from Faculty of Education and Psychology. Additionally, he also completed PG Diploma in IRPM from Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Baroda. He is also known as a person who is an excellent communicator and a stalwart in the field. He has presented papers in numerous international conferences. He has many publications to his credit. He is known as dedicated individual holding mastery over a subject. Additionally, he has also written a book on corporate social responsibility, and this book is widely accepted and read by many. So we are very happy to have sir with us. Sir, welcome. We have with us Mr. Dinesh Zabke. He has joined Cummins Ahmednagar in 1991 as a graduate engineer after completing his Bachelor of Engineer from University of Pune. Dinesh sir has earned his Master in Business Management MBA from Kelly Business School of Indiana University, USA. Dinesh sir has performed multiple leadership roles in supply chain management and operations, including supply chain leader, plant manager, etc. Currently, he is serving as Integrated Supply Chain and Operation Director at Cummins Generator Technologies India Private Limited. His responsibility includes leading health safety, environment, quality, and manufacturing, supply chain, procurement, etc. He has expertise in managing large team, multiple site operations, industrial relations in a unionized environment. He has worked extensively in UK and USA on business transformation assignment for 5 years. We are very happy to have sir with us. Sir, welcome you. And we also have with us Vikas Savik is also working, looking after CSR project in Cummins. And we are very happy to tell you that Vikas is from CSRD and we are very proud that he is really doing wonderful job in this Cummins. So we are also happy to have Vikas Savik sir with us. So I request our Honorable Director, sir, to felicitate today's speaker and the chairperson. And we also have with us Dr. Mahesh Thakur. Again, he is also alumni of CSRD. We are very happy to have Mahesh sir with us. He is looking after various activities in Karve Institute of Social Sciences. He is professor and has done his Masters from CSRD, PhD from Maharashtra University, looking after CSR project in Karve Institute and other activities. So we are very happy to have sir with us. And I request our Honorable Director, Dr. Suresh Patare, to felicitate today's speaker and chairperson. Dr. Amit Zare. Brother Alex. I request Divedi sir to come on the dais. Mr. Dinesh Bhatti. Dr. Ankur Saxena. Mr. Dinesh Zapke sir. Vikas Savik sir. Very sir. Sure. Dr. Mahesh Thakur. Thank you very much. I request Dr. Ramesh Jare to take over this session. Over to you, sir.
And my guy.
Good afternoon.
welcome to the plenary session. Welcome to the plenary session 3, which is on energy, climate change, green social work and sustainable development. We have 5 presenters or rather speakers in this session. And this, I'm told that this session will be basically discussing about the role of CSR projects and green social work. As you know, CSR projects now become very popular in the country. There was a time, we used to criticize the corporate, particularly in academic field and the social work. We used to say that, these are the basically exploiting environment. They are the one who is not concerned about the environment and the people, and particularly poor people. But I would say in the last 10 to 15 years, the role of CSR has become very important. And all of us know that, 2% of the profit, we can see that, it is spent on the development projects. So now it is become important for us. I would say my own institute. Initially the Tuljapur campus of TIS started with I would say CSR funds, and we have been implementing many projects, not only CSR Tatas but other CSR projects, and the watershed projects which I am going to talk about maybe today in this session or sometimes, it was also one of the CSR projects. So CSR funds or donation is become very, very important nowadays, and the important role of CSR. So I would say that, in particularly green social work, there is a lot of activities is taking place in the country, and in this session, these experts is going to focus the CSR projects particularly on green social works. So I would say now how to sequence. Who would like to go first? Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you. Yes, Sri Dinesh Japkeji. Already Dr. Suresh Mugutmal has introduced him. So I welcome Dinesh Japkeji. Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
Hello, good afternoon. So first, I want to thank Dr. Suresh Padhare and the Institute for calling us here, giving us the opportunity, what work we are doing in the community. So what I will do next, before I start that, actually I will apologize, like we are running late, but unfortunately we'll have to leave around 1 o'clock, so we'll finish and we'll take your leave. Apology for that in advance. So what we'll do in next maybe 20-25 minutes, I'll brief you about our company. And this briefing is not about the product or what we manufacture, how much profit we make, nothing about that. But it's going to be mainly around our philosophy about...
I just request you to complete in 10 minutes. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, sir. Yeah. So, 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, thank you. So, thank you. So, I will try to finish that. So, in 10 to 15 minutes, we will explain you our philosophy about sustainable development and community work, what we do. So maybe you can go to the next slide, please. Next couple of slides, then I will not just. So this presentation will cover our company, about our environmental initiative, sustainability, our 2050 goals, and my colleague Vikas is going to take you through some green CSR initiative examples. So briefly, Cummins we founded in 1990 in Columbus, Indiana. We have more than 100 years history. We are present in 990 countries, and we have multiple businesses. But very recently we started with new power business, which is focusing on green energy. So I think that is so specifically we like to call out. And we have more than 62,000 employees all over the world. But in India, again, we are present since last 60 years. This year we are celebrating our 60th anniversary. We are paying more than 10,000 employees, 21 plants, and we are proud to say we have very diverse workforce. Almost 34% of our employees, they are women employees, and our target is to get to 50-50. So this is So I will quickly touch upon, because all the work what we do in whether it is sustainability or environment or community, it is linked to our mission and vision. And mission is why we actually exist. We exist to make the people's lives better by powering a prosperous world. And here, the prosperity does not only mean like financial stability or creating wealth, but also doing it in a sustainable way, doing it without, or I would say, minimal impact on the environment and the community. So I would say we look at it very holistically, not only from the materialistic point of view. The second, how we actually execute this mission is our vision, innovating for our customer. Now, innovation is actually core of every activity we do, whether it's our product, manufacturing process. And this innovation we have used to really, I should say, making the impact in the society, in the product we develop. So, for example, I'm really proud to say Cummins is very well known for engine, and we manufacture one of the cleanest engines in the world. So our engine actually, when performs, it will not give any toxic gases, but will leave water. So this is the innovation we have done. In Cummins, actually, it's not about what, it is very important about why and how. The how part is really important. So one of our values is caring. So in this caring, it is not only caring for our employees alone, but we care for the planet, we care for all the stakeholders, and I should say community is one of the important stakeholders for us. So we care for our community in the society where we operate. Next slide, please. Yeah, next slide. So actually, our legacy is started back in 1990 when our legendary chairman Arvind Miller, he set the foundation for this particular day, and his statement is very powerful, and I would say it is a timeless. He says we won't be surviving in long run until and unless we behave as a responsible citizens. And again, this motivates, this inspires us to do all the work in the sustainable improved development and also work in the communities. Next slide, please. I think our motto has been, everything what Cummins will do will lead to the cleaner, healthier and safer environment. Again, environment is the society in which we operate. I'm just actually have to rush through these slides, but maybe sometime we can spend more time on this. Next slide, please. So our sustainability journey has been long, right from 2003. We were, I think, the first few companies who actually filed the sustainability reports back at that time. At that time, it was not really customary, or it was not really required by the government, and we did it voluntarily. So between 2003, up to 2014, it was pockets of the work we did. But in 2014, first time, we announced our goals for 2020, environmental goals. So these goals were very aggressive, and we announced it publicly what we are going to do for the environment going forward. So I think this was, I would say, very bold and move from our company. And in 2020, marking the 100th centenary of our company, we announced what are going to be our 2050 goals. and in the next slide I will share what are those goals. If you look at this 2050 aspiration goals, again they are very, very aggressive. They are around, using less and less of the resources, reducing the greenhouse gas reduction by objectively. So we have publicly committed that we are going to reduce greenhouse gas emission by 50% through our product. Then within our manufacturing facility, reducing the waste we generate by 25%. Recycling of all the waste what we have, we are making 100%. And today I am really pleased to say, even in Ahmednagar and Ranjangaon, our sites, they are 100, whatever waste we generate is 100% recyclable. So there is, I would say, minimum to nil impact on the environment. And I think we heard, in the previous session how important it is for the sustainability. Next slide, please. So what we achieved in last 2 years, these are some of the numbers. 20% reduction in, I'm not going to read everything, but 20% reduction in greenhouse gas, zero landfill, 19% water reduction, water intensity reduction. All our sites in India, they are water neutral. What it means that we conserve more water, than we use. So in Ahmednagar Ranjangaon region, whatever work we have done, we are conserving almost 7 to 8 times more water than we use in our facilities. So I would say this is our small contribution. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is some of the pictures, about energy. So most of our facility are now having a rooftop solar facility, which helps us again to reduce greenhouse emissions. So and we use energy efficient equipments, lighting, etc. So to reduce the power consumption. Next slide, please. Yeah, these are some of the examples. I think almost all the sites, they have this installed now. As a result of this, actually even our facility has been recognized by CII. So our sites are categorized either platinum, gold or silver. Means they are energy efficient, conserve water, we use renewable energy, recycling. So all the best practices in manufacturing has been followed, and I would say this is a really proud work for us. Now actually I am going to hand it over to Vikas, as introduced by Vikas is a very passionate colleague of mine, and he did a lot of work in this area. So he's going to share some of the example what we are doing it locally. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dinesh sir. Very good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. As Suresh sir told you that I am an alumni of this institute, passed out in the year 2006. Very happy to be here and see the premises, meet our teachers, Suresh sir, Suresh Mugutmal sir, Suresh Pathare sir, Asavari ma'am. Really, feeling so happy to be here again, and I'm feeling really proud that we have been invited to be here and talk about our company. So I would request to go to the next slides, please. So I'll take you through about Cummins corporate responsibility projects. So we call it corporate responsibility and not just corporate social responsibility, because we feel it is not at all limited to social things. It is much more beyond that. It is when it comes to environment, so we feel it is also corporate responsibility. Can you open the presentation, please? Let's move on. Correct. Yes, next slide, please. Next slide. So this is Cummins India Foundation. It was constituted in the year 1990, much more before the Act came in, CSR Act 2014. And I won't spend much time here. So our foundation is, compliant with all the legal aspects, and the Act came into 2014, but it did not really change anything for us, because the work which we were doing, it was completely aligned to what this Act says, and we were doing much more than this act was, act is recommending right now. Next slide, please. So basically, we work in the 4 focus areas. One of it is strategic projects. We have projects in higher education. We have projects in energy and environment. And here is what I'm going to talk more about it. If you see the green highlighted projects, so those are related to energy and environment. And most of our projects, all the projects which are aligned to SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. Next slide, please. So because of the time crunches, I am just taking you through. And the most important part of our project is we do projects which are community centric, which has employee engagement opportunities, and again we have a leadership support. So these projects are done only if these 3 things come together, and if these projects are sustainable, if they are scalable, then only these projects are taken out. And we have projects in 3 states, mainly Maharashtra, Ahmednagar and Ranjangaon, MP, Devas and Pithampur, and we have projects in Jamshedpur in Jharkhand state. And for me, I take care of projects at Ahmednagar, Ranjangaon, Devas, Pithampur and Jamshedpur. Next slide, please. So here is what I'll spend little more time. We have energy and environment projects and projects in the area of water conservation. As Dinesh sir told you, we are not water neutral. All our India plants, they are water neutral. That means we are conserving more water than what we are using inside our plants. And our objective of this is creating water bodies or improving capacity of water holding capacity of these water bodies, so that more water is stored and it allows for percolation. We have projects in the area of biodiversity and afforestation, and the objective of this to improve green cover and revitalizing ecosystems and ensuring that what we do has a scientific approach. We have waste management project, so very interesting project we have done in Pune. So all the pulse of this waste management is segregation. So I'll just directly jump into the project. One of our project, we call it Zero Garbage Project. So we demonstrated this project in partnership with Pune Municipal Corporation. The ward of Katras was selected. More than 3,000 of our employees, they visited each and every household in Katras ward. 11,000 of these households, commercial complex and housing societies were visited by our more than 3,000 employees for more than 3 to 4 months. And multiple times they visited, and they created awareness how they have to segregate this waste. This segregated waste was sent for biogas. The dry waste was recycled, and the biogas unit runs on Cummins genset, and the energy is used to electrifying street lights. So that's how this ward has become zero garbage ward. That means the garbage generated inside the ward is processed inside, it doesn't go for landfill. So 95% of the landfill of the garbage which was earlier sent to landfilling, so it has reduced to 95% now. So air pollution, again we have projects and the ultimate aim is to offset carbon, and we have multiple projects in this area. The picture what you see is energy efficient stove. So this is what we have given in rural areas, and this reduces pollution by 5 times, and in 75% it improves the energy efficiency of the wood. We have strategic projects, that is Clean Air Delhi. So we must be aware about Delhi's air crisis. So in the year 2016, here is when the air quality became so worst that government had to declare it as an emergency, and first time ever 1800 primary schools were shut. And this is the time wherein Confederation of Indian Industries, CII, they partnered with Niti Aayog with support from Cummins. And the objective of this project was to bring multiple stakeholders on a same forum and think about actionable models to improve the air quality of Delhi city. Next slide, please. So here are some, water conservation projects. In Pune, we have projects at Khadakwasla Dam. So basically, what we are doing is we are improving water holding capacity of this dam. So we are creating more, space for water to store, so that it remains in the dam and it is useful for the people, to be used. We have projects at Aund military area. We have projects at SRPF, and we also have projects at Pune University, and that is in collaboration with Maharishi Karve Sri Shikshan Samstha and our Karve Institute of Social Sciences. Professor Moez Thakur is also, one of our partner for that project. If you can see, we have created water bodies in the model villages. I'll not talk more about what we do in villages. I'll just talk on water. What we do is we just create, water bodies, so that the more water is stored and it allows for percolation. You can see the huge water bodies developed by Cummins. And we have one more project that is based on the climate change, and we call it Monsoon Resilient Maharashtra. So in this, what we have done, we have selected 44 villages. A hydrogeological study was conducted, scientific study. It studies the aquifers, the rock structure and everything, the way the earlier session explained how we have to scientifically do water conservation. In the same manner it is done. And last 4 years this project is running, and it's fetching its benefits now. Next slide, please. Only 2 minutes. Thank you, sir. So this is about the Khadakwasla project. You can from photos you can see the water holding capacity has been increased, and because of Cummins efforts. So the water. So what we can say is because of Cummins efforts, Pune city can get water for entire 1 month. So that kind of a impact this project has created. Next slide, please. So so this is about our afforestation project. I won't get much into the detailing now, but what I would say here is we have planted 1.73 lakh trees, and our tree plantation program does not come just for plantation. It comes along with maintenance for next 3 years, and I would say we have a playbook for each of. Cummins is an engineering company, and it exists in 190 countries. So we strongly believe on processes and documenting these processes in the form of standard operating processes. For each of our project, we have a standard operating process, and this process is called as playbook. For each of our project, we have a playbook, and this is followed across all our sites. So similarly, we have a process for plantation of trees. Scientifically, we select native trees, and we ensure these trees they survive in the next 3 years. If the tree survives for 3 years, then it is done. Next slide, please. So you can see the flora and fauna, how it is flourishing in our Pune sites. Next slide, please. We can see a lot of migrating birds. They have started coming again. So this is about these are just glimpses. So we ensure that minimum 6 to 8 feet height plants are they are planted. Recently, Government of Maharashtra, they have declared Vanashri Award to one of our NGO partner. So Mr. Rajendra Pawar is sitting here. So he has been awarded that award, and this is for the best plantation we have done in one of the village. Next slide, please. So this is an interesting part. So what we have is all our projects are community centric, and we ensure that there is an employee participation. So employee participation is not just for coming and just planting trees. We ensure that every employee's skill set and his passion is utilized in our project, and we have a robust system to track what employees are contributing. And we have a portal where an employee he logs in his hours. Hours in the sense every employee, every community is what the concept is, and under which every employee spends minimum 4 quality hours in the project, and it is tracked. So every year more than 50,000 of hours are clocked, and 10,000 plus of our employees they participate in our projects. And this is an impact. So impact of 21-22, we are yet to calculate our impact. So this is if we add that, so figures would be much more increased. So what it says is we have touched more than 3 million of lives, and I won't get into I won't read everything here, but from environment perspective, we have planted 1.73 lakh trees. We have conserved 4,000 million gallons of water. 1,080 metric tons of CO2 is offset, and 3,500 metric tons of CO2 is offset, and 180 metric tons of waste is avoided to get into the landfill. Monsoon Resilient Maharashtra project impact can also be seen here. We have 27 model villages, village development projects, and few of our villages are in partnership with NABARD. So I won't spend much time here. So this is an impact, and we have also supported the communities during the difficult times of COVID. About 1.75 lakh lives were touched, and that's how Cummins is contributing towards communities. So here I would take a stop, and I would like to thank the organizers and CSRD for inviting us and giving us an opportunity to present what we are doing for the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dinesh, Jafke and Vikas. Since I think you want to go? Yeah. So I just allow one question. If there is a question from the audience, we can take that question. If there is any question from the audience?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
It's not a question. First of all, I must congratulate you for such I must congratulate you people for such a tremendous initiative. But my question is, what message do you want to convey to social work fraternity? That is missing actually. So what would you like to say?
And with this, my small question is, what is the sustainability of these projects?
Exactly. That is my second one actually. Because yes, of course, you people are working for sustainable development. But what is the component of sustainability after the project? How many others people are inspired by your project? You have given targeting, you have touched upon 1 lakh something people, right? So how many others are inspired by this initiative? That is what is more important in India, because we have a lack of resources. That is what is for me personally more important as far as any sustainable development project is concerned. So please.
Thank you. I think really important question. I would like to answer it in this. The message first is like I will talk from Cummins' point of view. So we as an organization believes that it comes to again our mission and values. We cannot prosper alone in the world as an organization if we are not passing on it to the community. Because at the end of the day, whether it is a customer, supplier, employee, we live in a community. So the end game is, we have to make our communities prosper. So this is, and Vikas touched upon this. For us, corporate social responsibility is just not a ritual. Like it's not okay, government is asking you to spend 2% of your funds. It's not about funding. It's getting engagement and participation from everyone. Like for example, every our employee spend 4 hours at least in a year, which is a paid. Like they don't have to take leave for this, and it is minimum. Okay, it's not. It depends on if you have to spend more time, even you can spend more time. So it is engagement, participation. So we participate with the local NGOs. We may not be expert in everything. So participation is most. And the last question about sustainability. Again, as Vikas mentioned, we have a playbook which actually takes it. For example, if you have a model village, it is not a 1 year, 2 year journey. It is a minimum 5 years engagement we take with that village. So we define the goals before we start working with the village, and we are working then with them together. It is not like we just spend fund, visit them twice a year. No, it is a continual engagement by our people with our NGO partners, and we ensure we hold their hand till the time they get self-sufficient. But at the same time, we recognize we have to leave the hand at some point of time. Otherwise, जैसे हम लोग when we teach our kids to drive, we have to hold their hand for some time and then leave them. Otherwise, they will not become self-sufficient. So that is the philosophy we follow for all the projects we've done. So this is how I would say. I know whether it answers your question, but this is how our philosophy is.
Thank you.
I would add one.
Yes.
I would add here. So I joined this company 12 years back in the year 2010, and after passing out MSW and working for some other corporates, I joined and I saw a lot of engineers are there in the corporate social responsibility team, and I was confused. What these people are doing here? This is my job, so I have to do this, not the engineer. It took some time for me to understand how engineers and social work people, they are coming together and they are making miracles, because the technical aspect which I don't understand. I don't understand the technical aspects like the emission. How do I reduce carbon footprint? So these engineers and I must tell you, engineers, if they do not have any plan, they are uncomfortable. They will not do anything. If I tell them I have to do this, no. If you give them a plan, if you tell them this is what it is, and then they will bring their expertise, and then we are there. For sustainability, it is our responsibility. So I'll take an example of water conservation. Why water conservation is sustainable in modern villages? Because when water was not there, people were doing single crop on all those were rain-fed areas. But water is available in their wells. So water structures created by us, they are maintaining it. So that's how the sustainability part is coming into the existence. So there are many more projects like clean cook stove. So it is reducing their wood. So instead of 10 kg, they require only 2 to 3 kg. So it is going to be sustainable part. So this sustainability, it is a combination of social work and engineering. So it is social engineering. So that's why all our projects are designed in such a way so that they make a sustainable impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dinesh, and thank you, Vikas. Of course, the sustainable development, the Vikas is there from MSW perspective. The social work perspective goes from him to communes. So that is the great thing that communes is doing, that he is employed Vikas as a social worker to develop this project and the strategy. What I see that he will definitely help people to help themselves. This perspective, the sustainable development perspective, he will take to the communes and many villages and communities in the future. So I thank both of you for a very, very interesting presentation in this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And apologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I request Brother Alex to please make the presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am associated with the CSRD from 1986 when I came here for doing my MSW. After that, I am associated with the CSRD because I worked in Ahmednagar itself. We got a center called Bosco Gramin Vikas Kendra. And as I was doing my MSW and I came to Ahmednagar first time, as I went to the villages, what I realized that there is no water, undulating topography, and rainfall is 6 to 8 inches. And I took sort of a challenge that we will make a sustainable development, not only sustainable development, but by enhancing the human ecology. And that is what we did it. I took it around 20 years to do that. But we managed to do that in 20 villages, and that too also with the help of the people or getting the people's contribution completely in that. When we went to any village and we wanted to take a comprehensive watershed project, we had a Gram Sabha, And in this Gram Sabha, we decided what we are going to do. And with the people's involvement, we did this watershed work. Also, when we had this Gram Sabha, we decided that from each area, from the village, we took 15 representatives who could help us to form the village committee, and through their watershed work was done. And then since there are a lot of students from Maharashtra, and when you always think that if you don't have the paisa, things don't happen. But if you have a will, paisa comes. And when I was doing my MSW, I am coming from Don Bosco organization. And Don Bosco organization, many of you know, it is quite rich organization. But when I was doing my MSW at the age of 32, I had a motorcycle, but there was no money for petrol. And when I asked my superiors, they were not agreed to give me anything for petrol. But I planned that somehow or other, within the next 3 years, I am going to plant 1 lakh trees. How I going to do, I didn't know. But it was will. And after 3 years, we started planting the 1 lakh trees. And after 4-5 years, every year we would plant 1 lakh, at least 3 lakh trees. And why I am telling this, it is somehow they feel that we need money, and that's how things could happen. Not really that. If you have a will, if you sit down with the people, and if you plan with them, and then if you have a proper strategies, and then I can say that, and a big credit goes to CSRD for giving the sort of a basic knowledge about community organization. And these community organizations can do the things. And also I have learned another thing, that we were told that when you are doing any development activities, you try not to take external resources or external material for the village development. Try to use the material which is available in the village itself. And what was available in the village was the dry land, no water, nothing. Then with that, we came with the watershed development strategies. And when we started making the trenches on the hills and the water was stocked on the hilltop, then we did the Nala Band, Swamp Band, etc. The things really got changed. I remember the village Dongargarh, where we started the first project with the CRS Caritas project, the Catholic Relief Service. People gave me about 20 acres of land on the hill and about 30 acres of land to experiment. And they gave us the experiment because they are not going to lose anything. But when we did that, after that water table increased in the surrounding wells, and whole village came to me and asking that we want to have a watershed development as it happened in the upper region. And with the AFRO's help, we did the survey, and then the project started. And when we started this, we did the successful project at that area, then there was the fund flow was not an issue. And just to say that within the next 20 years, we did 23 watershed development villages. We also had a little survey of the villages before the watershed. The revenue of the village used to be roughly about 60 to 70 lakhs rupees. But after the watershed development project, where we spent roughly about 50 lakhs that time, the revenue went up to 3 to 4 crore rupees within the next 3 years. And now, I just 1 year back, I was talking with some farmers from one village, and they had just onion crop. It was a bumper crop. And then when I was talking with them, how is the crop, etc. And then we sort of make how much the onions are sold. It came up about 27 crore rupees. Only onions. The other crops are different. Just yesterday I had a time to go to village Dongargarh, where we had this watershed work, and then we realized that there is really sort of a jungle has taken place. Where the 25 years back, people would for firewood dig the roots and use that for firewood. Now there you can see the completely green area. Dongargarh had 112 wells, and it was considered as a dark zone. Government is not giving any money for digging the further wells because there was no water. Now all these wells are recharged and people are getting sufficient water. Dongargarh had about 6 cycle shops where people will take a cycle and come to Nagar for work. Now there will be around 300 motorcycles and completely green area where on the hills we used to see about 150 to 200 cattle grazing. Now no free grazing. Because there is not because it has stopped initially, but now there is no need of all the cattle are inside. They're getting enough of grasses and they got a milking cows, etc. So this is how what watershed development can do, and that too also I have to add here that it is a people's cooperation. Because we have formed the village watershed committees, and that committees decide what to be done, how to be done. Now, for example, those who know what watershed, in each village there will be two or three small watershed areas. So we take up one area, and then whole village decide that we'll concentrate on that. And not only that, to get more labor available, people have decided these 3 years will not have any digging of wells or new construction, etc., because more people can come on the field for work. And this is what can happen with the watershed development work. Of course, today morning we had talked from the Rajendra Singh, so you can they had done quite a big way in that area, but it is like especially from drought-prone area, people who are coming, students, it is not really impossible task to do the good work. And when you do the good work, there are people who are ready to support you, they come forward. I remember we had given one project to Bureau of the Tata Trust in Bombay, and we had given for one village. They said before we sanctioning a project or considering a project, we want to see what you have done. They had done a 3-day program to us. 2 days they said we want to see what you have done. And third day we'll see the new village which you want to adopt. After 2 days seeing the work we had done, evening they asked me, brother, if you give you 3 villages, we'll take it up. I said, I'll take it up, of course the budget will go, so that is, you don't worry about that. So we have to build a credibility. I am talking of the credibility because many NGO, if I can say that, it is what you call, there is some question mark sometimes. So if you take that really seriously, that we are for the people, we have to do for people, then money is not a problem. Also, we sometimes think that it is my monopoly or we don't have to share our knowledge with the others. But if you share your knowledge with others, it grows. Now, for example, Rajendra Pawar was here just now. He was with the BJVK, and he saw I told him what we are doing, how we are doing, etc. He formed the NGO and he is doing wonderful work. Then there was Mr. Lagar he passed away some time back. He was also with us. He also formed the NGO. There are several so we have to, if you keep on giving your ideology, your listen to people, you don't lose anything. People will prosper, many people will prosper, and then we can go ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Alex. It was a wonderful presentation on watershed and the work done by Don Bosco Gramin Vikas. Now, if there are any questions or doubts from the audience. Yes, at the back. Okay.
It is somewhere.
Very good afternoon, sir. So as we work in villages, many villages, because my question is where when you are speaking, you just touch the facts which are with me. So you are just touch beyond my facts. So when you are working in villages and you collected various representatives from villages, and mainly you said that money doesn't matter. For a person who says money doesn't matter, which means that definitely you should face the many challenges with the people. So people's participation is most difficult thing and most important thing during this watershed management in the villages. So my previous question is, when you collect those representatives, what is the means during these challenges? Because people are getting together, you've got 20 acres for experiment itself. So what people believe that this can be done by giving the 20 acres for experiment. So what are the challenges during this meal that you face? Because it is different various people, poor farmers, rich farmers. So 20 acres might be reached by many farmers. So what is the means during these challenges that you must
Actually, the 20 acres will not be used for control trenches, and about 30 acres will be the farmer name, which what they are not getting anything from that land. So they give that area because they will get employment, food for work. So that was the reason they gave. Then you may be asking, maybe having some more questions which I can envisage now. Like one village, Tongariri itself, we had one check dam area. It was very proper place for a check dam, and we tried to, we decided that we could have the check dam there. Committee decided. But somehow or other, that farmer was not interested in doing that because some internal problems they have. Because he thought if I do the check dam here, my neighbor will get more benefit, and that's why he didn't want to give the land. So we got that person in. We tried to convincing it. He didn't get convinced. We got him in the Gram Sabha. Gram Sabha also people try to tell him that this is a nice place and it is going to benefit to many of our farmers. He was not listening. Then one elderly person got up and said that enough is enough. Now onward, if you have the wedding at your place, you do it alone. If there is funeral, you also manage. So he got up and said, if you think that it is the right place, then you do it. So it is people's power. And how you can do it, that it is like you have to go there and sit down with them. They got to get convinced that you are the person for them, then things happen. Okay, it will take a long time, but that is what should be our way of doing it.
Thank you, brother, for answering that. Any other question? When Dr. Brother was talking about watershed development, I remember my own earlier days when I started watershed development. Though he was simplifying everything, all the process, but it is not that simple. First thing is you need to understand the village dynamics. Village dynamics is very important. If you are not able to understand and solve the village dynamics, because simple thing which he was talking about, free grazing. The moment you start working on watershed, you have to say that stop free grazing. So when you implement this principle of stopping free grazing, then the question of landless people will come that how to survive. How we will survive if you are stopping free grazing? Where we will go? This is the challenge, this is the question, this is the solution. Some solution we have to provide them at that particular point of time. Then only you can go ahead. Otherwise, there will be a conflict between landed communities and landless communities. So this is a conflict in the initial phase, and this is what I faced. And I suppose Brother Alex also might have faced these issues in his area when he was doing watershed development. Yeah, you want to say?
In fact, in area, one village where we worked, there the land was belonged to what we call very poor people, and then the whole village cattle together there. So I talked with the people who had a land, that your land is there, but you are not getting benefit. If you make a trenches and you arrange the water, your grass will go bigger and you can be able to sell the grass to the people in the village. and told farmers that if you dig the trenches there, your water table will increase. So both I managed to convince. Of course, there was a lot of issues came, but we managed that. So both got benefit out of this situation.
Thank you brother. Okay, now very interesting presentation, and all this watershed development is really is a part of green social work, which I think it is a very basic thing that we need to do in every village, watershed development, and to green the village and increase the water level and plantation in the villages. So I move on. I now request Dr. Thakur for his presentation. Dr. Thakur, he was already introduced by Dr. Suresh Mugutmal. So please go ahead.
I think you just put my presentation. Good afternoon to everyone. It's been a pleasure to be standing in the kind of a hall where I was passed out from 1998. I'm remembering my farewell party here, welcome party and the annual gathering as well. So it's it's an honor to be a part of this particular Green Social Work Conference. The kind of presentation which I want to make it's because Vikas and Mr. Chapke, who has already given me a kind of a little easy my task, because the task which I am going to discuss about how the correlations of the social work, the corporate and the university as well. I've seen that from the yesterday morning, tomorrow and again maybe tomorrow many people are going to discuss on watershed in rural areas. Even I thought of I'm talking about urban watershed development program as well. So this is something where I want to hit the point here. So it's again the corporate where the CSR is going to be funding, and I believe that when the social work people, when this corporate work comes, the people that get discomfort. It's nothing to do that, because something which we want to do for a social cause, we also need to be talked about certain kind of funds and to be get into the hands to develop the community as well. So Barren to Blue is the kind of a theme under the Cummins project which we have done it. Arshur Saab यहाँ पे है, is from the University of Pune, so I am also going to put up the history of the university as well. Next slide please. So this kind of a structure, if you see that, it's a heritage site under the CSR rule 2013. It's a governor house, which I can show to you. Just next slide please. Where you can say that the particular point which is going to be highlighted sometimes is a governor house where the British used to stay there in the rainy season, not in summer. If you see that in the, somebody people maybe visited the university, there was a rain tree called, it is an Australian species which is already available only in Australia and in India, and that is in Pune University as well. So it's just a species where if the little rain just fall, it can become green. And that's why they planted there. And when there is a summer, they go to Mahabaleshwar. I am talking about Britishers. And when they have a kind of the winter, they go to Mumbai. So you will find this kind of a triangle which made by the Britishers in that time. When they stay in the rainy season in the universities or in that particular, now is the university, but in government house, they used to have a Hathi, it was elephant. And that was called Hathi Pond, which was there, and which I founded, okay, because in 2007, somebody has said to me in Coca-Cola, because 2011, I think 9-10, they said to me, why can't we do some rainwater harvesting project in the university? And that time, I got clicked the idea, why can't we do that? But over a period of time, due to my schedule and everything, it was not possible. And you already seen the comments, which one of the target group to me, to say, to understand, okay, these are the people working in the area of watershed development. So that was the case. Number two, though it's an university again, you'll find they're struggling for the summertime, the water issues. We used to go for refresher course, orientation course, and the kind of, the urinals were stinking in that time. And I thought of, why don't we have to see that, because 470 acre of land of the university, and why can't there should be a kind of a water pond which is going to be exist there. So this is what my search was to be done that. Next slide please. This particular pond in the British era, that was Mahatma Jyotirao Phule who was constructed, he was a contractor, and he was done that. Even you can come from the Yeroda bridge, that was the same stone was used from the university which the building was constructed. And that particular, what you call the water pond where the hathis or elephant has to be swim, it's called Hatti Khana, which also we are going to convert into a environmental information center. I'm going to show that also to you. So looking at this particular program and then understanding of these issues, I said let's have a dialogue. Like we taught in the classes casework and group work. The people only do a casework and we said client. I said client also a corporate. So even we need to do a kind of a casework and group work with them. It was not taken efforts to do it more with Cummins because they're already working with the watershed program. So that was easy for me to do that. And when you say the groundwater level, so even there is no any kind of, though there is a borewell is available, but there was no water. And that was a crisis. This is a situation in urban city, in Pune University, South Pune University, as well. This is just go back please. This is the exact location when you can say that in 2006, May. Very dry, a barren land which was there. And this was a patch which I can show you when it's going to be completed. Next. So when you say 2019, you can see that. You can imagine the kind of water the bodies are there and what is not. It is nothing there. No biodiversity, no water storage, nothing is available, though it has been aspects of the under the administration of the university. Next slide please. Because the university has to open up new departments and branches and they have some of the building and structure, they started the new buildings, and whatever the old structure or there are certain things, the debris and the things which has got the filled up. So it is going to be one of the landfill area was being started there. So this is what the situation. Backside there was a development which happened with the another nursing company. So it's going to be a dumping yard, you can say that. Next slide please. Preparatory work. So when it is not that easy to touch upon even any land, as the brother Alex has also mentioned about it. So when it talks about, we have to discuss with the university people. It's thanks to the particular Vice Chancellor, the former Vice Chancellor, Nitin Karmankar Saab. He was again from the Environment Department. So he understands, okay, this is a very interesting project which we can do it in the university. So when we started this work, we also need to tie up and need to discuss the project simultaneously with the university, with the Cummins as well. Now, Vikas also mentioned, and even all the students of the MSWC here, we talk about new education policy. And when I was discussing on new education policy, I always mentioned into that particular forum, any MSW program is more interdisciplinary. Because we got interdependent in all other facilities and all other functions as well. So when we said the civil engineering, I'll show you that, what civil engineering comes. I am a non-technical commerce graduate and MSW from HR and IR specialization. How we need to get interested in that case. Next slide please. Now, it may look like a kind of a goggle some people wear when they go to any kind of the jatra. But it's not like that. It is something where you can see that this is a structure which is particularly the area where how much of the water will get stored. What is the water holding capacity of that particular pond, and how much of water will drain accordingly from that particular area, so it will store the entire water periphery in that particular university as such. So that was a very interesting thing which I also was not aware, and that is where we need to understand, okay, this is something watershed development. Alexa, there is a dire need of the people, civil engineers, they don't know watershed program. So there should be a kind of a joint collaborations to understand watershed and civil engineering. There people are not available as well. So that's another case. Next slide please. Now this is a clearance work, you will find JCBs and things like that, because almost 20,000 ton of the particular debris and the particular desilting that we done there. Now this is something where we require a fund. And for that reason, the Cummins has approved. Now we have to sit with the civil engineers, we have to draw the plan, we have to sit with the environmentalists, we have to sit with the people who are going to have certain kind of an understanding towards the watershed. I'm very happy when I heard about the Rajnath Singh Saab's session. I said, okay, this is something where we have to link upon the technology and advancement of social sciences. Next slide, please. So you see that how much is the storage, because again there is a kind of a societies of people stay there, so ultimately it should not be harm to even the nearby the people who are staying there, and the water also should not be creating any issues in that university, because university is given with some kind of the trust to us and saying that you should need to be taken care of a more kind of a, well, you are taking a risk, but you should take at most kind situations where the water should not be go out in any other form. Next slide, please. आगे जाओ. So you will see that even when the engineers comes and sit there, when there was some site of which is going to come up, we have to take a consensus. The Eastern department of the university also will take into a conference to talk about what exactly need to be done. Next slide, please. Now this particular, the budget, when we talked about in social work about budget, when we do a budget, we thought of like JCB has a kind of a rate of 1800 rupees per hour. And when we say that when there's a hard rock is there, then it's all your budget is going to be a nonsense then. Because the kind of the rock which is there, it required to break out that particular rock is another kind of thing. But thanks to Cummins, which they also supported, okay, fine. This particular area and the startup which we identified, the more budget that we required, they were given funding to us also. That's an important part. Next slide, please. So almost, and this is a period that started in 2019 and again the COVID has come. So 2020 and 2021, 19, 20, 21 initially, we have really taken a permissions to draw the people to get this particular machine inside of the campus and everything. That was the real hazard which comes and when it talks about problem tree in the project management system as well. Next slide, please. So you can see that the soft rock and the other JCB admixing with 20-meter width and 50. This is all technical. Next. The plant cleaning work that was happening due to the rain because of the COVID. We again have to remove the another more debris from there. Next slide. The rainwater in a first harvesting, you can see that. I've shown you the picture in 2019 and the kind of water storage is there at the moment. This is in the first thing where you cite full supply is showing water storage, almost 70 lakh of liter, where the capacity was 2 lakh liter. And that was only in the rainy season. Now it was going to increase in 70 lakh, and we also done the adjacent plant. We've got 1 crore 20 lakh liter of water we store in every year and every time of period. So sustainability is also taken care of in that way. December 19, December single material or cement from outside. Whatever the which is what we taken from the particular from deserting, we put it down in that way. So this is where in the periphery you can come and see that when you come for your convocation in the January, please do visit this particular kind of the pond. Next. Looking at this particular pitching bunds and walls, again I think we also calculate into impact how much direct employment, indirect employment that to be generated in this particular kind of systems. Next. I said about the closed building, here supposed to be the kind of the hatti baandne ki jaga, the hati yahan pe baandhte the. Now we are going to open, this means of the two big buildings will be sit on this. So we are going to be started there as an environment information center. So that will be the one thing. And there's a good trees which is planted there. We have a berry, the cherry and berry trees also in this particular close by area, because since these people go to the Mahabaleshwar, the kind of pond also they will put down there. So we have the trees also there. See, this is all, we can say, pathways that we made with the same particular stones. Next. This is a second pond we generated, because once the pond is full from the first capacity, we should have a second pond to be there. And that's why we got a permission from the university, and there's an entire plant we made out. So again, there's a plant, increase the capacity of almost 60 lakh litre. So that's why I said almost 1 crore 20 lakh litre water that we kept inside on this. Next. Now, this is a kind of university where the people also come from the outside. So we also called a kind of a thing called Nakshatra Garden. Now this talks about tradition and culture and rituals, where all the kind of Rashis are there. Based on that, we also have to take care of that particular Rashi. I'm very happy when the Vipin Sabhi said, or somebody said about the 27, even Keshav Walke also said about, there are certain kind of things which is being mentioned that this tree should not be cut, this particular species should not be touched. So similar line, Nakshatra one, which also is also established, and there we have a particular trees planted. So almost 5,000 trees newly planted in that particular area. Next. The inauguration is on World Earth Day. So it was the particular the kind of inaugural we have taken in the university itself in this particular pond, and I think this is kind of in the history of the university, one of the legacy that is we added, and I'm very happy to say that the social professionals who can think about sensitizing towards the environment and thinking about the water conservations in the university as such. Next slide please. So this is what I mentioned, go slide please again, next. You can see this particular table. So what is an impact? You can see that. What was there earlier and what was now. So water got stored there and what it has been increased a certain line of action. So this is something where your groundwater recharge, the kind of local visitors, it will be going to increase more as that the people comes. Next. Opportunity for the university. When you say the university, it is a lab for a student. No, we are not saying this is a lab. The lab is also there for environment studies and zoology department as well. These people can think about it. Department of the universities also will go to come down and they will do a study further for whatever the newer species is going to come. The Karma Institute, like we as watershed development example for students, we have a near time, and again you know that what's the traffic in the Pune, so we can show them what exactly that we can do in urban cities also. The kind of the legacy that we added, and the Cummins is this water neutral company, so they have also this particular thing. Employee engagement is one of the area, and creating awareness to not only the employees of Cummins but as well as the people visiting to the university. Next. The students visits, the people interaction towards the biodiversity, environment, because sitting in this room we cannot talk about environment and biodiversity, and the people need to know what is the kind of leaves is about. So this is we have to understand. Next. These are the employee engagement programs. Now every 15 days, the Cummins employee, like right now they said about 4 hours they have to contribute towards the environment, towards their particular conditions. So these people are going to come down. We also engage them into different activities and the things in the university. Please, next. I want to tell you this. This is something where even the global leaders from the all Cummins people have come there and they appreciate and understand. Now they come to know this is something where these people will talk about the importance and the role of social work. At the same time, environmental kind of the hazards which is now they are taking care of. At the same time, even they have given us a good fund for the next programs to be get conducted in coming years. So these are all the people from US, from UK, and from the again the SBO head which were presented there. These are the local species that we found in that particular area. So species birds are 59 reptiles, mammals, new planted trees, monsoon migrant birds, winter migrant birds, the critical node and near vulnerable. One of my MSW students is an engineer, is an MSW and is a wildlife diploma in wildlife expertise. So he could make it that. Zahir was his name. So he was also taken into consideration by talking about how the social work can be intervened in this particular segment. Next. This is a turtle. Now people by jokes said to me, "Kya aapne chhode kya wahan pe?" I bola, "Nahi baba, yahan time kahan hai?" It's not about that. The turtle has come down there, and this is the one turtle which is again this species is not going to be there after some years, but we are protecting that. Next. So these are the biodiversity. This kind of the Sugaran Vandapandala. This is a kind of the house, which is a very interesting story that we came to know. The male is going to construct that house, and the female has to check. If it is not good, she will not say next banao, acha dusra acha banao. That's the story of the Sugaran of this particular bird. Next. Aage jao. So these are there, the snakes are there. So we always tell the employee engagement activities when the student goes. We say that take care of the snakes because it's all full of the biodiversity. We are in their zone. Next. So, social work research, we ask always about issues and tasks. I said, let's the task need to be understand from the issues and the problems which is around you, which is in the periphery of that. What I feel after some year, every institution, every university, every house is need to have their own watershed programs. And I think that will be the kind of a condition will come. People will say, why in the university? I said, water also used by the university. If the water is regenerated there, they will use for the gardening and for the other purpose as well. So the other water will be taken by other community as well. So this is something which we have to understand. Social work administrations, while talking about report, budget and everything, a component and follow-up and dealing with the corporates, we have to understand that.
May I say
2 minutes? Yeah. Okay. Plant-based service that's coming in India is a diesel engine manufacturer. So when I say diesel engine manufacturer, they are already creating a carbon footprints. Why can't they should work in the area of environment? And I'm very happy these people got linked. Sometimes people are working in some other in automobiles area and they're working in the education. I said there is no linkages between whatever they have created and what the kind of things that you are doing for a kind of a cause for sustainability. Casework, as I mentioned to you, I do with them. Because even it is very tough for the corporates to discuss with them because they thought of they are a son of a farmer or they are, I don't mean to say that, but if there is a Rotary member, it's a qualification for CSR. I said no, this is not a qualification. It is called social work professionals who are there, who is going to see that what kind of a contribution that they want to make it up. And the group work, when they sit in the board of directors rooms, where this question comes in a very different manners, it comes into what is the impact, how it is going to come down, how much is the ROI. These are the new words which the students of social work need to be understand. And I believe that this is something which already incorporated under our syllabus as well. So, when you say this is something which I want to highlight, that whatever the things which we made it out, we said it's created the biodiversity, we required a corporate collaborations for it, the educational institutions and every professor and the student has to think about how we can think the other social problems and to discuss whatever is there. There are so many patents are available, but that patents has never converted for the social issues and social problems. So let's find out what are the social issues are there, and at the same time there are certain technologies are available, we can take it and we can do a collaborations in corporations with the social work intervention. That's what my say to this particular conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahesh ji. Very good model of watershed development. Yes sir.
Sir, kudos to you. Not really. Kudos to you for the wonderful work. And not really a question, but a bit of a curiosity. Could you name us what kind of plant species were being planted?
In Nakshatra?
Yeah.
It's all Indian species that is been planted there. But it's a name which is on 27 Nakshatras and other things which is there is planted. Why I said to this, because many of the corporates and ITs in Ingenuity, I also have another things to talk on them. They have made other plants which is not an indigenous, which is not creating any biodiversity. And because of that, not a single bird sits on that. Now I've seen even in the Nagar also the glass buildings are there, and I've just been in a lab, I said to it, why is a required by glass building? We are not staying in Europe. It's something where it's going to create another issues. So even IT companies in our areas, in the university as well, when we say that indigenous trees that was planted there. So from people ka ped se leke, bargat ka ped se leke, all the peds which is required in transgenders, I'll give you that list of it. And you can implement in the small area of the Naminagar College as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
And actually the crux of all this is, I'm a small environmentalist, as a matter of chance.
Okay.
Relate to trees also. One of the factors that I suppose, this humble suggestion,
okay,
I then I'd advise you, bee friendly and bird friendly.
Yes.
If this mantra is followed, perhaps it goes a long way in really achieving what we are interested in by afforestation.
Right. But now what I said to you, like there was no biodiversity, the flora and fauna. But now I said the turtle was there was nothing there. I except the frogs. but that was the creation which has been there now. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Maheshi. I found 2 or 3 important aspects from your presentation. One important thing that social work college, Karve Institute, taking a lead to regenerate bonds in university. Though it's a big university, Pune University is a big. There are scientists, there are environmentalists. But being all those people, social work, that is what they're taking lead to regenerate. That is very important aspect I found that in your presentation and what Karve Institute is doing there. Secondly, this is the watershed model. If you are saying that, like it's yes true, but this is a model which campus to community.
True.
This is what when people will come, this is where they should see, they should learn how one should do the watershed management, and that is what through your work we can show to the people, the students. The another thing which Dr. Atul ji was talking about, the interest, the linkages between social work and community and the watershed. So this is what you shown here, CSR project, how it can be useful for the social work profession, because this is how they should be doing, and then this is exactly you are trying to do there in Pune University. I thank for a very good presentation what you are doing in with Pune University. Thank you. Thank you, Manji. Now this is the last presentation. I request.
Sir, request that we have presentation and discussion and comments will have for lunchtime. So if anybody has a question or discussion, that will continue after presentation.
Yes, presentation.
Yes, after presentation for lunch.
Okay, yeah. So
immediately we'll break for
yes.
That discussion is going on.
Yeah.
There is no question.
Yeah, we have taken all the questions. Whatever the questions we have. Yeah. Now I request Ankur Saxena ji, please go ahead with your presentation.
Very good afternoon, respected chair, my fellow presenters, respected dignitaries of the dais. I'll share something about the corporates, how they are into a small documentary is there. How do we look at corporate social responsibility? It's just not only for the corporates. Is there a role of university also? Can we talk something about university social responsibility? How are we sensitized? I'm coming from city of Vadodara, the cultural capital of Gujarat. I failed to see a sparrow, which used to come 15 years before on my balcony, and today I don't see those sparrows. How do I look as the role of professional social workers into human resource management, which is talking about green HR? Are we moving towards paperless office, or still papers are important? Every circular which is coming from the university, it's in a hard form. Can we change the medium to when our Honorable Prime Minister sir is talking about digital India? Two, 3 months are fine, but when the moment March, April comes, I always seek to see where is a tree and where can I find a shadow. I visited Chennai, I visited Agra, and the moment I enter by train and you see a lot of plastics that are becoming plastic bags. Do we as a social work professions need to look at those biodiversity? Do we need to look at that ecology? What can be our role is green social work. What will be the role of the alumni? What will be the role of NSS? Is the role of NSS only for NSS Day? I'm just putting a question mark that can this, when we talk about green HR, when we talk about green social work, can it be from bottom to top approach? Can it be imbibed in our curriculum? When it can be in our wisdom? Do we need to change our attitude? The moment I go out of my house, can I carry a thela instead of carrying a plastic bags? I think we need to bring about a change in our attitude. हमको शर्म आती है, we feel shy कि थैला लेके जाएंगे लोग क्या कहेंगे, कुछ नहीं कहेंगे. और अब तो कुछ नहीं कहेंगे, मैरिड हूँ उसके बाद तो कोई कुछ नहीं कहेंगे, पहले शायद शर्म आती थी लेने के लिए कि थैला आप लेके जाना। I think that attitude transformation is very, very important if we need to save our planet. I'll just play a 10-second video about Tata Capital. How do they work on the green nature, how they talk about the planet, how they look at the sustainability. So,
it is morning in the hinterlands of rural Maharashtra. Vaishali, a bright 14-year-old studying in the 9th standard, lives in the village of Talawade, located in the Khed block of Pune district. Having only one Zilla Parishad school up to the 4th standard, children in the village who want to study further, like Vaishali, normally had to walk about 6 kilometers to attend the school in the neighboring village of Kohinde from the 5th standard onwards.
It's been noticed that in rural areas, girls generally stop studying before they have graduated or before they reach high school even. So we decided to give 10 girls cycles from the village because the high school that they go to is quite distant away and it takes them nearly an hour and a half to walk. Of course, the results speak for themselves. They have improved attendance and the teachers in school tell us that with improved attendance have come better grades for the students as well.
As part of our trust to improve the quality of education, raincoats, school bags, books, notebooks and study materials were given to 113 needy students. To foster a spirit of learning, teaching aids were also donated to the local primary school. The mission to adopt this village for its overall development was started in May 2010 under our corporate sustainability wing. CAS, an NGO from Pune, is our project partner in this mission. In Talawade, people are mostly dependent on agriculture for their livelihood. Rain-fed crops are the mainstay of the economy. Hence, priority was given to teach the farmers new techniques to increase the productivity of their crop yield. The Department of Agriculture started conducting Sheti Shala, a non-formal farmers' school in Talawade in November 2011 in response to our appeal for cooperation.
पहिले आम्ही जुन्या पद्धतीने जे भात लागवड करायचं त्यात खर्च खूप व्हायचा, वेळ खूप जायचा. आता आम्हाला सरांनी सांगितलं त्याच दुसऱ्या पद्धतीने खर्च खूप कमी होतो, वेळ कमी जातो आणि उत्पन्न पहिल्यापेक्षा आमचं डबल उत्पन्न वाढलं.
शेततळ्यासाठी जी मदत मिळाली त्यामुळं शेततळ्याचं काम पूर्ण झालं नाही आणि या शेततळ्यामुळं जमिनीला ओलावा टिकून राहतो आणि पावसाने ओढ दिल्यामुळं हेच पाणी आम्ही शेततळ्यानंतर शेतीला वापरू शकतो. परत ओढ दिल्यानंतर दुर्बल पिकासाठी या पाण्याचा आम्ही उपयोग केला जातो आणि याच्यामुळं आमचं उत्पन्न वाढलं गेलं.
The emphasis in the near future will be on providing water to the village, improving options for livelihood like dairy and poultry farming, increasing community-based rainwater harvesting initiatives, developing biodiversity surveys, strengthening the self-help groups formed by the women of the village, focusing on health-related issues, and building further on our educational initiatives.
For our
team is that we push volunteering within Tata Capital. We have a very young workforce and the workforce is going to grow. We have a workforce with high ideals and people who are willing to spend time and effort in helping on the corporate sustainability front. So we hope to drive volunteering as we go along, where we can get every individual employee of Tata Capital to contribute to a cause of his or her liking, and where Tata Capital is also contributing.
Our dream, through our initiatives in Talabade Village, St. Jude Childcare Center and the Adivasi Ashram Shala, is to give the children and the local communities a sense of self-reliance and optimism for a better future. At Tata Capital, we not only strive to do what is right for our customers and stakeholders, but also for the community and society at large. Tata Capital. We only do what's right for you.
Is this a business model? We need to learn lessons from Lemon Tree, Red Fox Hotel. The contours, the color of CSR, it varies from organization to organization. Go to Lemon Tree hotels and look at Lemon Tree hotels. They are recycling the water. They are using in the washrooms. Red Fox Hotel at Aerocity. It is just not only one area. Of course, since the theme of the Congress is green social work. Look at the Lalit. It is an LGBTQ hotel, and they proudly said, go to any Lalit and they says we are a LGBTQ community. Look at Lemon Tree. They have got the deaf and mute. Go across the restaurants of Lemon Tree Hotel and they have got deaf and mute. How do we look? I am very impressed by the work of Mumbai Dabbawalas during COVID. They said we don't waste the food, but whatever the food remains that goes, they feed the children who are hungry. There are a number of examples when we look at the concept of corporate social responsibility. This is an area where we as a social work, I am coming from a state university, I know the resource crunch. What I do is I have learned the skill as a social worker that how to get best of the resources. My university grants commission gives me only 50,000 to organize a seminar, and then rest of the money I need to do it through corporate social responsibility in terms of lunch or dinner. So one of the skills that we need to learn as a social work professionals is, are we able to have a synchronization with all the various stakeholders? Are we able to empower the community? It is just not only giving the money, it is just not only reflecting that we have given the money and it is on our annual report, but are we able to bring about a change into the society? Are we able to empower? And that's where real corporate social responsibility is. There are various experiments, successful experiments, whether you look at ITC, a wonderful experiment, they have come up how farming processes are there. E-Chopal, now they have come with the 4.0 version of E-Chopal at ITC group. So we as a students of social work, can we network, can we learn the skill of resource mobilization? I can take out money from my pocket, I can do, but then go and ask for the resources. 10 people will criticize you, they won't give the resources, but 2 will give. And I think this is where we need to develop a skill set, and CSR is coming in a big way. So once again, thank you so much. Thank you one and all for patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ankur Saxena, for this beautiful presentation, and supported by Tata Capital. It was Talabade Village was the model for soil conservation, water conservation, women empowerment, and protecting environment. So this is how, the green social work we understood from your presentation. Since we are already short of time, we will stop here, and I hand over to, before Dr. Pathare, I want to thank to all the presenters, Dr. Dinesh Japke, Viras, Vikas Salve, Dr. Mahesh Thakur, Dr. Ankur Saxena, and Brother Alex. And I also thank to all the audience who are patiently listening and cooperating with me for the last 1.5 years. Thank you, all of you.
And I thank the chairperson who has done wonderfully chairing by summarizing the whole thing and allowing all of us by maintaining the decorum. So we break here for lunch and we'll come back at 2:30. We have to shorten the time. So quick lunch and next session is open interview with Padma Shri Rahibai Popere. Rahibai Popere is the seed mother. She is known as seed mother of India. So we'll have interview with her for an hour and then we have the concurrent sessions. We have shifted one session, workshops, we are going to have it at 6 o'clock, workshops. That is the only change we are making because we have to accommodate the concurrent session in the next, after that interview. So we'll break for lunch, thank you very much. And अंकुर सक्सेना सर के प्रेजेंटेशन के ऊपर किसी सवाल है तो लंच के में हम बातचीत करेंगे उनके साथ. थैंक यू.
डिस्प्ले हो रहा है वो ISWR है या ISWC है? इसको R की जगह C होगा।
मनापासून वाटते की तुम्ही सुद्धा वीर भेटण्यासाठी काहीतरी
पहले से डाली हुई
Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Hello. A very good afternoon to you all. Welcome to the open interview session with Padma Shri Rahibai Opere. It's a great privilege and honor to all of us to listen to Rahibai's word. So at the onset, now I would like to invite
खाली बसल्यानंतर आपण क्लिक दाखवा की अगोदर आणि ते पुढच्या बाजूला घ्या फक्त मधलं नंतर बसल्यानंतर बस थोडं बाजूला आता मी CSRD-ला
Este tu anai, dia gau ki ro wan.
ओके इथे चालू आहे हो हो
Este tu anai, dia gau ki ro wan. पुढे सगळे तुरे सगळे प्रकारच्या बँक देणं जेवढं जाणं जेवढं तेवढं आम्ही आमच्या बँकेमध्ये साठवून ठेवतो. इथं हे लाल चवळी हा गोडवाले हे वांग्याचं बी हे टमाट्याचे बी हा पूर्वी कुठंची बाळ कधी आम्हाला माहीतच नव्हते ते जे मास लक्षामध्ये आलं का हे हायब्रिड खाण्यामुळं आणि रासायनिक खतांमुळे ते आजार वाढू लागले. जे देशी जे आहे ना हे निकल पाण्यावर निकल हवेवर सुद्धा येणार आणि जे हायब्रिड जे आहे याला खत आणि पाणी दिल्याशिवाय हे काहीच येऊ शकत नाही. पूर्वी नाचणी होती वरई होती राळा होता भात होतं तर हे भात जुनी भात तर आता फार नाही शिजवत चालेल. रायभोग जिरवेल वर्ग काळ भात ढोळ भात आंबे मोर तांबकुडे हे जुने भात होते. मला कोणी शिकवलं नाही का माझे वडील मला लहानपणी सांगायचे जुनं ते सोनं मग ते जुनं मला लक्षात आलं आणि मग ते मी परत ओळख घेतलं. सुरुवातीला याच्यात काढत होते सुरुवातीला गटात यायला महिला याच्यात काढत आणि बाहेरचे घरात नाही बनायचे काही काम नाही कामदार सोडीती देते कुणी काही मिटिंग अशी का होती कोणी पुढे बोलावले पळती असे बोलायचे घरातले पण मग आता नाही बोलते आता सगळ्यांना समजले. एवढे बोलणी नसते ना सहन केले समजा घरातल्यांचे किंवा बाहेरच्यांचे तर आजीचं येणे काहीच नसतं राहिले मी सांगते काहीच नसतं राहिले.
This special interview with Padma Shri Rahibai Popere is a unique feature of this Indian Social Work Congress, which is organized in collaboration with ISWC and CSRD, and the co-host is Rotary Club of Ahmednagar, Priyadarshan. Now I welcome I welcome Rahibai Popere, Advocate Neelmani Gandhi, Sandhya Pandey, Dr. Suresh Pathare and Ankur Saxena on the stage, please. To begin this session, I welcome Padma Shri Rahibai Popere to CSRD-ISWR. Then I extend a warm welcome to Advocate Neelmani Gandhi, President of Rotary Club of Ahmednagar Priyadarshini. I also extend a warm welcome to Sandhya Pandey to this interview with Rahibai Popere. Welcome to this program. Now I would like to take a privilege to introduce Rahibai Popere. She was born in the year 1964 and is an Indian farmer and a conservationist. She helps other farmers return to their native varieties of crops, preparing hyacinth beans for self-help groups. She is among 3 Indians on the BBC list of 100 women, those who have contributed greatly for the social cause. She was felicitated by Raghunath Mashelkar, who has given her title Seed Mother, Bij Mata. Rahibai's Popere farmland, where she grows 17 different types of crops. She was visited by BIF, Development Research Foundation, in the year 2017, who found the gardens she supported enough to produce to meet the dietary requirements of the family for a whole year. She developed a series of hyacinth beans for self-help groups and families in nearby villages. She was described by Raghunath Mashelkar, the erstwhile Director General of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, as a seed mother, as a Bij Mata. She is an active member of self-help group at Kalsubai Parisar. She has created her own methods to harvest water on farms, turning watershed into space she can use productively. She trains farmers and students on the ways to select seeds, keep fertile soils, and manage pests. She is skilled in 4-step paddy cultivation. She has learned to rear poultry in her yard with the support of Maharashtra Institute of Technology Transfer for Rural Areas. She is awarded with BBC Women Award in 2018. She has won the award of Best Seed Saver Award. BIF also provided her with an award, that is a Best Farmer Award. She was the recipient of Nari Shakti Puraskar in 2018, and in 2020 she is awarded with a prestigious award by our Indian government, that is the Padma Shri. So now I will तुमची थोडक्यात इथे ओळख करून दिली की तुमचं काम काय आहे आणि तुम्ही कशा प्रकारे जे आपले बियाणे आहे त्याचं संगोपन करताय आणि त्याचा पुढे जाऊन आम्हाला कशा प्रकारे उपयोग होईल आणि ह्या शाश्वत विकासामध्ये तुमचं कार्य कसं महत्त्वाचं आहे याची ओळख करून दिली. Now I invite Advocate Neelmani Gandhi, President of Rotary Club Priyadarshini, to felicitate Padma Shri Rahibai Popere. पोपेरे मावशी तुम्ही इथे आहात, इथे आलात आणि हा तुमचा सन्मानपेक्षा आम्ही आमचा सन्मान मानतोय की तुम्ही आज इथे आलात आणि आम्हाला तुमचं काम इथे ऐकायला मिळतंय. तर आम्हाला सगळ्यांना तुमचं काम ऐकायला आवडेल. सो नाव आय कॉल अपॉन ॲडव्होकेट नीलमणी गांधी टू कोऑर्डिनेट विथ द इंटरव्ह्यू.
थँक्यू मॅडम. मी सर्वात धन्यवाद आधी देते CSRD आणि ISWC तसेच नॅपसीड ह्या सगळ्यांनी जे काही 10वी काँग्रेसची केली आहे त्याच्यासाठी इको फ्रेंडली ॲटमॉस्फिअर क्रिएट केलं आहे, ग्रीन एन्व्हायरमेंट तयार करण्यासाठी आपण जे काही सोशल वर्क करता त्या सगळ्यांसाठी सर्वांना सॅल्यूट, हॅट्स ऑफ टू ऑल ऑफ यू. आणि त्यातच राहीबाईंसारख्या पद्मश्री अवॉर्ड मिळालेल्या एक ग्रेट व्यक्ती आपल्यामध्ये आहे. So I understand that there is a language barrier. I'm speaking in Marathi as well as in English. So I really salute to all of you the way you have worked, and these award winners yesterday who have been awardees are there. You are in between all of us. There are few Rotarians, even though you are a social worker, and Rotarians are also social workers. So we have got our senior members who have done a lot of work till now, and we are carrying it forward. So accordingly, राहीबाई आमच्या सगळ्या ह्या लोकांच्या मध्ये हे सगळे समाजासाठी काम करतात आणि ज्या पद्धतीने आपण काम करत आहात. सो मी तुमची सगळी हिस्ट्री जेव्हा वाचली पाहिली तेव्हा मला एक मोठा प्रश्न होता की तुम्हाला एज्युकेशन नाही, एक फार्मिंग बॅकग्राऊंडमध्ये तुम्ही शेतीच्या बॅकग्राऊंडमधून तुम्ही आलात. शेतकी व्यवसायात शेती हेच तुमचं जीवन, शेती हेच तुमचं लाईफ आणि शेती हेच तुमचं एक रिसर्चचं माध्यम तुम्ही निवडलं. एका छोटेखानी गावात, तेही तालुक्यातल्या छोट्या गावात राहून तुम्ही हा जो प्रवास केला. सो ह्या प्रवासामध्ये तुमचं पूर्वीचं लाईफ म्हणजे ह्या प्रवासात पोहोचण्याच्या पर्यंत तुम्ही जे काही खडतर जीवन जगला त्याबद्दल थोडं आम्हाला सांगा. सो राहीबाई मी तुमच्याकडे द्यायच्या आधी मी सगळ्यांना सांगते की वॉट एव्हर राहीबाई विल स्पीक दॅट विल बी ट्रान्सलेटेड इन हिंदी लेटर ऑन. Just allow her to speak in Marathi and we will see that you understand all the details from her. And I request Pathare sir to just do the needful and justice to Rahibai's speech. So,
सगळ्यांना माझा नमस्कार. माझं नाव राहीबाई सोमा पोपेरे, राहणार कोंबवणे, तालुका अकोले, जिल्हा अहमदनगर. आणि हे अकोल तालुक्यामध्ये एक छोटंसं खेडं म्हणून गाव आहे, खूप दुर्गम. अजून पण त्या गावाला रस्ता नाही, अजून गाड्या सुद्धा चालवता येते नाही, असं दुर्गम गाव आहे. पाणी दडदड पडतो पण सगळं पाणी वाहून जातो. सगळं पिकं वरच्या पावसावर आलं तर ठीक, पडला तर ठीक, गेलं तर गेलं. म्हणजे असं दुर्गम गावामध्ये मला एक माझं माहेर घर आणि सासर घर ते एकच गाव आहे. ज्या गावात माझा जन्म झाला त्याच गावामध्ये माझं सासर घर आहे, पण लग्न झालं. आणि मला लहानपणापासून एक शेतीच करत होते. म्हणजे माझ्या वडिलांची सांगितलं तर तो खूप खडतर प्रवास आहे. माझे वडील आम्ही 7 बहिणी 1 भाऊ होतो आणि एक बहीण 9 महिन्याची असताना आई वारली. मग त्या 9 महिन्याच्या बाळाचा सांभाळ मी केला आणि मग शिक्षण नाही घेता आलं आणि आमच्या बहिणींनी पण शिक्षण नाही घेता आलं. फक्त लहान 2 बहिणींनी घेतलं कारण आमच्या वडिलांची खूप गरिबी होती, त्यांना शाळा पण शिकवता येत नाही. पण एक माझे वडील आम्ही लहानपणापासून त्यांच्याबरोबर शेती करायचो, त्यांच्याबरोबर फिरायचो, ते काय बोलतात हे बघायचो. आणि आमच्या वडील असे शाळा नाही त्यांनी शिकवता आली, पण लहानपणा जेवढे लहान होतो तेवढे 1-2 महिन्यांनी सगळे मुलं एक ठिकाणी बसवायचे आणि ते पण शाळा शिकेल नव्हते, ते पण ज्ञान शिकवायचे. का जसं शाळा शिकवी त्या मुलांना तसे माझे वडील आम्हाला ज्ञान शिकवायचे. आणि त्या ज्ञानाचा शब्द मी एक आता कागदावर लिहून ठेवतात तर मी डोक्यात एक शब्द डोक्यात ठेवून आणि त्याचा पुढं वापर करते. सांगा आता तुम्ही त्या.
मुझे लगता है आपने जो कहा वो आप तक पहुंच गया है, तो इसलिए तालियां बज रही. लेकिन फिर भी संक्षेप में 2-4 शब्द मैं बताता हूँ कि सी कम्स फ्रॉम वेरी इंटीरियर विलेज in Akole block of Ahmednagar district. This block is particularly in the hilly region and her village is so interior that morning she started at 8 o'clock and she reached here at 2:45. Just 22 kilometers from the main road. It took her about 2 hours to reach 22 kilometers. And she from the childhood itself she took lessons of farming from her father. She said, "You people are writing on the notebook with pen, but I remembered everything in my mind." And that is what made her, like she says that everything is engraved and everything I remember for my father. I took all the lessons. She has 7 sisters and 1 brother, and she took care of her 9-month-old sister. And then her family was very poor. She could not take education except 2 sisters or are illiterate. She can't read and write, but she remembers everything. You know, there is Bainabai Chaudhary. So like that, she is God-gifted wisdom. And yeah.
दुसरा प्रश्न आमचे सेक्रेटरी संध्या पाटील त्यांना विचारायचा आहे.
जेव्हा राहीबाईंनी इथं एंट्री केली आणि माझ्या सुदैवाने त्या माझ्या शेजारीच बसल्या येऊन आणि मला फार आनंद झाला, तितकीच उत्सुकताही झाली आणि मी विचारलं की मी तुम्हाला काय म्हणून हाक मारावी, तर त्या म्हटल्या मावशी 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 चालतंय. सो मावशी, मला तुम्हाला आता असं विचारायचं आहे, मैं ऐसा प्रश्न पूछना चाह रही हूँ की तुम्ही लहानपणापासून खेडेगावात राहिल्या, तुमचा जन्म झाला, तुम्ही सांगितलं तसं तुमचं शिक्षणही झालेलं नाही आहे, फार खडतर आयुष्य होतं, तुमचे वडील शेतकरी होते, ते रानाच्या सगळ्या मळाच्या त्या वावरात तुम्ही जगल्या, मोठ्या झाला आणि तुम्ही या गोष्टी त्यांच्याकडून शिकल्या. आता तुम्हाला ऐकून, तुम्हाला पाहून, म्हणजे अगदी तुम्ही येणार आहात आणि तुम्हाला भेटण्याची संधी आम्हाला मिळणार आहे, यामुळे 3-4 दिवसापासून सलग त्या इंटरनेट मोबाईलमध्ये मी तुम्हाला शोधत बसले होते. तर एवढी सगळी माहिती जाणून घेतल्यानंतर माझ्याही मनात उत्सुकता आणि माझ्यासारखी कितीतरी महिलांच्या मनात उत्सुकता आहे की आपणही असं काहीतरी करावं, आम्हाला करता येईल का. तर म्हणून माझा प्रश्न असा आहे की तुम्ही ते त्याच्यातच तुमचं संगोपन झालं, तुम्ही मोठ्या झाल्या आणि तुम्हाला कळतंय, माझ्यासारखी किंवा माझ्यासारखी कितीतरी जणांना मला असं काही करायचं असेल तर आम्ही काय करावं, थोडंसं मार्गदर्शन करा आमचं. तुम्ही शिकलेल्या मुली आता, आणि तुम्ही खूप आता समाजामध्ये, मला तर माणसामध्ये जायचं माहीत नव्हतं, माझा प्रवास खूप खडतर, 12 वर्षी लग्न झालं, मग एवढा प्रवास खडतर का कोणासंग बोलायचं नाही, कोणच्या घरी नाही, कोणच्या दारी, शेत आणि घर. आणि तुम्ही तर खूप शिकलेले आहात, तुम्ही तर समाजामध्ये येतात, तुम्ही तर खूप मोठं काम केलं पाहिजे. मी तर म्हणते माझ्यासारखी एक रायबाई प्रत्येक गावात तयार झाली. माझं एक स्वप्न आहे का लहान मोठं प्रत्येकाच्या ताटामध्ये 20 मुक्त अन्न आलं पाहिजे, आणि हे 20 मुक्त अन्न यायला तुम्ही आम्ही जर काम केलं, तुमची आमची जर मदत भेटली तर आपला देश खरंच 20 मुक्त झाल्याशिवाय राहणार नाही. पण तिथे एकटी रायबाई काय करणार आहे हो. माझं हे 30 वर्षाचं काम आहे, मी स्वतःच्या अनुभवातून हे काम उभं केलं, मला कोणी शिकवलं नाही, मी माझ्या शेतामध्ये, मी माझ्या घरापुरतं केलं, माझ्या कुटुंबापुरतं केलं. पण मला एक अपेक्षा होती समाजात काहीतरी काम करायचे, मग मला एक संधी मिळाली, मी एक निसर्गाची शाळा शिकले, मी ह्या काळ्या मातीचं नातं जोडलं, म्हणून मला ही संधी भेटली का हे काम मला समाजापासून पोस्ट करता आलं. आणि मला एक बाईक संस्थेची मदत भेटली, म्हणून त्या मदतीनं आज मी यांच्यापासून काम पोस्ट करते. तर मला एक अभिमान आहे, असं मी कधी शाळेची पायरी सुद्धा येगली नाही, मला कधी शाळा बघायला भेटली नाही, पण आज मोठमोठ्या कॉलेज उघडतात, कॉलेजचे मुलं माझ्याकडे येतात, तुमच्यासारख्यांमध्ये मला बसायची संधी भेटते, तुमच्या सगळं 2 शब्द शिकवायची संधी भेटते, हा एक माझ्या जीवनातला मोठा अभिमान आहे. मी म्हणते
खूब बोलना है। और सबसे पहले तो उन्होंने कहा कि मुझे मौसी अच्छा लगता है शब्द पुकारना, मैडम बिल्कुल अच्छा नहीं लगता है। तो मौसी बोले, मौसी का मतलब होता है मदर्स सिस्टर, मासी। और 12 साल की उम्र में शादी हुई और उसके बाद पूरी ज़िंदगी काफ़ी कठिन थी। अभी उनका एक मैसेज है, वो बोलते कि क्या चाहते हो आप, ये सवाल था कि आपने कहा है कि आप तो पढ़े लिखे हैं, मैं कम उम्र में शादी हुई, फैमिली की जिम्मेदारी थी, ये सब करते हुए मैं अगर कर पाई, आप तो पढ़े लिखे हैं, ग्रेजुएट है, आप बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं। मैं चाहती हूँ कि हर कोई राही बाई बने, ये उनका शब्द है आप सबके लिए। और दूसरा वो चाहती है कि पॉइजन फ्री फूड सबके प्लेट में हो और ये देश पॉइजन फूड फ्री फूड खाने वाला बने, यही वो चाहती है। कि वो बोलते कि अगर हम सब मिलके करेंगे तो बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं। मैं तो पढ़ी लिखी नहीं हूँ, लेकिन अभी मैं यूनिवर्सिटी के PhD को और ग्रेजुएट को पढ़ा रही हूँ, जा के बता रही हूँ, और वो लोग करेंगे तो ये देश बदल जाएगा। और उनका जो रिश्ता है, उन्होंने कहा कि रिश्ता, शी हैज़ एस्टेब्लिश्ड क्लोज रिलेशन विद द ब्लैक सॉइल and the nature, and that's what she is appealing, that everyone should have that close relation with the black soil and the nature.
धन्यवाद पठारे सर. राहुलभाईजी, मला आपल्याला, आपण एवढे मोठे पद्मश्री अवॉर्ड देणार आहात, आपल्या शेजारी बसून आम्हाला तुमच्याशी गप्पा मारता येणं त्याच्या इतकं मोठं अहोभाग्य आम्ही स्वतःला समजतो. मला असं पण प्रश्न पडतो की तुम्ही शेती ते घर, घर ते शेती एवढाच तुमचा जो प्रवास होता असं तुम्ही मला मगाशी म्हणालात. सो ह्या सगळ्या प्रवासामध्ये तुम्ही शेतीलाच एक लॅबोरेटरी बनवली, शेतीलाच तुम्ही काय म्हणता त्याला प्रयोगशाळा बनवली आणि ह्या प्रयोगशाळेमधून तुम्ही जे काही प्रोसेस प्रक्रिया सुरू केली आणि आज त्याचं एवढं मोठ्या प्रमाणात त्याचं रूपांतर केलं की तुम्हाला डॉक्टर माशेलकरांच्याकडनं रिसर्चर अशी म्हणजे शास्त्रज्ञाचे शास्त्रज्ञ अशी पदवी मिळून तुम्हाला देश मातावर घडवलं गेलं. सो ही लॅबोरेटरी जी काही बनवली, ही प्रयोगशाळा जी बनवली, सो ही प्रक्रिया थोडी सांगाल का? म्हणजे हा तुमचा प्रवास अप टू प्रक्रिया हे जर कळलं ना तर आम्हाला त्याच्यातून बरंच काही मार्गदर्शन पण मिळेल.
हा प्रवास जर माझा म्हणलं तर हा प्रवास मी कुठं शिकले नाही. माझे वडील फक्त पहिले आम्हाला शिकवायचे कोणत्याही कामामध्ये समाजात कसं वागायचं, कसं राहायचं, चांगलं काम कसं करायचं. कोणत्याही कामाला मरून निघायचं पण सरून निघायचं नाही. टाकीचं गाव सोसल्याशिवाय देवपणा येत नाही आणि चांगल्या कामाला अडचण आल्याशिवाय कधीच राहत नाही. हे आमच्या वडिलांचं शिक्षण होतं. आणि मग माझे नातू झाले आणि मी गायच्या गोठ्यामध्ये 40 वर्ष प्रवास काढला मॅडम. मी 4 बाळांना जन्म पण गायच्या गोठ्यामध्ये दिला आणि संध्याकाळचं डिलिव्हरी झाले तर सकाळचं मी शेणाची पाठी डोक्यावर घेऊन सगळं काम करत होते. आणि तो प्रवास आता तेवढा नाही सांगू शकत पण मी सांगते 12 दिवसाचं बाळ मी पाठीशी बांधून शेतामध्ये सगळं काम केलेलं आहे. दररोज शेतात जायचं, घरी यायचं. मग एवढ्या फडतर प्रवासामध्ये मग माझ्या मोठ्या मुलांनी 10वीची शाळा सोडली. मग मला काहीतरी करता आलं. 10वीची शाळा सोडली. मग मी काय नाही बचत गट केलं. मी ऊसतोडी कामदार होते. मी ऊसतोडून गेले का 5 वर्ष रोपं तयार करायला लागले. पाऊस पडला का बचत गटाच्या महिलांना एक रोप देऊ लागले. मी हळदी कुकाचा कार्यक्रम घेऊ लागले. हळदी कुकाच्या कार्यक्रमामध्ये माझ्याकडे पैसा नसायचा, काय वाण घेऊन द्यायला ना आजपर्यंत मी दिलं नाही. मग एक वाण म्हणून प्रत्येक महिलेला रोप देऊ लागले आणि त्याच्यामध्ये मी बचत गट तयार केले. मी ऊसतोडी कामदार असताना मग हा गावठी खाण्याचा, हायब्रिड खाण्याचा माझ्या घरामध्ये एक बाळ आजारी होऊ लागलं आणि मला पाठीची बांधून 10-20 किलोमीटर पायी जावं लागायचं. मला रस्त्याने जाता एक दिवस माझ्या डोक्यात विचार आला, घरात आजार नव्हते हे येतात कुठून, हा विचार माझ्या डोक्यात भरला. मी विचार करत गेले, कधी पैसा असायचा कधी नसायचा दवाखान्याला. दुसऱ्या दिवशी उठले आणि मी माझ्या सगळ्या शेतामध्ये फिरले. माझं शेत पाहिलं, आजूबाजूचं शेत पाहिलं. मग मी एका बांधव बसले आंब्याच्या झाडाखाली मॅडम आणि त्या बांधव बसून मी अभ्यास केला. असा अभ्यास केला की आपल्या शेतीमध्ये पहिलं आपण कोणतं बी पेरीत होतो, आता कोणतं बी न पेरीत. पहिले आपण कोणते पिकं घेत होतो, आता कोणते घेतोय. आपण पहिले आपल्या ताटामध्ये पहिलं काय खाणं येत होतं, आपण कोणत्या भाज्या खात होतो, कोणतं अन्न खातोय, आता कोणतं अन्न खातोय. हा मी बांधव बसून अभ्यास केला आणि माझ्या त्याच ठिकाणी लक्षात आलं की या हायब्रिड खाण्यामुळं, हायब्रिड देण्यामुळं, केमिकल खतांमुळं, औषधांमुळं आपल्या शेतात आपण पहिले कोणते खत देत होतो, आता कोणते देतोय. पहिले फवारे नव्हते पण आता किती फवारे मारतोय. हा मी बांधव बसून अभ्यास केला. माझ्या तिथंच लक्षात आलं का हायब्रिड खाण्यामुळं, केमिकल खतांमुळं, औषधांमुळं घरात आजार सुरू झाले. मग मी घरामध्ये आले. संध्याकाळची माझ्या कुटुंबाला मी बोलले हे आपल्या घरातलं जेवढं हायब्रिड आहे एवढं बंद करायचं. पण मला एवढं काही विरोध झाला. मला लहान मोठीची माझं कुटुंब बोललं, खूप बोलायला लागलं.
फक्त सांगतो मग परत तुम्ही 3-4 चीज़ें आपने बताई कि पहले तो मैडम ने पूछा था कि फार्म टू फैमिली एंड फैमिली टू फार्म, घर से वहाँ तक और वहाँ से घर तक, होम टू फार्म, ये इतना ही करते थे. शी हैड नॉट गॉन आउट ऑफ दैट. But then how you develop this as a lab for you, and that's what she shared, that her journey because of her father's teaching, and she lived in cow shed. That was actually her home, and from that cow shed she delivered 4 babies also in cow shed. That was the situation she lived in. She was also a sugarcane laborer, where she used to go for sugarcane cutting. But when she will come back and she started nursery. She collected women and formed SHG, self-help groups. And she had no money, So at the time of Sankranti in Maharashtra, they give some gifts to ladies give gifts to each other, and that time what she did, she used to give the plant to others. She gave 5 years. She gave this, continued this, and now she gives the seed bags, small bags. And she says that one day she was sitting in her farm under the tree, and her child was sick. So she said that why children get sickness? ये बीमारी क्यों आती है? Why this disease? And then she said probably what we eat is not right thing. And then she said my father was actually had different crops, and now there are different crops. He never used the pesticide. Now people are using pesticide. He used different seed. Now there is no. She said that let me go back and use what my father was using, and let me see whether these diseases go. And she did that, and that is how she developed this lab. Her own experiment. She never gone to universities, but she studied. I did this study on my own.
पुढे आता तुम्ही त्याची प्रक्रिया कशी करता ना दान करून ते पण सांगा.
आणि मग आता तुम्हाला मी जे आता बोलतो ते सांगते. त्याची मग माझ्या घरातून एवढा मला मोठा विरोध झाला, तर माझ्या घरात मी थोडे दिवस गप्प बसली. म्हणले आजपासून सगळं तुम्ही बघायचं, मी काही बघणार नाही. माझ्याच घरामध्ये असा प्रकार घडला का माझा एक नातू आजारी झाला, त्याच्यात मी तो घरातच नीट केला असता, घरातच चांगलं केला, पण दुर्लक्ष केल्यामुळं अकोल्याला 5 दिवस ॲडमिट, संगमनेरला 4 दिवस, नाशिकला 3 दिवस, मग बाकी आमच्याकडे रुपये सुद्धा राहिला नव्हता. तिथून बाळ मुंबईला पाठवायचं. मग मी काय केलं, थोडंसं का सोनं होतं अंगोर ते मोडलं, तिथून आंबोलच करून मुंबईला गेलं. तर ते बाळ 1.5 महिना दवाखान्यात होतं. 1.5 महिना दवाखान्यात असताना मला 1.5 लाख रुपये लागले. पण इकडून तिकडून ते नातेवाईकांनी पैसे भरले, काही कर्ज काढलं, पण बाळ जगवलं. हा मोठा प्रसंग माझ्या घरामध्ये घडला. कशामुळं का माझं ऐकलं नाही म्हणून हा प्रसंग घडला. मी त्या बाळाचं दुर्लक्ष केलं ना, मी लक्ष नाही टाकलं. लक्ष टाकलं असतं तर ते दवाखान्यात सुद्धा न्यायला लागलं नसतं. पण एवढं बाळ फिरवलं. मग तिथून पुढं माझं कुटुंब मी सांगेल तसं ऐकायला लागलं. मी सगळं देशी पिकवायला लागले. मी केमिकल खतं औषधं बंद केले. माझ्या घरातले आजार हळूहळू कमी दिसायला लागले. मग मी बचत गटांना सांगायचे, नातेवाईकांना सांगायचे, पण मला खूप लोक नावं ठेवायचे, खूप बोलायचे. पण माझं जे काम होतं मी सांगतच राहिले, करीतच राहिले. बचत गट बाईक संस्थेला जोडलेले होते आणि रोपानिमित्त त्याची माझी ओळख होती. म्हणून बाईकचे लोक मी टोकरीवर बी लावायला आले ते, बाईकचे लोक माझ्याकडे वळाले आणि त्यांनी माझी टोकरी बरेल तेवढी बघितली. त्यांनी माझी विचारपूस केली. मी माझा अनुभव त्यांना सांगितला. आणि मग ते 3ऱ्या दिवशी एक दिवस आले तर आम्ही सगळं मातीच्या मटक्यामध्ये राखेल ठेवतो. राखेमध्ये ठेवतो. राखेतलं बेणं खाण्यासाठी 10 ते 15 वर्ष राहतं, पण पेरणीसाठी मी हाताला 3 वर्ष त्याची लावणी पेरणी केलेली आहे. 3 वर्षापासून ते उगवतं, ते पुढं नाही केलं. असं हाफलेट बेणं दरवर्षी घ्यायचं आणि दरवर्षी पेरायचं. मग हे करता असताना गावठी बेण्याचा काय, हायब्रिड बेण्याचा काय, मी सगळं बचत गटाच्या महिलांना शिकवलं. माझ्या शेतामध्ये आणून दाखवलं. एकीका हायब्रिड बेणं लावायचे, एकीका गावठी लावायचे. रासायनिक खत द्यायचंच नाही. तर जे गावठी आहे ते स्वतःच्या ताकदीवर हळून त्याला दाणे येतात, पण हायब्रिड जे बेणं आहे त्याला खत आणि औषध दिल्याशिवाय ते येऊ शकत नाही.
आप कह रहे हैं कि फैमिली उतनी सपोर्टिव नहीं थी, घर से विरोध था ये काम के लिए, क्योंकि घर का काम करने के बजाय आप जो है ना नर्सरी में या बीज बनाने में समय देते थे. और एक बार उनका पोता grandson was sick and there was no money, so whatever gold she had, she sold it, and she was telling the family that leave him to me, I will cure him with the medicine and the herbal and other medicine. But they did not listen to her. They took that child to Mumbai and spent about 1.5 lakh in hospital, and somehow that child survived. But that was the lesson for the family, and then family started supporting her. Whatever you were saying was right. Instead of going to this big hospital, we could have recovered him here only. That's what they realized, and after that they started supporting. Now, whatever she was doing, she says that she was preserving this seed with ash. She was using that, and there is an organization BIF in Pune. They were working in that area, and one day they observed that this lady is doing something, keeping all these plants in basket, preserving seeds in ashes. So they observed, they recognized her work, and they started supporting and also promoting her work.
आणि मग ती बाई संस्था मला मी मराठीतून जे शाळेत ते पाहिलं ते तिसऱ्या दिवशी परत आले. मी जो अनुभव आता सांगितला हा त्यांना सांगितला. त्याने शिष्याला आथरली, त्याच्यावर सगळे सॅम्पल बाहेर काढायचं. आमचं बी सगळं राखेमध्ये असतं. तर त्यांना 100 सव्वाशे वाण माझ्या एकाच घरात भेटला आणि माझा अनुभव सगळा त्यांनी विचार घेतला. आणि मग त्याच्यातून त्यांनी जितीन साठे म्हणून त्यांनी एवढी मोठी मदत दिली का आज समाजापासून हे काम आणायचं हे त्यांचं कर्तव्य नाही. तर मी आजही माझ्याच गावात असते. पण ती बाईक संस्था एक मला भेटली आणि जितीसाठी गुरुबंधू भेटले म्हणून हे समाजापासून आणायचं काम त्यांनी केलं. मग आता याच्यातून मला भरपूर पुरस्कारही भेटले महाराष्ट्रातले. पाच दिल्लीला 4-5 आहे, राजस्थानमध्ये, जयपूरमध्ये, भोपाळ, बेंगळूर चौकड पुरस्कार भेटले. दिल्लीतही 2 भेटले. आणि तिकडं बेलाडू, म्हैसूर तिथं सुद्धा असं सर 3 तास ते 80 मुलं शिकतात ना, त्यांच्यामध्ये 3 तास शिकत होते. 3 तास ते प्रश्न मला विचारत होते. आमचे साहेब हिंदीतून त्यांना सांगणार आणि ते मी मराठीतून साहेबांना सांगणार. पण मग एवढे पुरस्कार आता लोक मला म्हणतात तुम्हाला पुरस्कार घ्यायला जाताना काय वाटलं, कसं वाटलं. पण मी म्हणते हे पुरस्कार माझे नाही, हे पुरस्कार माझ्या काळ्या मातीचे, माझ्या कितीही पुरस्कार भेटले तरी मी या समाजाचं काम करीतच राहणार. माझे जमिनीचे पाय जमिनीच राहणार. मी एक काळ्या मातीचं नातं जोडलं, एक निसर्गाची शाळा शिकले. मला हे पाना फुलांनी शिकवलं म्हणून मी आज समाजाला सांगते. पण जाता जाता मी एक सांगते माझ्या शेतकरी बंधूंना, आपण बदललो म्हणून निसर्ग बदललाय. आता कधी पाऊस पडतो, आपण कोणतेही पिकं घेतो, कोणत्याही भाज्या बनवतो, कोणतेही खतं मारितो, ते खताचं पाणी आपल्या विहिरीत जातं, ते पाणी आपण पितो, मग कुठंतरी आजाराला बळी पडतो. मग असं आजार घेता हे आपण कुठंतरी दवाखान्यात हॉस्पिटलमध्ये जातो. पण इथून पुढे ही माती संपली तर आपण काय करणार आहे. ही अन्न देती माता जर संपली तर तुम्ही आम्ही काय करणार आहे आणि आपली पुढची पिढी काय करणार आहे, कशी खाणार आहे. मग याच्यासाठी तुम्ही आम्ही शेतकरी बंधूंनी सगळ्यांनी आजच या मातीचं आरोग्य राखलं पाहिजे. आजपासूनच या काळ्या आईला जपलं पाहिजे तरच आपल्या पुढच्या पिढीचा उपयोग आहे. तर आपली पुढची पिढी काय करणार आहे, काय खाणार आहे, त्यांना काय माहीत राहणार आहे.
आप कह रहे कि बाइक संस्था को जब उन्होंने विजिट किया था तो अकेले के घर में वो लोग इंडिजिनियस वैरायटीज खोज रहे थे. तो अकेले के घर में वो एशेस में रखे हुए 125 के करीब इंडिजिनियस वैरायटीज के सीड मिले जो कि डिस्टिंग्विश हो रहे थे, उन्होंने संभाल के रखे थे और उसको उन्होंने प्रमोट किया और वो पूरे देश के सामने लाने का कोशिश बाइक और उस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के जतिन नाम के व्यक्ति हैं उनके मदद से उन्होंने ये किया. और उनका कहना है कि बहुत सारे अवार्ड मिले, देश भर में अवार्ड मिले, कई सारे संस्था ने अवार्ड दिए, बहुत सारे उनको पीपल आर फेलिसिटेटिंग हर. She is not very happy and she doesn't accept this as her own. Like it is, she says that it is not my credit. The credit goes to the black soil, and credit goes to also the nature. She said it is only because I have a close relation with the leaves, flowers, and plants, and that is my life. And so everything that it receives, it is only because of that soil. So everyone here that we have to see and ensure that we preserve this land. If we don't preserve farm, if we don't really preserve the soil, humanity will be distinct. I mean, there will be no humanity. I mean, the human existence and animals and plants, nothing will remain. That's what she says.
राहीबाईजी, आपण तुमचा सगळा जो अभ्यास केला त्याच्यावर आम्हाला असं कळलं की तुम्ही एक मार्गदर्शक म्हणून पण काम करता. तुमच्या एरियातल्या तिथल्या लोकांना पण शिकवता, तुमच्याकडे येणाऱ्या मुलांना शिकवता. पण आम्हालाही याचा एक प्रश्न आहे की हे काम तेवढ्यापुरतं मर्यादित न राहता ती एक चळवळ करायला पाहिजे. सो त्या चळवळ बनण्यासाठी त्याच्यासाठी ना आमच्या सेक्रेटरीला एक प्रश्न विचारायचा.
मावशी, आता तुमच्या बाबतीत एवढं सगळं जाणून मनात आणखीन कितीतरी उत्सुकता जागृत झालेली आहे आणि ही उत्सुकता कुठेतरी जाऊन म्हणजे कुठे समजूतदारपणाने आम्हाला तुम्ही सगळं समजावं या गोष्टीसाठी तुमच्याकडे मी माझी एक इच्छा मांडते सगळ्यांच्या वतीने की जर की आम्ही तुमच्याबरोबर वेळ ठरवली, दिवस ठरवले, तर तुम्ही आमच्याकडे शहरात येऊन वेगवेगळ्या ऋतूकाळात अशी शिबिरं मांडू शकता का? त्या शिबिरामध्ये आम्ही आणि आमची जबाबदारी असणारे 100, 200, 300 स्त्रिया, मुलंही येणार असतील तर मुलं, शाळेतली मुलं, आणि तुम्ही आम्हाला शिकवायचं की ही संस्कृती, काळ्या मातीची जी संस्कृती आहे ती आपण कशी जपायची, कशी राखवायची. तुमची ती आम्हाला होकार हवा इथं सगळ्यांच्या देखत म्हणून म्हटलं विचारा.
मॅडम, मी समाजासाठीच आहे.
सो समाजासाठी आहात आणि तुमची अजून एक तुमचा ड्रीम असेल की कसं पुढे न्यायचं, तर दोन्हीच एकत्र.
आमची एक टीम आहे, म्हणजे मी सुरुवातीला एकटीच राहिबाई होते, पण माझ्या बरोबर आता 3,500 महिला काम करतात आमच्या घरांनी. आणि 150 गावांमध्ये प्रत्येक गावात 50, 100, 150, 200 असे शेतकरी पण तयार झाले. माझी छोटीच्या झोपडीमध्ये एक मी DCBIची बँक तयार केली. मला चंद्रकांत दादा पाटलांनी एक मोठी बँक बांधून दिली, कारण माझ्याकडं लाईट पण नव्हती. 4 असे मुलं आले तर सगळं अंधारावून जायचं. मग ही परिस्थिती त्यांनी पुण्यात मांडली, त्यांनी मला मोठी बँका बांधली. आता किती लोक, किती विद्यार्थी आले तर वाचता येतात, दाखवता येते मला ती. मग माझंच असं स्वप्न आहे का प्रत्येक गावामध्ये, आमच्या ग्रामीण भागामध्ये 4 DCBIच्या बँकांनी स्थापन केलेल्या आहेत. माझं असं म्हणणे का हे DCB तुम्ही तुमचं शोधा. काही लोक म्हणतात माझ्याकडे बी तुमच्याकडे येईल का, पण तुम्ही तुमचं शोधा. एखाद्या आजीला विचारा, एखाद्या आजोबाला विचारा आपल्या इथं कोणते पिकं होते. मी 2 बियापासून बी तयार केलेलं आहे, 1 बीपासून बी तयार केलेले. असं तुम्ही पण करा. आणि माझं एक स्वप्न आहे, प्रत्येक गावात एक DCBIची बँका तयार झालीच पाहिजे. प्रत्येक शेतकऱ्याच्या बांधापासून DCBIने गेलंच पाहिजे आणि प्रत्येक शेतकऱ्यांना आपलं वीज मुक्त सगळं पिकवलं पाहिजे. नाहीतर ही माती संपली तर तिच्या पुढची पिढी आपल्याला काही करणार आहे नाही, जगणार आहे पण नाही. आणि माझी जे काम सुरू केलं तर मी पुढच्या पिढीसाठी केले. मग याला जर तुम्ही आम्ही मदत दिली तर आपला भारतही चांगला होईल. आणि आपलं बाहेर आता माझं विभाग दिल्ली पसर गेले, अमेरिकी पसर गेले, वेगवेगळ्या राज्यात गेले. असं सगळे तुम्ही सगळ्यांनी मिळून आपलं हे काम केलं पाहिजे आणि वीज मुक्त आपला हा देश झाला पाहिजे आणि वीज मुक्त आलं पाहिजे. आपले पहिले मुलं शिवाजी महाराजांसारखे आपले पुढची पिढीचे मुलं काम केलं पाहिजे, असे मुलं घडले पाहिजे. सावित्रीबाई फुलेंसारखे मुली घडल्या पाहिजेत. याच्यासाठी असलं तर गावठी खाणं. कारण मी तुम्हाला एक उदाहरण देते. अहो पहिले लोक, आताच्या मुली 1 महिना जर दिवस जाऊन झाला तर तिला तेव्हापासून दवाखाना, गोळ्या, औषधं, काम नका करू, वजन नका उचलू, तरी तिचं शिथिल. आणि शिथिल हो, महिला जर संगमनेरला डिलिव्हरी झाली तर बाळ आलं लुंबीला. हे मी माझ्या डोळ्यांनी बघितले. मग हा काय प्रकार आहे. आणि जुन्या महिला ह्या रूममध्ये जर बाळातीन जर तर भीतीच्या त्या बाजूला सुद्धा माहिती होत नव्हत्या. आणि आमच्या इकडे अजून दवाखाना नाहीच आहेत मॅडम. आमच्या मुली शहरामध्ये गेल्यात त्यांचे तेच प्रकार घडलं आणि ज्या खेड्यामध्ये आहेत ते अजून दवाखान्यात डिलिव्हरीला जाते नाही. मग ये काय तुम्हें गाँव की खाना।
2-3 चीज़ें आपने बताई कि आपको पूछा गया था कि क्या आप अगर हम ऐसे वर्कशॉप्स आयोजित करेंगे और लोगों को बुलाएंगे, क्या आप पढ़ाएंगे क्या? तो उन्होंने कहा कि मैं तो सब आप सबके लिए है, लेकिन मैं अकेले रही भाई थी। आज 3,500 महिलाएं में आपके साथ हैं and she has 3,500 women with her. And she started work in her home. Now there are 150 villages where she already has seed banks. And small seed bank in her hut now became a very big seed bank where people can come and take training also. But besides that, she says that it is not me or anybody else, but you have to find in your family what is the seed available. You have to find your own village what is the seed available. Find that seed and start working on that, because she started with one seed and now she got so many varieties. You will also find seeds and preserve them and make it for your own, making it poison-free food in future. She said one more thing, that whatever she did, it is for the next generation and is not for me. Another important thing she said, that what is happening now is that we are becoming so delicate and we are not really using the desi food and indigenous food, and because of that we have to use the hospital services. The natural deliveries are not happening because of this kind of food. That's what she says. She says in her area, till now there is no doctor and the hospitalized deliveries. 12 days, when she started working in the farm with the 12 days old baby, she started working in the farm. So that's what we have to use the desi and indigenous food to make us the poison free. त्यांनी सांगितलं की इथे येऊन गाईड करण्याच्या ऐवजी आपल्याला शोधायला पाहिजे.
आणि शिकवायला तर मी आता रोजच शिकवते. तुम्ही तर मोबाईलमध्ये टीव्हीमध्ये ऐकतातच. शिकायचं असलं तर माणूस कुठूनही पण शिकतो. पण मी सांगते,
आप कह रहे थे कि आप यहाँ आके हमें पढ़ाएंगे, तो बोलते कि if you really have the quest for knowing, you have so many things available in your mobile, YouTube, here and there, in your neighborhood. Start learn from there.
आणि मग याच्यामधूनच मी सांगते, आता ज्याच्यामध्ये चमक आहे त्याच्यात धमक नाही. जे आरोग्याला आजकाल आपण काय करतो, जे चांगलं दिसत तेच घेतो. आपण पैसे देऊन विष घेतो, ते आपण खातो, कुठंतरी आजाराला बळी पडतो. मग एखाद्या दवाखान्यात जातो. माझा विक्रमगडला एक कार्यक्रम होता असंच. आता समोर सगळी चायना मांडलेली होती, पण चायना खरंच कोणीच खाऊ नाही शहाणा असलं तर. एवढं विषारी त्या चायनावर फवारे मारतात ना, बांधावरून चालत तरी नाक तोंड बांधून जावं लागते. आणि ते आपण कच्ची मच्छी खातो, कशामध्ये खातो. मग एवढे विषारी औषधं जर आपण पैसे देऊन घेतो, ते आपण खातो, कुठंतरी आजाराला बळी पडतो. विक्रमगडला कार्यक्रम होता, समोर चायना मांडलेली होती, म्हणून मी चायनाबद्दल थोडी बोलली. आणि मी बोलता बोलता गेले बोलून का आपण शेतकरी विष पिकितो, ते आपण खातो, कुठंतरी आजाराला बळी पडतो आणि मग एखाद्या दवाखान्यात जातो. पण जोपर्यंत आपल्याकडे पैसे तोपर्यंत डॉक्टर आपले उपचार करतो. आणि आपल्याकडे जर रुपया नसला तर डॉक्टर एक गोळी सुद्धा देऊ शकत नाही. मग आपण जीवन जातो. मी म्हणले आता मी कोणा डॉक्टरांनी नाही घेत, कोणच नाही का. मी असं करून डॉक्टरांनी बंगले बांधले आणि आपण बाकी जीवाने गेलो. मग हे त्या साहेबांनी ऐकलं, रायमावशीने सगळे डॉक्टर लोक होते, मला काय माहिती डॉक्टर आणि शेतकरी होते.
In Vikramgarh, she went for one conference. She was invited there, and she started speaking about this Chinese food. She said, "Never eat that; that's poisonous." So when she saw at the entrance, she started speaking about it. She said that these doctors, they are becoming big. They take your money and they treat you as long as you have money. Yes. And then she never knew that all doctors were sitting there. She thought those are farmers. She was addressing them. And then she was telling that never use this because of this food you get sick and then you are paying it to the doctors. आता आपण काही 2-4 प्रश्न ऑडियन्स मधून घेऊया. माईक देता का? 1-2 प्रश्न, 2-3 प्रश्न, आणि आपला टाइम पण होता.
मौसी आप मौसी, आप मौसी नहीं माँ हो, और आपसे मुझे ये पूछना है कि जो बीज है सभी को आप राख में लगा के रखते हो, और उनकी अवधि क्या है, वो कितने दिनों तक रख सकते हैं? उन्होंने कहा 3 साल तक वगैरह कुछ है, पर क्या सभी प्रकार के बीजों को राख में रखा जा सकता है?
नाही खाण्यासाठी 10 ते 15 वर्षे राहतात, त्याला काही होणार नाही. पण पेरणीसाठी मी 3 वर्षे लागवड केलेली. खाण्यासाठी ते 10 ते 15 वर्षे जशी तसं सुरक्षित बी राहतं, पण 3 वर्षापर्यंत मी हाताने लावलेले, त्याची उगवण क्षमता जशी तशीच. मग ते कुठल्याही बी असू द्या.
You can preserve seeds for 3 years. For germination they are okay, but for eating purpose you can preserve seeds for years together, about 15 years.
मावशी, तुम्हाला माझा एक असा प्रश्न आहे. तुम्ही विद्यापीठामध्ये आला होता त्यावेळेस तुम्ही चांगलं संबोधन केलं होतं, आम्हाला मार्गदर्शन केलं होतं की किती प्रकारची वाणं असतात. तुम्ही जे तांदळाचे असतील, गव्हाचे असतील, ज्वारीचे असतील किंवा इतर धान्य पदार्थांची कोणती कोणती वाणं असतील आणि कशी ती तयार करायची जरा ती सांगा.
नाही, आता आमची म्हणजे मी एक कळसुबाई सर एक कमिटी तयार केलेली आहे. त्या कमिटीच्या मार्फत खूप काही पिकं जाती जमा झाल्या, पण माझे जे मी काम सुरू करताना 16 जाती भाताच्या, 18 जातीचा वाल घेवडा, 2 जातीची नाचणी, वरई, उडीद, खुरसणी, हे प्रत्येक एक जाती आणि 30 जातीचा भाजीपाला. पण त्याच्यामध्ये काही ह्या भाज्या असतील, काही रानभाज्या असतील. मी रानभाज्या सुद्धा कव्हर केलेल्या आहे, कारण रानभाज्यांमध्ये खूप ताकद आहे. रानभाज्या एक औषधी वनस्पती आहे, पण मग ते आपण खात नाही. आपण रानभाज्याचं बी तणनाशक मारून, खतं मारून सगळं बी नाहीसं केलंय, पण ते बी मी माझ्या बँकेत जतन केलंय आणि आज लोकांना देते. तर असं 153 वाणाचं रजिस्ट्रेशन केलंय आणि आता 300 जातीचं खातं झालं. आता 12 जातीची नाचणी, 12 जातीची वरई आणि ज्वारी म्हणलं तर आमच्याकडे 1 जातीची ज्वारी, फक्त शाळा म्हणून, कारण पाणी नाही. ती आता ह्या टायमाला पेरायची आणि मग ती सगळं काही गहू, 2 जातीचा गहू, गोडका गहू, बक्षी गहू, फक्त वल्लेव पेरून द्यायचा गहू, हरभरा, त्याला कुठलं पाणी भेटत नाही, वल्लेवच येते.
तुमच्याकडं माळदांडी ज्वारी नाही का?
नाही, माळदांडी नाही. शाळा म्हणजे असा वाकड्या गुड्याचा शाळा असतो.
ठीक आहे. Thank you.
I think कितने varieties है? They said that there are about 16 varieties of rice and there are 30 vegetables. But what she said most importantly is that whatever we are using the pesticide and also like using the weeds, what we consider as weed in the farm, those are actually the vegetables, and we are simply killing them without knowing them. So she says that she knows about 153 vegetable in the form of grass, which is medicinal plants, and those are the plants, because we are not aware, we are simply killing them. Is there any other questions?
मौसी, मैं हिंदी में प्रश्न पूछना चाहती हूँ क्योंकि मुझे अच्छे से मराठी नहीं आती. ये जो ऑर्गेनिक जो हम बनाते हैं, ये नहीं बनाना, पेस्टिसाइड्स नहीं डालना, तो उससे भी शुद्ध होता है सब चीज़ों में. तो ये इसके लिए कौन सा ऐसी यूज़ करना चाहिए जिससे कि कई बार क्या होता है, कीड़ा लगता है, तब कीड़ा लगता है तो उसके लिए क्या डालना चाहिए? तो हम पेस्टिसाइड्स डालते हैं, तो पेस्टिसाइड्स की जगह हम अपना ऑर्गेनिक कौन सा खाद डाल सकते हैं? आया सब, आप बताइए इनको मराठी में.
ते विचारता आहेत की आपण
आमच्याकडे सगळे शेणखतच आहे आणि मी महिला बचत गटाला गांडूळ खत तयार करायला लावली. त्याच्यामध्ये वेगवेगळ्या झाडांचा पाला टाकला, त्या पाल्याचं सुद्धा खत, जेवढा झाडांचा पाला, औषधी वनस्पती पाला त्या गांडूळ खतामध्ये जाईल तेवढं गांडूळ खत तयार होईल. मी 10-20 झाडाचा, कडू झाडाचा पाला गोळा करते, एक ड्रम मध्ये टाकते, त्याच्यात हिरवी मिरची, आलं, लसूण आणि त्याचं औषध तयार करतो आणि ते आम्ही फवारतो. कारण पहिले फवारे नव्हते, पण आता आपणच फवाऱ्यांचे आणले, आपणच त्या फवारीची सवय लावली. जमिनीला पण आम्ही सवय लावली, पण आमची जमीन अजून सेंद्रिय खत पद्धतीनंच वागते. कारण आमच्याकडे गाई म्हशी अजून भरपूर येतं. शेणखत ह्या वर्षाचं खत पुढच्या वर्षी जमिनीमध्ये टाकायचं आणि शेणखत 1 वर्ष टाकलं तर 3 वर्ष आपल्याला पीक करू शकतो.
मी बी शेणखत यूज करते, शेणखतच टाकते. तरी काय होतं, काही एक जीवामृत करके आम्ही हे केलेला, तुम्ही माहीतच असेल तुम्हाला. तो जीवामृतचा छिडकाव करते त्याच्यावर, तर त्याच्याने होतं आहे. पण तरी कधी कधी आमचे माणूस जे करतात ना, माझी खेती आहे तो तिकडे मी जाते, तर तिथे जे सांगते नाही आता काय करायचं, आता जमत नाही असा, ते जीवामृत टाकून मी किडे जात नाही. त्याच्यासाठी तुम्ही जसं म्हटले तसं थोडाफार काय करायचं, थोडासा आम्हाला मार्गदर्शन करा त्याच्यात.
आम्ही गावठी गायचं गोमूत्र, देशी गायचं गोमूत्र फवारायचं नाही हो. देशी गायचं गोमूत्र फवारितो आणि ते पाल्या पाचोळा हिरव्या पाल्यापासून औषध बनवतो. गांडूळ पाणी बनवतो, म्हणजे वर गांडूळाला खाली टाकायचं, त्याच्या सोडायचं, खाली इटा वाळवण त्याच्यातून थेंब थेंब जे गांडूळ उठतील ते पाणी, ते सुद्धा मालाला चांगलं असतं. आणि आम्ही सीजनला जीवामृत बनवतो, शेणखत बनवतो. मग हेच आमच्याकडे जोरधंदा. काही पाला पाचोळ्याचं पण खत चांगलं राहतं. समजा देश पाला पाचोळा तर मोठं डासं खाण्याचं, त्याच्यामध्ये पाला पाचोळा मुरवायचा आणि त्याच्यात गांडूळ सोडलं तर 1 महिन्यात खत बनवतात. बरोबर. एकदा शेतीमध्ये खत टाकलं, त्याच्यामध्ये रासायनिक खत नाही वापरलं तर ते प्रत्येक वर्षी गांडूळ हा शेतकऱ्याचा मित्र आहे. शेतकऱ्याचा मित्र गांडूळ आहे आणि ते प्रत्येक वर्षी शेतीमध्ये गांडूळ तयार होते. आता मी घर बांधले, माझ्या 4 टाक्या गांडूळ खताच्या काढल्या, पण आमच्या सगळ्या शेतीमध्ये गांडूळ पांगेरे. असं तंत्र निवडून असा गंज मारला तर 4 दिवसामध्ये ते सगळं खत बनवून टाकतात.
आपने कंपोस्ट के बारे में बता रहे थे. So I was telling that best compost is the vermi compost that you must prepare at home. You don't have to really use the chemical fertilizers. I think we take the last question and then
माझा प्रश्न असा होता मावशी, जसं तुम्ही म्हणाल्या की तुम्ही तांदळाच्या 16 जाती ओळखून काढल्या, तर तुम्हाला ह्या जातीविषयी कळतं कसं? म्हणजे तुम्हाला ह्या जाती कशा ओळखता येतात?
अगं बाई, मी ते पिकवते, आईला किती मुलं झाले तर त्या आईला तिचे मुलं ओळखायला येतात. त्याच्यामध्ये काम करते, मी लहानपणापासून त्यांना वाढविते, त्यांना जीव लावते, मग ते ओळखायला येणारच ना. मी तुम्हाला नावं सांगते 16 जातीचं बघ: राईबोग, जिरवेल, वंग, काळभात, आंबेबोर, तामकुडे, माळकोंब्या. हे झाल्या 16 जाती. गोडवाल, कडूवाल, काळावाल, तांबडावाल, हिरवा घेवडा, हिरवा लाल घेवडा, हिरवा आकुड घेवडा, बुटका घेवडा, लाल शिराचा घेवडा, सफेद घेवडा, पापडी घेवडा, पताडा घेवडा, श्रावण घेवडा, काळावाल. ह्या झाल्या 18 घेवड्याच्या जाती. आम्हाला बी कोणतंही ओळखायला सांगा, मला किती याच्यामध्ये, मग त्यांना मी लहानपणापासून त्यांना आईवाने जीव लाईल, ते ओळखायला येणारच.
last question that there are so many varieties, 30 varieties, can you recognize them? She said the mother can recognize no matter how many children she has. She said that I can recognize any number of, because I treat them like a mother. So I know each. Sorry, just a minute.
Friends, I have written this book, The Problems of Agriculture Marketing, Weaker Sections of the Maharashtra, which is book was published last year. So on behalf of the audience, मैं बीज माता राहीबाई को देना चाहता हूँ.
त्यांचं पुस्तक ते देत आहेत, ते म्हणतात या पुस्तकाचं तुम्ही काय करणार, तुम्हाला वाचता येत नाही. I said, what you will do with this book? She don't know. She said, my grandchildren will read and tell me. Now I will invite Sunil Vatsal sir to present vote of thanks.
पद्म श्री हरिभाई पोपरे, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आपने यहाँ समय निकाला और समय निकाल करके जो आपने सहज रूप से जो बातचीत आप लोगों ने हम लोगों से की, वो बिल्कुल दिल से दिल की बात थी। आप इनको अगर और ख़ास तौर से जो रोटरी क्लब है अहमदनगर, उन्होंने जो पार्टनरशिप इसमें जो एक्सटेंड की उसके लिए भी मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ। डॉक्टर सुरेश पठारे, उनको भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ। नेशनल एसोसिएशन ऑफ प्रोफेशनल सोशल वर्कर्स का जो एसोसिएशन है उसकी तरफ से, और ख़ास तौर से जो सेक्टर है अहमदनगर की, जो चेहरे पे जो आवाज़, मतलब जिसको कहते हैं एक मुस्कुराहट और जो उत्साह था, वो माँ बेटे का एक रिश्ता कायम करता है, माँ बेटे माँ बेटियों का। और वो सीट का भी जो है, एक हमारे एक साइकियाट्रिस्ट हैं अमेरिका के, उन्होंने बड़ी अच्छी बात कही थी कि जब भी हम अपने विचार और कनेक्ट करते हैं तो हम अपने को बीज रोपित करते चले जाते हैं, मालूम नहीं कि कौन सा बीज कहाँ पर और कब उग जाए, क्योंकि उसको अपनी एक लोकल उसकी भाषा है उस बीज की, और उसी का ही एक लोकल वहाँ का माहौल है जो उसको ही पनपने में मदद करता है। तो उस सब के लिए धन्यवाद आपका।
सरांनी सांगितलं की जे काही फॉलो करत नाही तोपर्यंत त्याचा उपयोग नाही. खूप आभार. तुम्ही जे सांगितलं ते आम्ही Thank you. Now before we break for tea, because our session is behind, we had scheduled workshops. There are 3 workshops. So there is slight change. दो वर्कशॉप जो सुबह होने वाले थे उसको हम शाम को कर रहे हैं 6 बजे, और उसमें से एक क्विक, क्योंकि हम अभी चाय के लिए जाएंगे, लेकिन चाय के लिए जाने के लिए प्रसन्न कुमार सर एक वर्कशॉप लेने वाले थे, वो था करिकुलम के बारे में, और उसके अलावा रूरल डेवलपमेंट के बारे में क्या क्या संस्था के साथ सोशल वर्क के साथ कर सकते हैं, इसके बारे में प्रेजेंटेशन था. इज़ नॉट लॉन्गर दैन 6 minutes 7 minutes. So I'll just request him and then we'll conclude. Okay? And then we'll go for tea. Thank you.
याच्याबद्दल मी बोलले, माझा एखादा शब्द वाईट गेला असेल तर मला माफ करा, आणि चांगला असेल तर नक्की या. पण पुढची तरुण जी पिढी आहे हे नुसतं ऐकू नका, काम खंबीरपणे केलं पाहिजे, तुम्ही केलं पाहिजे, आणि माझ्यासारखं समाजाला पण दाखवलं पाहिजे. अजूनही मी तर शिकलेली, पण आता खूप शिकलेली मुलं आहेत. नुसतं ऐकायचं ऐकून काय नाही, हे ऐकलं तर हे कोणीतरी एक काम पुढे नेलं पाहिजे. मुलीने एक रायबाय तयार होऊन हे काम पुढं काहीतरी समाजासाठी केलं पाहिजे, आणि चांगल्या कामाला अडचणी येतात. आणि तुम्ही कोणत्याच क्षेत्रामध्ये काम करा, तुम्ही कोणतीही सर्व्हिस करा, पण ह्या मातीला जोडून करा. ह्या मातीला किती जरी असलं ना तर मातीला विसरू नका. आणि पैसा किती असला तुमच्या आमच्याकडं पैसा कोणी खाऊ शकत नाही. हे अन्न चांगलं असलं तरच आपण चांगलं राहणार आहे, तरच आपला चांगला समाज घडणार आहे. म्हणून सगळ्यांनी आजपासून मदत केली पाहिजे का आपल्याला चांगली माती कशी राखायची, चांगलं अन्न कसं घडायचं आणि पुढची पिढी कशी चांगली घडायची, हे काम आपण तुम्ही आम्ही केलं पाहिजे. नुसतं ऐकूनच काही उपयोग नाही त्याचा.
She said that my last message to you is that don't listen only but act, because listening will take you nowhere. Money you cannot eat, but whatever you do with nature, that only you can use for yourself. Thank you. Once again I say thank you to Rai Bhai Mausi and over to his.
Thank you very much, Maushi, for that wonderful exposition on seed banks and saving up the seeds. Friends, they're all seeds of social work. We also need to save the seed of social work. As a profession, we have the skill component which makes us different from others, while others also will have the passion. Some of them will also have fashion of working with communities, but we have the skill and competence of doing the work. That is what makes us different, and that's what makes us unique and competent to handle very effectively. So this is the context in which social work education is born. We are in a changing time now. You've seen the 3 years curricular framework, national curricular framework, which was introduced basing on the learning outcome based framework. So now we have a different situation where we have multiple exit, multiple entry coming in, which would mean that we have people who can leave at the end of first year, leave at the end of second year, leave at the end of third year, and also continue till fourth year of graduation. That is a new scheme which is coming up, which would mean that you will have 4-year trained people who can go to PhD without even doing their masters in social work. So in terms of getting into academics, after 4th year we can get into academics as a professional researcher, and as a professional, if you are trying to go into the field, we can go after the 3rd year. That is the scheme which is coming up. And yesterday this issue came up that there are people who want to take work from social worker but cannot pay and will not pay and are not ready to pay the amount. So if there is competence to pay and if there is capacity which can cater the need there, तब हम लोग हमारा कॉम्पिटेंस को पेमेंट से हम मैच कर सकते हैं. लेकिन जहाँ पर कॉम्पिटेंस टू पे नहीं है, उनके पास पे नहीं है, कैपेसिटी का टू पे नहीं है, तो हम क्या करें? गांव में काम जरूरत है या जरूरत है? गांव में स्कूल में सोशल वर्क की जरूरत है? यस, जरूरत है. गांव में पीएचसी में मेडिकल एंड साइकेट्रिक सोशल वर्क की जरूरत है? यस, जरूरत है. गांव में हमारा विलेज डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट प्लान बनाना है या to handle the resilience aspects which in the morning Rajendra Singh ji mentioned, वो काम करने के लिए to handle the drought or flood situation in the village, don't we need to have a village disaster management plan? Yes, we need to have. But वो competence को कौन पे करने वाला है? क्या लेवल ऑफ कॉम्पिटेंस रहेगा, कितना पे करेगा? गांव में कोई काम कर रहे हैं, हम एक गांव में काम कर रहे हैं, तो उसके लिए कितना पैसा आ सकता है? एक ही गांव में हम काम करते तो 7,000, 6,000, 3,000, 4,000 ऐसा मिलता है, या हमको 15,000 मिलना है, ऐसा हो सकता है क्या? So today they have announced some positions in some nationalized banks. For 10,000, 15,000 also there are positions available. there are positions which are not paying more than 15,000. A context में how do we make skilled person available for the village is the question. Locally हम skill के ऊपर focus करते हैं या knowledge के focus करते हैं. See, in the morning we've heard about people need to handle justice aspects, environmental justice, ecological justice. ये बात हमने सुना है. जस्टिस के बारे में बात करने वाले स्टूडेंट को या काम करने वाले स्टूडेंट को तनख्वाह कैसा मिलेगा, कौन पेमेंट करेगा. हम एनवायरमेंटल सब्जेक्ट में बाहर जाकर काम करते हैं, वृक्षारोपण करते हैं, तो उसके लिए कौन पैसा पे करेगा. हम वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट काम करते हैं तो उसके लिए कौन पेमेंट करेगा. हम सोलर एनर्जी प्रमोट करते हैं तो उसके लिए कौन पेमेंट करेगा, कौन सा बिजनेस पे करेगा, हमारा क्या मॉडल है उसके लिए. So those aspects will have to get into the curriculum that we are trying to build now. This is what I am requesting all of you who are faculty members and students also to look at. हाँ, हमको ज़्यादा तनख्वाह चाहिए ये तो बोल सकते हैं, वो तनख्वाह देने वाले कौन है, who are they, and क्या काम करने पर वो देंगे, उनको कहाँ से पैसा आएगा वो काम करने के लिए. If there is a project which can pay the money, yes, but if there is no project, how would you get the payment? How would you create a project of yourself? That is what we need to look at. So it is in this context that we are looking at revising the curriculum. Can I have the next slide, please? So in the new scheme that we are looking at, we have 160 credits for the 4-year program, where you have minor streams, major streams, disciplinary, interdisciplinary courses, multidisciplinary courses and ability enhancement. ये पूरा the jargon of multidisciplinarity, ability enhancement, skill enhancement, common value added courses, ये पूरा हमारे पास अभी already पहुंच गया है. Now अभी इसको कैसे इंटीग्रेट करना है, हमारी जो नेसेसिटी ऑफ मल्टीपल एग्जिट मल्टीपल एंट्री. इससे पहले हम लास्ट ईयर तक ये बात आ गया था कि 3 साल का प्रोग्राम रहेगा, वो LOCF लर्निंग आउटकम बेस्ड करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क. हमको क्या सिखा रहे ये बात नहीं है, सीखने के बाद में बच्चा क्या कर पाएगा, स्टूडेंट व्हाट इज द कॉम्पिटेंसी ऑफ द स्टूडेंट टू हैंडल द वर्ल्ड is what we were trying to look at in LOCF. Now we also need to look at what is the competency which the student goes out at the end of first year. First year के बाद में क्या कर सकता है if he doesn't want to get into second year. What is the competency? Second year करने के बाद में क्या कर सकता है if he doesn't want to go to the third year. ये बात हमको देखना है. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah. So when we are looking at 6 semesters, 8 semesters in all, if you are taking honors also, first semester में हम क्या सिखा सकते हैं, so that will be the basis for leaving after the second semester. हमारे पास 2 ही सेमेस्टर है हमको पढ़ने के लिए सोशल वर्क में, हम उनको क्या इंट्रोड्यूस कर सकते हैं. ऐसे 4 क्रेडिट वाले 2 कोर्सेस है, one is major, one is minor, which are important as far as grounding is concerned. एक में स्किल सीखना है, एक में हमको नॉलेज सीखना है. इंडिविजुअल एंड सोसाइटी वाली कोर्स में हम नॉलेज सीखेंगे सोसाइटी के बारे में और इंडिविजुअल सिस्टम, इंडिविजुअल इन सोसाइटी के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में आज सवेरे भी डिस्कशन हो रहा था उसका. The first one will introduce us to the discipline of social work in terms of the skills and the methods that are required. तो मेथड और डिसिप्लिन ऑफ सोशल वर्क के बारे में हम जानने के बाद में then we get into the skills of social worker. These are the three areas which are available to us to handle in terms of social work. बाकी जो है they are available for anybody else. The social survey and statistics, other discipline people, it's a multidisciplinary program, other discipline people also will come in. English language, other discipline of people also will come in. Understanding India, Indian knowledge systems, etc., other discipline also can come in. Wherever other disciplines also come in, we need to plug in the social work aspect so that it helps in enriching our competence of handling social work situations, professional social work situations. और last में wellness and health. Wellness and health को भी we need to look at it from the perspective of what is the opportunity for us in the medical and psychiatric social work or in the public health and hygiene area. So हमको whatever is the curriculum which is common curriculum which is for the other disciplines also, उसमें हमको when we are handling, when the faculty is handling, we need to twist a little bit and make it useful for our own stream of people. Next step. So second semester. Now look at a person who completes the second semester and will not come back to the college again. So this is possible in the new scheme. तो उनको फील्ड्स ऑफ सोशल वर्क पूरा इंट्रोड्यूस भी करना है. नेक्स्ट साइकोलॉजी वाली कंपोनेंट को हम उनको इंट्रोड्यूस करना है. These two are the discipline specific courses that they have. हमको अभी सॉफ्ट स्किल्स और क्रिएटिविटी इन राइटिंग ये दोनों सीखना है. टॉकिंग एंड ऑल्सो राइटिंग, ये दोनों these are the things which are required in social work as competence, because we need to write report, we need to describe things. Then modern Indian language वो भी common रहता है, but modern Indian language when we are transacting in social work, we need to take into consideration the interaction which happens in the community. Community के साथ हम जो interact करते हैं only mother tongue में करते हैं. Community interaction is not in English, not in any other tongue. तो modern Indian language को community के साथ हमारा interaction के लिए क्या language चाहिए, क्या skills चाहिए, उसी context में हमको सिखाना है. Even if there is a textbook prescribed by the state government or by whichever stream of education that you are looking at. Then environmental education. Environmental education को जो common program है सबके लिए, उसको सिखाते वक्त हमको green social work वाली component को introduce करके, we need to teach it only as green social work, not as environmental education जो हमने first class से अभी तक पढ़ा है. अगर उसको वैसे ही environmental education पढ़ाए हम, कैसा green house effect होता है, कैसा ओजोन लेयर डिप्लीशन होता है, वेस्ट कैसा डिजनरेट होता है, डिग्रेड होता है. इफ वी आर गोइंग इन दैट पर्सपेक्टिव, साइंस पर्सपेक्टिव, दैट विल नॉट हेल्प. वी नीड टू टेक इनटू कंसिडरेशन the aspect of CSR there, the aspect of doing small business there, the aspect of doing social enterprise there. Social enterprise को हम लेते हुए environmental education को if we are trying to introduce, then it will be useful. We have seen morning से जो discussion हो रहा था CSR model में भी, there is a person, there is an agency which is funding. If there is no agency funding, and if we have to create the fund and also work on funding, work on the fund that is available, then we need to look at the model of social enterprise. हम सोलर एनर्जी को सोशल एंटरप्राइज बनाना है. कुटुंबश्री जैसा मेथड से हम कंपोस्ट को सोशल एंटरप्राइज बनाए थे. प्लांटेशन एंड नर्सरी को उसको सोशल एंटरप्राइज बनाना है. एवरी एनवायरमेंटल एक्टिविटी वी नीड टू गेट इनटू द मॉडल, बिजनेस मॉडल. तो हम एनवायरमेंटल एजुकेशन को ग्रीन सोशल वर्क की कंपोनेंट से जुड़ते हुए सोशल एंटरप्राइज की मेथोडोलॉजी से हम हैंडल करना है. एंड देन देयर इज एन इंटर्नशिप. ये इंटर्नशिप के बाद में बच्चा कॉलेज से बाहर हो सकता है, फिर वापस आने की जरूरत नहीं है अनलेस ही हैज नो अदर वर्क. अगर कुछ भी काम नहीं है दुनिया में तो फिर वापस आ जाएगा कॉलेज में, क्योंकि वहाँ पर थोड़ा आराम है. तो कम्युनिटी सर्विस प्रोजेक्ट में what are the different models of getting into services? So whether it is environmental service, whether it is service relating to our domain, which is पंचायत राज के साथ या मेडिकल एंड साइकेट्री के साथ या जो PHC है, प्राइमरी हेल्थ सेंटर है, उसके साथ, या स्कूल है, प्राइमरी स्कूल है, उसके साथ काम करना है, वो डोमेन में हम सर्विस प्रोजेक्ट में वी कैन गेट द एक्सपीरियंस. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. This is, at the end of that, you get a certificate in social work and you can go out with a certificate in social work. But now it is a third semester where it is a little bit broadening. First year वाला बंदा काम करता था एक विलेज तक काम करता है. सेकेंड ईयर वाला बंदा काम करता था क्लस्टर ऑफ विलेजेस, ये छोटा सा म्युनिसिपैलिटी में काम कर सकता है, ऐसा वाला सिचुएशन है. So he gets into understanding the society of PRA techniques, etc. We get him to get exposed. Community development programs, whether they are rural community development programs or urban community development programs or any development programs, including the welfare, social welfare projects, वो वाली हम मेजर में ले आ सकते हैं depending upon the area and the domain. And then working with groups is what we learn at the end of the third semester. And Indian social work, whatever, because there is a component of multidisciplinarity in this. MDC would mean multidisciplinarity. So we cannot make it discipline specific and ask others to take it. So we need to take the Indian models of various projects that are taken up, whether it is rural development projects or urban development projects. उसको हम Indian social work का नाम देकर we need to introduce that. Then English language में again reporting, writing project proposals, ये सिखाना है. Just English language का text book पढ़ाएं तो उसको कुछ फायदा नहीं है. He is just going to go out without any skill. And then community project management. Take a project and the student gets to implement the project within the time that is there. तो उसका 3 credits है. So skill enhancement component है ये. Next. Every semester has 20 credits, and till the second year there are opportunities for other students from other streams to come into and take the program, take the classes. For instance, this AEC and internship area, the others can come into also. So NGO management, corporate social responsibility can come here. One component here which has come out of the discussions is small business management. Can a student manage any activity as a small business? That is, कैसा return है, कैसा income लेके आएगा, कैसा investment करेगा? How is he able to handle the world around him? So वो वाले subject हम introduce करना है. Then we get into the main domain of social work, which is social legislation, social action, social justice, human rights, gender justice. These aspects come in which are specific to our own domain. But ये पूरा सीखने के बाद में at any point of time the student should be able to do it as self-employment or entrepreneurship or his own concern. ऐसा नहीं कि हमारे लिए कोई वेट कर रहा है नौकरी देने के लिए. Whether it is NGO sector में भी वैसा opportunities आज के दिन में बढ़ रहे नहीं घट रहे हैं, and in the public sector definitely घट रहे हैं. And CSR also हम लोग कुछ ऐसा rosy picture दिखाया जाता है, उतना rosy नहीं है. There's lot of competition. You need to really struggle. You need to really know how to deliver the goods within the time frame, within the amount available to us. वो if we are not able to match that, हम लोग सीखते रहेंगे, हम लोग बोलते रहेंगे, जब करने के लिए आता है, we will not be able to handle it. We require somebody to handhold us to handle that. So in that context, we need to have the small business management, NGO management, दोनों भी जो है, basically skills to handle the world. This, because still here we are working on skills. हमको टीचर नहीं बनाना है स्टूडेंट्स को दुनियादारी सीखना है. Out of 1,000 students, 1 student will become teacher. That fellow will go to the 4th year and will go to PhD and will join your faculty stream. But बाकी लोग टीचर नहीं बनेंगे. तो उनको टीचर को जितना स्किल नॉलेज है वो पूरा हमको ये ग्रेजुएशन में सिखाने की जरूरत नहीं है. ऐसा वाली सोच से ये बाहर निकला है. नेक्स्ट, मॉडर्न इंडियन लैंग्वेज में भी पब्लिक स्पीकिंग सीखना है, ग्राम सभा मीटिंग मैनेजमेंट ये सीखना है. वो लोग मॉडर्न इंडियन लैंग्वेज करके फिर एक टेक्स्ट बुक हमारे साथ में रख देंगे. वो टेक्स्ट बुक पढ़ाते पढ़ाते हम लोग बुजुर्ग हो जाएंगे, उसमें फायदा नहीं होगा. वी नीड टू गेट इनटू अ सिचुएशन वेयर वी आर एबल टू हैंडल अ ग्राम सभा, एबल टू हैंडल अ ग्रुप ऑफ पीपल, उनको एड्रेस कर सकते हैं. दिस इज अ कॉम्पिटेंस दैट इज रिक्वायर्ड. थोड़ा ये कॉम्पिटेंस के ऊपर, स्किल के ऊपर डिपेंडेंट एक कोर्स स्ट्रक्चर बनाना जा रहा है. एंड देन पार्टिसिपेशन इन इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ CSR project or NGO project. Here you are joining some organization. Initially you are trying to do it yourself. That is what we've learned in the NGO management, small business management. ये जो हम खुद स्किल सीखने जा रहे हैं, और यहाँ पर प्रैक्टिस में, इंटर्नशिप में we are actually joining a project and trying to learn from them. That is how the 4th semester. This is where a student gets out with a diploma program. He gets a certificate in social work as a diploma program. Okay. After this, then he is going into graduation. Let's go to the next step. Local self governance, accountability, ये वाले हमारे डिप्लोमा प्रोग्राम में आएंगे. Working with persons with disabilities, elderly people, this is specific क्योंकि disability services presently are available at a higher level and the opportunities are linked to institutionality. Institutionalized services are generally at the district level or bigger city level. That's why it is at the graduate level. And then sustainable livelihood promotion. This is again related to some projects of Government of India, whether it is NRLP or something like that, where you have a bigger project and you are playing a part in the project. And then small scale community units on rural economy, those जो whether it is religious papa type of businesses or small businesses, one district, one product करके, we should be able to get into those domains where we have opportunities. Not the domains where we think there will be opportunities and where the opportunities are not in the visible range. वो context में हम psychosocial support skills is one area which will be having huge opportunity because of the decay and dismantling of the institutional structures, whether it is family institutional structure or community institutional structure, वो एक एक institutional structure जैसे ही decay होते जाते हैं, we need support system which is a institutionalized support system like the psychosocial support. Next. This is the last semester of your third year of graduation. Again, यहाँ पर social enterprise आता है. That environment, climate change, natural resource management. This is a person who is getting into somebody in a structured, organized employment area में. So he is learning about natural resource management, sustainable development. यहाँ पर community-based disaster risk management भी आता है because there is a district disaster management plan and you need to handle the rural resilience aspects as well as urban resilience aspects of floods, of drought, of scarcity, of handling waste, etc. So those things come in the community-based disaster risk management. And then social planning and social policy, which are basically moving us to the next level. The block placement hota hai at the end of 6th. Till here it is the skills of being in the world, being in the world of work. Till here it is about being in the world of work. From here when you go to the next slide. Here we go to the world of word. Till now world of work, now it is world of word. These fellows are getting groomed to get into PhD, get into research, getting into teaching. Those areas these people are getting into. So that's why you have a huge emphasis on research methodology, social research concepts, social work interaction with research, intervention research and action research. ये एक प्रोजेक्ट लेकर हमारे इंडिविजुअल स्किल को इम्प्लीमेंट करके व्हाट इज द इम्पैक्ट ये जज करते हुए बिकॉज दिस नॉलेज हेल्प्स इन ट्रांजैक्शन ऑफ द नॉलेज एज अ टीचर और एज अ रिसर्चर इन जनरेशन ऑफ फर्दर नॉलेज एंड देन माइनर एक्शन रिसर्च होगा. दिस इज सेवेंथ सेमेस्टर में. नेक्स्ट 8th semester में we are getting into publication area, so ethics of research and publication and research report writing guidelines, those things come in at the 8th semester because this fellow is almost getting into PhD. This area he is getting into PhD. He is not going to do any MSW or MA because the MA MSW will be redundant as the student will be allowed to go directly from graduation honors to PhD. So in that context, the third year, if you see, it is more research oriented. Till third year, this fourth year is research oriented. Till third year, it is basically practice oriented, skill development oriented. Next and the last slide. This is a scheme that has come out. We're still working on that. There are ideas coming in. We are meddling with it, changing it. We are making further changes also. We are looking at getting to some level of conclusion by this month end, so that we will be able to present. ऐसा होता है जनरली करिकुलम डेवलपमेंट एक ग्रुप बनाए, एक ग्रुप जो अच्छे लोग होते हैं, हमको लगते हैं ये अच्छे लोग हैं, उनका काम दिया जाता है, वो लोग कुछ करिकुलम बना के हमारे हाथ में दे देते, हम पढ़ाना स्टार्ट कर देते. तो फ्रॉम दैट सिचुएशन कैन वी हैव दिस कंसल्टेटिव मैकेनिज्म वेयरइन इनपुट्स आर ब्रॉट इन. दिस प्रेजेंटेशन गिवन टू यू इज नॉट टू टेल दैट दिस इज फाइनलाइज्ड, जस्ट टू शेयर विद यू दैट दिस इज वन आइडिया. If you want to contribute, we request you to contribute in further changing it. This has come out of 6 workshops, national workshops which we did in Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Tuljapur, in Delhi, in Guwahati, in Coimbatore, in Hyderabad. So several places we have done the workshop. This we are going to go do further. We are going to have further interaction. But basic idea is still third year, if we focus on skills, still second year, directly the skills which will give the confidence to the student कि मैं ये पढ़ने के बाद में ये करने के बाद में ये कर सकता हूँ. I will be able to do this. ऐसा करके स्टूडेंट कॉलेज से निकलना है, कहाँ कौन सी नौकरी मिलती नहीं मिली तो मैं जाऊँगा फिर MSW में, ऐसा नहीं जाना है उसको. इसमें he should go with that strength and the competence of having the skills. ये वाली आइडिया को रखते हुए talking to various practitioners, people who are working in universities, we have come out with this. This is again a draft version. I consider that any curriculum at any point of time should always be draft only. It is always evolving. ऐसा नहीं कि हमको सब कुछ पता है. जो पता कल के दिन होगा उसके लिए जगह रखना है, we have to keep it open. So keeping that in mind, this is made. So this PPT is there in this, and I will also share. I have already shared with Suresh ji. He will share with all of you. We are looking at students' inputs also. Curriculum is being made for the students also. It is not for only faculty. So students should also come and interact. ये students वाली interaction हम टाटा इंस्टीट्यूट तुलजापुर में भी रखा है, बाकी जगह पर भी रखा है. What they think is important to get into the world of work or world of word. ये बात ध्यान में रखते हुए we are looking for inputs from young people, students, research scholars from various places in the country who are present in this August gathering. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And looking forward to your support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Prasanna, Chairman, Mahatma Gandhi National Council of Rural Education, Government of India Ministry of Education. I know, sir, to prepare a syllabus, it's a jargon, elephantine type का काम है. This takes so much time. We need to discuss with the stakeholders. So many, I think 4-5 workshops we have already done on that. So what we gone through the syllabus briefly, that he has managed to incorporate everything. There's a very nice framework on the syllabus, and also I must tell you that Delhi University has started certain courses, the value addition courses, and skill-based, practice-based courses have started. So that also somewhere is incorporated. Yes, is there. So it's very acceptable. I think it will be for a student, it will be very highly appreciable. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. I think we should clap for him. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Sanjay Rai, for this sort of thanks. Now we have few announcements as we have scheduled parallel sessions. So there will be 4 parallel sessions. The first session will be in Golden Jubilee Hall, and the presenters are Dr. Jaimon Varghese, Mr. Swapnil Patil, Dr. R. Bhaskar, and Mr. Vijay Sansari. It will be in Golden Jubilee Hall, first floor, and the chairperson will be Dr. Anup Kumar Bhartiya sir. Dr. M. Arif will handle this session, manage this session. The second parallel session will be in room number 27, and the presenters are Akhilesh Pratap, Ashupriya Yadav, Vishwadeep Singh, Amrit Khan, and the session will be chaired by Dr. Sanjay Rai, and Dr. Suresh Muhutmal will handle this session. The session number 3 will be in room number 32, that is on the second floor. The presenters are Dr. Meera Kulkarni, Pooja Sharma, Pawan Kumar, Pranita Zadav, and Dr. Amin. And the session will be managed by Dr. Mrs. Asavari Zapke Madam. The fourth session will be in front of auditorium, that is on this floor, the same floor, and presenters are Kajal, Danish, Dr. Sangeeta Salve, and Dr. Vilas Adav sir. The chairperson is Dr. Nimisha Gupta Madam. So all the presenters are requested to give the present PPTs to the students, volunteers. Students volunteers are in the classroom, and the session managers will be there to manage the session. If you need any assistance, you can contact them. Now we will have tea break for 10 minutes. Before that, Dr. Sanjay Bhatt sir has some to share.
Thank you, Dr. Prasanna Kumar. We were thinking on behalf of the NAPSWI, we will hold a group of expert meeting on this syllabi, and we will offer you the constructive suggestions. So soon we will discuss with you, and we will arrange how maximum number of NAPSWI members can be involved in this process. Thank you.
So we will have 10 minutes break. 10 minutes break, and then we gather in respective classrooms. The participants can attend any one of the sessions.